Chapter 1774. On the third floor of the divine site. Inside a large hall. The golden small beast stood in the middle of the hall, looking at the image in front of it. The image was showing the scene of Qin Feiyang and the others leaving the divine site. They finally left. After being busy for so long, I can finally go and rest. However, I'm really looking forward to the scene of this kid coming back to settle accounts with me. After Qin Feiyang and the others entered the passage and the stone door closed, the golden small beast smiled and waved its little paw. The image in the air disappeared. Following that, it took a step forward and left the palace, appearing in the sky above a vast mountain range. However, the mountain range within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was broken and ravines were everywhere. The air was filled with a tragic atmosphere, as well as a monstrous rage. "Bastard, I'm going to kill you." A young man covered in blood roared out from a crack that was hundreds of feet wide and crazily charged into the sky. There was a divine dragon there. It was about 2 meters long and stood in the air with an arrogant look on its face. That's right. It was the ice dragon. And that young man was Qin Feiyang's cousin, Lu Jiajin. Boom! Lu Jiajin pounced forward. "Kid, with your strength, it's far from enough to kill me." The ice dragon god's face was full of contempt. With a light wave of its dragon claw, Lu Jiajin was sent flying and smashed into the ground again. All the bones in his body were about to fall apart. Blood dyed the sky red. "I want to go back, I want to go back, you bastard, why did you leave me here?" Lu Jiajin was furious. "Didn't I say it before? I left you here because I took a fancy to you. You should feel honored that I took a fancy to you. If it were me, I would have knelt on the ground and respectfully called you master." The ice dragon said. "Don't even think about it. Even if I die, I won't acknowledge you as my master. However, if you're willing to be my mount, I can consider it." Lu Jiajin laughed. "Mount?" Ice dragon was stunned. The golden small beast was also astonished. Did this brat even understand the situation? With that little bit of strength of his, he dared to spout such arrogant words? However, he had quite the character. The small beast smiled and looked at the ice dragon. "Grandpa Frog is going back. What about you? You can go back. This emperor will stay here for the time being and teach this impudent brat a lesson." Ice dragon grinned. "Then don't kill him," the golden small beast said. "Don't worry. He won't have the chance to die even if he wants to." Ice dragon smirked. The small beast looked at Lu Jiajin and shook its head. What a pitiful child. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared without a trace. The ice dragon withdrew its gaze and lowered its head to look at Lu Jiajin. "Brat, you've got guts. How dare you make me your mount? It's your honor to be my mount." Lu Jiajin said. "Honor? Huh." Ice dragon laughed and said, "Boy, have you tasted hellish torture? This emperor will let you have a taste now." Boom! In an instant, Ice dragon landed in front of Lu Jiajin and whipped Lu Jiajin's body with its tail. Lu Jiajin's skin was instantly lacerated and blood flowed out. However, he didn't even let out a groan. His expression was filled with an unruly smile. Forgotten Continent, Central Divine Kingdom. Pill Pagoda Square, above the sky. A stone door that was 999 feet tall, completely black, emitting a mysterious and ancient aura. It was like a towering mountain that stood in the void, shaking the world. That's right. This was the door to the divine ruins. All these years, although the door to the divine ruins had been closed, it had not disappeared and had always existed. At first, whether it was the people of the Central Divine Kingdom or the people of the imperial capital, they would all come and take a few curious glances. But as time passed, everyone slowly got used to it. Even if they passed by the door, they wouldn't care. In the sky. The sky was clear, the wind was gentle, and the sun was bright. People were still doing what they were supposed to do as usual. The square of the Pill Pagoda was also the same as usual. The disciples of the Pill Pagoda came and went in a hurry. It looked very peaceful. Clang! Suddenly, another loud explosion sounded like thunder. Not only did it resound in the sky above the central divine kingdom, but it also spread through the spacetime door into the sky above the imperial capital. Countless people's ears were ringing and their blood was boiling. In an instant, the people in the two places were in an uproar. And the people in the square of the Pill Pagoda had their eardrums torn and blood spurted out. What's going on? Everyone was shocked and looked in the direction of the sound. They found that the loud sound came from the door of the divine ruins. Why did the door of the divine ruins suddenly make a sound? Could it be, the people who entered the divine ruins are coming out? Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, figures continued to soar into the sky and looked at the door of the divine ruins. A large number of people also came from the imperial capital. There were Marquis and their children. There were people from the treasure pavilion. There were elders from the divine palace. There were law enforcers from the outer hall and the inner hall. There were also a large number of disciples from the divine palace. There were naturally many people from the main pagoda. For example, the pagoda masters and peak masters, including Wang Yuer's parents, and the Mu family. Everyone surrounded the square of the Pill Pagoda and stared at the door of the divine ruins. It was rumored. Throughout history, there were only a handful of people who could come out of the divine ruins alive. They all wanted to know who came back alive. Get out of the way. Suddenly, a shout sounded. A purple-clothed young man rushed out of the crowd and stood not far from the door of the divine ruins. This person was young Master Hao. A few years had passed and his cultivation was still at the war saint level. It could be said that, compared with the growth of Qin Feiyang and the others over the years, it was not worth mentioning at all. But there was no other way. Without opening the door of potential, no matter how good one's talent was, it would take a few years, or even decades or centuries to break through a small realm. Father, you will definitely come back alive. Young Master Hao stared at the door of the divine ruins and muttered to himself. But gradually, a figure appeared in his mind. Immediately, his hands could not help but clench tightly and his eyes were full of hatred. The person that appeared in his mind was none other than Qin Feiyang. Clang! A loud noise sounded again. The door of the divine ruins finally opened slowly. A mighty aura roared out from the door. No one could withstand this aura. It was like the power of heaven. Everyone retreated in horror. But their eyes never left the door of the divine ruins, as if they were afraid of missing something. Whoosh! Suddenly, a golden figure rushed out from the door of the divine ruins like lightning. He was wearing a golden dragon robe and his aura was terrifying to the extreme. However, their faces were blurry. That's right. He was Mu Tianyang. Who is he? But the people present had never seen this emperor of the previous dynasty. Moreover, Mu Tianyang had no face now. So when they saw Mu Tianyang appear, their faces were full of surprise. It seems that in their memory, among the people who entered the divine ruins, there was no such person. As soon as Mu Tianyang appeared, he glanced at the crowd around him. Without saying a word, he shouted, "Where is the lord of the Mu clan?" Whoosh! A middle-aged man rushed out of the crowd and landed in front of Mu Tianyang. He asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" "This person is Mu Qing's father. Although I haven't condensed my facial features yet, but looking at my dress, you should know who I am, right?" Mu Tianyang said angrily. The lord of the Mu clan was stunned and looked at Mu Tianyang. His face suddenly changed and he said in surprise, "Greetings." Mu Tianyang waved his hand to stop him and said, "Before I left, have you done what I told you? All the clansmen are ready. Treasures and so on have been packed." The lord of the Mu clan said respectfully. "Very good. Everyone in the Mu clan, listen to my order, return to the clan immediately." Mu Tianyang roared and immediately opened the portal and rushed in without looking back. The lord of the Mu clan also hurriedly followed. The other Mu clan members hidden in the crowd also opened the portal and left. It's too late to say. Zhuge Mingyang also rushed out of the divine ruins after Mu Tianyang. He is Zhuge Mingyang. How did his appearance change? Gray hair, gray pupils. Yi Futian muttered to himself. If it weren't for his face, I wouldn't have recognized him. Zhuge Mingyang, the people present basically know him. Seeing him come out, everyone was talking about him. This Zhuge Mingyang is really lucky, he can come out of the divine ruins alive. And looking at his aura, it's much stronger than before. The people in the imperial capital were particularly excited. Because they still don't know Zhuge Mingyang's ambition. In their eyes, Zhuge Mingyang is a rare talent of the Great Qin and the next successor to the position of Zhuge Wuhou. After Zhuge Mingyang came out, he glanced at Mu Tianyang's back. Without any delay, he immediately rushed towards the spacetime gate. Over the years, the portal has been connecting the imperial capital and the central divine kingdom. Zhuge Mingyang, where is the state preceptor and Emperor Hong? A group of marquis surrounded and asked. They are all in my space divine object. Zhuge Mingyang said. Great. Hearing this, not only the marquis, but all the people of the Great Qin couldn't help but cheer. However, Zhuge Mingyang's expression was extremely hazy, and he entered the portal without looking back. What's the situation? The person before, as soon as he appeared, he took the Mu clan away. Now this Zhuge Mingyang is the same. Why do I feel that the atmosphere is a bit strange? Someone muttered. Father, come out quickly. Young Master Hao stared at the door of the divine ruins, his brows full of worry. Where are the others? Could it be that only that person from the Mu clan, Zhuge Mingyang, state preceptor, and Emperor Hong are alive? Everyone looked at the door of the temple, and seeing that no one appeared for a long time, they couldn't help but start to mutter in their hearts. The people of the main tower were especially nervous. Because until now, they hadn't seen anyone from the main tower come out. Haven't you forgotten about someone? Suddenly, someone said. Who? Everyone was suspicious. Qin Feiyang. That person said word by word. As soon as these 3 words came out, the entire Pill Pagoda Square instantly fell into a dead silence. Genius remembered the address of this site in a second. Top Point mobile version reading website. Chapter 1775. The name Qin Feiyang was like a taboo existence, causing people to tremble in fear. It's best if he doesn't come back. That's right. Once this fiend returns, the Forgotten Continent and the Great Qin Empire will definitely be in chaos again. I really hope that he can die in the miracle and never appear again. People discussed in low voices. Grandfather, they haven't come out yet. Are they really dead? In the crowd. A tall woman in white with black hair like a waterfall looked at a white-haired old man next to her and asked. Don't worry, everyone will die, but Qin Feiyang won't die. The white-haired old man smiled. These 2 people were Li He and Li Yan. Li He was already the deputy pavilion master of the trading pavilion, and could be considered a big shot in the Forgotten Continent. As for Li Yan. As Li He's granddaughter and a disciple of the main tower, her status was naturally not comparable to ordinary people. Li Yan heard Li He's words and said unhappily, who cares about Qin Feiyang? I'm asking him. Him? Li He was slightly stunned and said helplessly, Yan, there are so many young talents in the world. Of all the young talents in the world, why do you have to like that damn fatso? How can you say that about him? Although he's a little fat, he has a good heart. Back then, when you were plotted against by Fu Anshan and the leader of the Divine Python tribe, I was heartbroken and almost wanted to die. He was always with me and comforted me. Li Yan said unhappily. Yes. Grandfather was wrong, grandfather was wrong. As long as my granddaughter likes him, as long as he treats my granddaughter well, I don't care if he's fat or ugly, I can put up with it. Li He hurriedly smiled apologetically. Put up with it? Li Yan was speechless. Father, come out quickly, come out quickly. Young Master Hao stared at the door of the miracle, his eyes full of anxiety. No one has come out after so long. It seems that only Zhuge Mingyang and the others are still alive. How terrifying. The main tower master, the mysterious madam, Wang Su, Gong Sunbei, Qin Feiyang, which one of them isn't a terrifying figure? In the end, they were all buried in the miracle. What kind of place is this miracle? People sighed. The death of the chief tower master and the others is indeed regrettable. But Qin Feiyang, that unlucky star, his death is not to be regretted. Someone snorted. Really? Suddenly, a calm voice came from the door of the divine ruins. This voice, everyone's eyes trembled. The killing intent in young Master Hao's eyes burst out. On the other hand, Li He and Li Yan's faces lit up with joy. That was because they were all too familiar with this voice. It was none other than the fiend everyone was talking about, Qin Feiyang. Before he finished speaking, Qin Feiyang's group flew out of the divine sight's gate and appeared in front of everyone. Not dead. Good people don't live long, but disasters live for 1,000 years. This saying is indeed true. Young Master Hao roared in his mind. It's them. When the pagoda masters and peak masters of the main pagoda saw the hook-nosed old man and the monkey-faced old man, they were ecstatic. A group of people immediately flew over. But in the next moment, they abruptly braked and stopped in the void. They stared at the mysterious lady, their faces full of disbelief. Wang Yuer's parents were the same. That face, young Master Hao also noticed the mysterious lady, and his eyes suddenly widened. Young Master Hao, Wang Yuer's parents, as well as the peak masters and pagoda masters, had all been to the land of inheritance of the main pagoda. Therefore, they all knew about the statues in the land of inheritance. And the woman in front of them looked exactly the same as the previous pagoda master. What was going on? Didn't she die 10,000 years ago? Was it purely a coincidence that the two of them looked the same? Yi Shu. The giants of the main pagoda also noticed Yi Shu next to the mysterious lady, and their eyes immediately filled with killing intent. Because in their eyes, Yi Shu was still a traitor. Is this the outside world? The golden leopard was not in the mood to pay attention to these people. He looked around curiously. Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai were also extremely excited. Elder Qin, that traitor, really followed Qin Feiyang. At the same time, the people in the capital also looked coldly at Elder Qin, who was standing next to Qin Feiyang. Boom! But suddenly, a pseudo-god's power, like a volcanic eruption, shrouded all directions. Everyone present suddenly felt as if they had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice cellar, and their whole body was cold. Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang, and they were all silent. Qin Feiyang said, "I've really disappointed you. Not only did I not die, but I also broke through to the pseudo-god realm." Pseudo-god. Everyone's body and mind trembled. Especially young Master Hao. In the divine ruins, pseudo-gods were nothing. But in the Forgotten Continent and the Great Qin Empire, pseudo-gods were comparable to gods. Brother Qin, congratulations, congratulations. Suddenly, a laugh sounded. A young man in purple walked out of the crowd. He was about 1.8 meters tall, and his figure was tall. His black hair was like a waterfall, and his temperament was extraordinary. Those two deep eyes were like two stars. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "So it's Brother Pei. It's been many years since we last met. How have you been?" That's right. This person was Pei Yi. He was also the current leader of the divine Python tribe. He was a man that Qin Feiyang admired very much. Pei Yi shook his head and said with a smile, "I'm still the same. You, on the other hand, are so powerful that others can only look up to you. Brother Pei, you are very talented. Sooner or later, you will also take this step." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Pei Yi's talent was very terrifying. He was even better than young Master Hao. And back then, he also gave Pei Yi potential pills, and small creation pills, which could open the door of potential. It could be said that this person's future achievements were limitless. I'm very talented. Pei Yi smiled bitterly. Compared with ordinary people, he was indeed a genius. But compared with a monster like Qin Feiyang, he was no different from a fool. Shaking his head, Pei Yi said with a smile, "We haven't seen each other for a long time. Brother Qin, why don't we go out for a gathering?" "I'm afraid not now." Qin Feiyang shook his head and asked, "Have you seen Zhuge Mingyang and Mu Tianyang?" "I've seen Zhuge Mingyang, but Mu Tianyang," Pei Yi frowned. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and condensed Mu Tianyang's shadow. "So it's him." Pei Yi was suddenly enlightened. "Mu Tianyang? Qin Feiyang? Don't tell me he's the former emperor, Mu Tianyang." No, the former emperor has already died in the hands of the former emperor. How could it be him? The people in Beijing immediately got into an uproar. Qin Feiyang was not in the mood to explain, nor did he have the time to do so. He looked at Pei Yi and asked, "Where did they go?" As soon as Mu Tianyang came out, he brought the Mu family back to the Mu family home. Zhuge Mingyang also went back to the great Qin Empire. Pei Yi said. Qin Feiyang asked, "Did they say anything before they left?" Pei Yi said, "Zhuge Mingyang didn't say anything, but Mu Tianyang did ask Master Mu a question." "What question?" Qin Feiyang asked. He asked Master Mu if he had done what he asked him to do before he left. Master Mu's answer was that everyone in the Mu family was ready, and the Mu family's treasures were also packed. Pei Yi said, "Feiyang, the situation is not good. This Mu Tianyang must have been planning this even before he entered the divine sight." Mysterious Madam said in a deep voice. "Packing the treasures?" "Feiyang, it seems that as you expected, Mu Tianyang is going to escape." Old Qin said. "Then let him escape slowly. Great-grandmother, take He Shu and the others and go to the Mu family immediately to find out what happened. Remember, don't do anything if you're not sure. Old Qin, Old Zhao, Old Tang, Junior Leopard, follow me back to the great Qin Empire." Qin Feiyang shouted, his body full of murderous intent. "Okay." The 3 people and 1 beast nodded. Seeing Qin Feiyang was about to leave, Li Yan ran out of the crowd and asked, "Qin Feiyang, where's Fatso?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and turned to look at Li Yan. The first person this little girl asked was actually Fatso. Fatso is really something. He actually took Li He's granddaughter away without anyone noticing. Li He also ran out and looked at Qin Feiyang, smiling, "Brother Qin, how have you been?" Qin Feiyang looked at the grandfather and grandson and said, "Let's talk when we have time." After that, he took the 3 people and the golden leopard to the space-time gate. What's with this guy's attitude? Li Yan was dissatisfied. The situation is really not good. Li He murmured. Whether it was experience, Li He was much better than Li Yan. Before, Zhuge Mingyang and Mu Tianyang left without saying a word, and now Qin Feiyang and the others were also full of a murderous aura. It seemed that something big would happen soon. The space-time gate will be closed soon. All the people of Great Qin, go back quickly. But just as Qin Feiyang and the others were about to enter the space-time gate, accompanied by a cold shout, a figure suddenly blocked in front of them. "It's the snow python. Let's go." Seeing this, the people of Great Qin immediately swarmed toward the space-time gate. Powerhouse. Zhao Tailai, Tang Hai, and the golden leopard. As soon as they saw the snow python, they immediately became vigilant. Qin Feiyang and Old Qin's pupils suddenly shrank. They had long known about the existence of the snow python. They also knew how powerful the snow python was. And now, they had also broken through to the war god realm. But at this moment, they were shocked to find that they couldn't see through the snow python's cultivation. This was hard for them to accept. Could it be that this snow python was a lesser war god, or even a greater war god? Greetings, Senior. Qin Feiyang bowed. Not bad, you have already stepped into the false god realm. Coincidentally, I have something to talk to you about. Accompany me to the glacier forest. The snow python laughed. Go to the glacier forest? Qin Feiyang frowned and said, Senior, I have something urgent to deal with now. Can we talk about it another day? No. The snow python shook its head. Qin Feiyang immediately became angry. Zhao Tailai asked, Young master, where is the glacier forest? Qin Feiyang thought, the glacier forest is the nest of the snow python. It is in the first region of the Forgotten Continent, very far from here. What does she mean? I already told her that we have something urgent, why is she still stopping us? Zhao Tailai didn't understand. Genius remembered this site's address in a second. Pinnacle Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1776. At the same time. The mysterious lady, Yi Shu, the hook-nosed old man, and the monkey-faced old man were also suspicious of the snow python. Ancestors, where's my father? Also, why are you with them? Young Master House suddenly ran in front of the hook-nosed old man and the monkey-faced old man and asked. Shut up. The hook-nosed old man and the monkey-faced old man glared at him. Can't you see that the current situation is not right? Why are you still asking questions? Young Master Hao's body stiffened. What's going on? Why are the two ancestors' attitudes towards me different from before? Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and suppressed the irritation in his heart. Senior, I really have an urgent matter. No matter how urgent it is, you have to come with me first. The snow python said. Its tone was as if it was ordering Qin Feiyang, and it couldn't be disobeyed. Old Qin said, Feiyang, what should we do? Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered as he looked at the snow python and smiled. How about this, I'll go with you and let old Qin and the others return to the great Qin Empire first. The snow python shook its head. No, they also want to go to the glacier forest with me. What? Qin Feiyang was instantly enraged. What is this beast trying to do? The mysterious lady raised her eyebrows. Yi Shu, the hook-nosed old man, and the monkey-faced old man also frowned. Just as Qin Feiyang and the snow python were in a stalemate, the people of the great Qin Empire had mostly returned. Only a dozen people were left. And among these people, there was an old man that Qin Feiyang was familiar with. This person was the manager of the Precious Treasure Pavilion, Sun Dahai. Qin Feiyang, the situation of the great Qin Empire has changed. The commander of the Kirin army has betrayed us. Marquis Shao has been killed. Zhuge Shenfeng has broken out of the seal. Your disciples Wang Xiaojia, Ren Wushuang, Yan Nanshan, and Old Man Ren have also been captured by Zhuge Shenfeng. Hurry back. When Sun Dahai passed by Qin Feiyang, he secretly transmitted his voice to him. What? Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled as he hurriedly raised his head to look at Sun Dahai. However, Sun Dahai had already followed the crowd into the gate of spacetime. Is this true? How could the commander of the Kirin army betray them? Old Man Qin, Zhao Tailai, Tang Hai, Golden Panther, even if you have to die, you must hold back the snow python for me. Qin Feiyang suddenly let out a roar as he unleashed the attainment formula. He leaped over the snow python and rushed toward the spacetime gate. What's the situation? Old Qin, Old Man Qin, Old Man Qin, and the Golden Divine Leopard were stunned. The mysterious Madam, Yi Shu, the hook-nosed old man, and the monkey-faced old man also looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. How dare you? The snow python did not expect that Qin Feiyang would disobey her order. What was even more unexpected was that Qin Feiyang's speed was so fast. Following her low shout, the spacetime door closed with a loud bang. The spacetime door had already recognized her as its master. She could close it with just a thought. No matter how fast Qin Feiyang was, he would not be able to catch up with her. Looking at the space-time door that closed, Qin Feiyang's anger suddenly became uncontrollable. Whoosh! He turned his head and stared at the snow python. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he said, "What do you mean by this? I just asked you to come with me. Why are you so stubborn? Do you know? The price of angering me is very heavy." The snow python said. Qin Feiyang said coldly, "The price of angering me is not small either." "Is that so?" The snow python smiled coldly. Boom! Old Man Qin, Tang Hai, Zhao Tai, and the Golden Panther looked at each other. Their auras suddenly exploded as they charged toward the snow python. "A bunch of ants, how dare you be so presumptuous?" The snow python's expression was full of contempt as her divine power surged out. Ah! Old Man Qin, Tang Hai, and the Golden Panther were instantly crippled. They crashed into the square below like meteorites. So strong? Qin Feiyang's heart was in turmoil. The mysterious lady and Yi Shu were also dumbfounded. 3 gods of war and a divine beast were instantly crippled. "You forced me to make a move." The snow python snorted and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Actually, you don't have to do this. I mean you no harm. What I want to tell you is about Qin Yuan. Uncle Yuan." Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. The snow python's divine power surged and the space-time door opened again. And it easily revived the space-time door. After the space-time door opened, the snow python retreated to the side and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Don't force me to make a move. Let's go." Qin Feiyang clenched his hands and swooped down, sending Old Man Qin, Tang Hai, and the Golden Panther to the Black Tortoise world. Then he soared into the sky, looked at the snow python deeply, and entered the space-time door. The snow python looked at the mysterious lady and Yi Shu. "The 4 of you, come with me." "We're going too." The 4 of them raised their eyebrows. "Yes." The snow python nodded. The 4 of them looked at each other and had no choice but to enter the space-time door. The snow python also rushed into the space-time door. Boom! Soon, the space-time door disappeared in the void. What's going on? Everyone looked at each other. The clouds are rising and the sun is sinking. A storm is coming. This is the omen of a great calamity. Pei Yi walked to Li He's side and sighed. Li He turned to look at Pei Yi and said, "Do you know something?" "I don't know. But I have a hunch that a great calamity is coming. When the time comes, people will be plunged into misery and suffering." Pei Yi said. "Great calamity," Li He murmured. Above the glacier forest, Qin Feiyang and the others appeared one after another. The snow python put away the space-time door and glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others. Finally, its gaze fell on Qin Feiyang and said with a faint smile, "Kid, do you think you can fool everyone by hiding your cultivation?" Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. "I remember when you entered the divine sight, you were just a small combat emperor. I didn't expect you to be a combat immortal now. Seems like you've gained a lot in the divine sight." The snow python said. Qin Feiyang was shocked. It could see through his hidden cultivation at a glance. How strong was this snow python? "You must be thinking about my cultivation right now. I might as well tell you the truth. My cultivation is a half-step divine lord. For combat immortals like you who have just become combat immortals, I only need to move my fingers to get rid of you." The snow python said in disdain. "Half-step divine lord?" Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other with suspicion. "After going to the divine sight, I believe you already know that combat immortals are not the end." The snow python said. Qin Feiyang and the others nodded. Divine Lord is above combat immortals. Combat immortals are divided into 5 stages: initial, phenomenal, perfected, and perfected. Above combat immortals is Divine Lord. But between perfected combat immortals and Divine Lords, there is another stage, which is the half-step Divine Lord. In short, Those who have surpassed perfected combat immortals but have yet to become divine lords are half-step divine lords. The snow python said. In other words, you're only half a step away from becoming a real divine lord? Qin Feiyang frowned and said. Yes. Now tell me, facing a half-step divine lord, is there any use in resisting? The snow python joked. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. They didn't expect the snow python to be so strong. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "You said you wanted to tell me about Uncle Yuan. What is it?" Qin Yuan is not as simple as you think. The snow python sighed. Don't talk nonsense. I already know this. Qin Feiyang said. The snow python said, how rude. Then do you know who Qin Yuan's master is? What? Uncle Yuan has a master? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Yes. His master is the demon ancestor. The snow python said. The demon ancestor. The eyes of the mysterious lady and Yishu trembled. How was this possible? How could Qin Yuan be the demon ancestor's man? Qin Feiyang also trembled when he heard this. He said angrily, don't talk nonsense and slander Uncle Yuan. You're not surprised at all when you hear the name demon ancestor. It seems that you know the demon ancestor very well. Well, I don't have to explain. The snow python smiled. It looked at Qin Feiyang and said, your ancestor Qin Badian sealed the demon ancestor's divine body in the god's relic. Only those who possess the purple gold dragon blood, the purple gold dragon soul, and the dragon's energy can undo the seal. You know all this? Yishu was shocked. It's not a big deal. Is it strange that I know? The snow python asked. Yishu was silent. Qin Feiyang looked at the snow python and said, go on. Although the demon ancestor's divine body was sealed, his remnant soul escaped. In order to unlock the seal and take back the divine body, the demon ancestor arranged for Qin Yuan to get close to you and train you. He wanted you to grow up quickly so that you could enter the divine relic and help unlock the seal. The snow python said. Is that so? Qin Feiyang murmured and shook his head, impossible, absolutely impossible. Uncle Yuan is not such a person. Actually, I can understand how you feel now. After all, Qin Yuan has been taking care of you since you were young. You see him as family. But, this is the truth. You have to accept it even if you don't want to. The snow python shouted. No, it's not like that, you must be lying to me. You're trying to sow discord between me and Uncle Yuan. Tell me, what are your intentions? Qin Feiyang roared. Sigh, the snow python sighed deeply and said, I have no enmity with you. Do I need to sow discord between you? Impossible, Qin Feiyang shook his head frantically. Feiyang, calm down. The mysterious lady quickly comforted and looked at the snow python. Since you even know Qin Yuan's identity, then you should also know why his father crippled his cultivation and expelled him from the imperial capital. I know. But there are some things that he needs to find the answer for himself. The snow python said lightly. The mysterious lady said angrily, let him find the answer for himself, don't you think this is ridiculous? That's right. You told him about Qin Yuan, but you didn't tell him why his father crippled him. How do you expect us to believe you? Yishu snorted coldly. Believe it or not, in short, speaking of which. The snow python suddenly raised its eyebrows. The next moment, it disappeared without a trace. The mysterious lady, Yishu, and the other two scanned their surroundings in bewilderment. What's going on? Why would he suddenly disappear without any reason? After coming back to their senses, the four of them released their divine sense and spread it in all directions. But after searching the entire glacier forest, they didn't find any trace of the snow python, nor did they find anything like a spatial divine object. Genius remembered the address of this site in 1 second. Apex mobile version reading website. Chapter 1777. In the sky above a vast mountain. The snow python glanced around, its eyes rather hazy. The grudge between you and me should be settled by you and me. Why do you have to involve the younger generation? Suddenly, a faintly discernible voice reverberated through the void. A white-haired old man appeared in front of the snow python out of thin air. His white clothes fluttered, his white hair fluttered, and his whole body exuded an otherworldly temperament. He did not reveal the slightest bit of aura, just like an ordinary old man. But as he stood there, the surrounding void was constantly twisting, as if it could not bear his existence. If Qin Feiyang was here, he would definitely recognize him at a glance. It was Uncle Yuan. The snow python looked at Qin Yuan and snorted coldly. I knew it was you, old bastard. When did you come? Qin Yuan said lightly, when the miracle started, this old man came. The snow python said, so you're saying that you heard everything I said to Qin Feiyang? Yes. Qin Yuan nodded. The snow python said angrily, then why didn't you stop me? There's no need. Because I know Feiyang will believe me. Qin Yuan shook his head. Is that so? I advise you not to have too much hope. The snow python sneered. Then let's wait and see. Qin Yuan waved his hand, and an image immediately appeared in the void in front of him. The image showed Qin Feiyang and the others. Qin Feiyang lowered his head, his eyes full of pain. He seemed to be struggling mentally. Should he believe the snow python's words? The mysterious Madame, Yi Shu, and the other two stood at the side, looking at him worriedly. After a long time, the mysterious lady sighed, walked to Qin Feiyang's side, and said, Feiyang, although I don't know what kind of person Qin Yuan is, you have to trust your own judgment and follow your heart. Qin Feiyang was still silent. Yi Shu glanced at Qin Feiyang, then looked at the mysterious lady and said, it seems that this matter has a big impact on him. This kind of thing, if it was anyone else, they would find it hard to accept. The mysterious lady said faintly. Above the mountains and rivers. The snow python sneered, old man, did you see that? If he really believed you, why would he hesitate for so long? Let's wait and see. Qin Yuan chuckled. As soon as Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he suddenly lifted his head and scanned the surrounding void. The pain and struggle in his eyes were completely gone. Feiyang, you, the mysterious Madame, Yi Shu, and the other two stared at Qin Feiyang in astonishment. Qin Feiyang said, it hasn't appeared yet. This snow python must have encountered some difficulties. The mysterious Madame said, let's not talk about this first. Just now, I was just pretending. Actually, I didn't believe her at all. Qin Feiyang sneered. Faking it? The four of them looked at each other. That's right. Even if Uncle Yuan is one of the demon ancestors' people, she didn't have to bring us to the glacier forest. She could have just said it in the central divine kingdom. If I'm not wrong, she should be buying time for Mu Tianyang and Zhuge Mingyang. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. Buying time? You mean that she's in cahoots with Mu Tianyang and the others? The mysterious madam was surprised. I'm not sure about that. Maybe, she has nothing to do with Mu Tianyang and the others. She just wants to achieve her own goal, so she helped them. But what I'm sure of is that there must be some kind of grudge between her and Uncle Yuan. She wants to use me to make me and Uncle Yuan kill each other. Qin Feiyang pondered. Above the mountains and rivers. Damn it, damn it. When the snow python heard Qin Feiyang's words, it was furious. Its eyes were full of anger. Qin Yuan retracted his gaze and looked at the snow python. Now you understand. Feiyang isn't that easy to be used by you. Then I'll kill him. The snow python said angrily. With me here, you won't have a chance. I believe you also know that if the two of us fight, it will only end in a lose-lose situation. How about this? You stay here with me and watch them quietly. Besides, you've already bought enough time for Mu Tianyang and the demon ancestor to escape. It's time to stop. Qin Yuan smiled. The snow python said disdainfully, they're just two pieces of trash. If it wasn't for their value, why would I help them? I don't care if you help them, but you can't do it. Qin Yuan said. The snow python stared at Qin Yuan and asked, what about you? If Qin Feiyang is defeated by Mu Tianyang and the demon ancestor, won't you interfere? Of course. This has been the rule since ancient times. As guardians, we're not allowed to intervene in worldly affairs. Qin Yuan nodded. Guardians. Humph. Although we're called guardians, we're actually dogs guarding this continent. I'm not convinced. Look at the guardians of the miracle. They can control rule force, but what about us? We have nothing. If it's possible, I don't want to be a bullshit guardian. The snow python said angrily. It's already destined. What's the use of complaining? Besides, no one forced you. You're the one who wanted to do it. Qin Yuan said. That's why I regret it. Forget it. Let's not talk about these things. All right. I'll do as you wish and not interfere. I'd like to see exactly how capable Qin Feiyang, whom you've personally nurtured, is. The snow python snorted. That's good. Qin Yuan's face immediately revealed a smile. Glacier Forest. Qin Feiyang asked, Great-grandmother, do you know the snow python's background? I don't know. I only know that she already existed when I was born. Furthermore, even my father and the first head pagoda master were extremely afraid of her. The mysterious lady shook her head. Qin Feiyang said, no wonder her cultivation is so terrifying. She's an old monster. Yi Shu said, Feiyang, let's not worry about the snow python for now. Hurry and find Mu Tianyang. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, no, I have to return to the imperial capital now. Return to the imperial capital now? Yi Shu was doubtful. Feiyang, isn't our plan to take them down one by one? Now that we're in the Forgotten Continent, we should first take care of Mu Tianyang, then go to the imperial capital together and take care of Zhuge Mingyang and the others. The hook-nosed old man and the monkey-faced old man said. The situation in the imperial capital is on the right. Sun Dahai told me that the commander of the Kirin army betrayed them. Zhuge Shenfeng escaped and many people were captured. I have to go back and investigate. Qin Feiyang said. The commander of the Kirin army betrayed them? How is this possible? I've also heard of this person. Isn't his relationship with you very good? The mysterious lady was surprised. I don't want to believe it, but Sun Dahai is the steward of the general pavilion. There's no need to lie to me. Anyway, I'll go back now. You guys go to the Mu family and see the situation. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. The four nodded. Wait. Did you see Tan Wu, Dong Zhengyang, and the Cerberus just now? Qin Feiyang suddenly said. Huh? The mysterious lady was stunned and shook her head. Just now in the Central Divine Kingdom, I've been paying attention to you and the snow python. I didn't pay attention to them. I noticed them. When the snow python appeared, they split up and left. The monkey-faced old man said. Left? Qin Feiyang frowned. Little cousin, don't worry about them. Go back. Lu Zheng's anxious voice suddenly sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Zhuge Shenfeng was frozen in the ancient tower. And the ancient tower, Qin Feiyang handed it over to Old Man Ren before leaving. Old Man Ren was settled in the Lu family. Now, Zhuge Shenfeng was free, and the Lu family must have changed. Got it. Qin Feiyang secretly agreed. He looked at the mysterious madam and the other three and cupped his hands. Take care. You be careful too. The four reminded him. Qin Feiyang took a step and landed over a frozen lake, then went directly into the secret room at the bottom of the lake, opened the bloody altar, and left. The monkey-faced old man suddenly patted his head and said, I forgot one thing. What? The mysterious lady, Yi Shu, and the aquiline-nosed old man looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang took my divine bow. I wanted to wait until I came out and discuss with him whether he could return it to me. But after the snow python, I forgot about it. The monkey-faced old man said angrily. The mysterious lady shook her head and smiled. Now that we are family, is there a need to ask for it back? The monkey-faced old man frowned, but... Okay, after we get rid of Mu Tianyang and the others, I will get it back for you. Let's hurry back to the central divine kingdom. If Mu Tianyang has escaped and we can't find him, we will immediately go to the Great Qin Empire to support Feiyang. The mysterious lady said. Okay. The three nodded. The mysterious madam opened a teleportation door. The four of them turned into streams of light and flew in like lightning. Butterfly Valley. Secret room. The bloody altar shone brightly. Soon, Qin Feiyang appeared on the altar. Then, he immediately revived the altar and went to the imperial capital. However, he was shocked to find that the altar could not be revived. What was going on? Little cousin, have you returned to the imperial capital? Lu Zheng's voice sounded again. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and Lu Zheng appeared. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was still in the secret room, he immediately said angrily, "Why are you still here? The altar can't be revived." Qin Feiyang stared at the altar and said in a deep voice. "It can't be revived?" Lu Zheng was surprised. The power of the false god emerged and poured into the altar. Sure enough, the altar did not react at all. How can this be? If it can be revived from the forgotten continent, it means that there is no problem with this altar. Lu Zheng frowned. Suddenly, the two seemed to have thought of something and looked at each other at the same time. This should be the only possibility. The altar of the pagoda was destroyed by Zhuge Mingyang. Lu Zheng said, burning with anger. Qin Feiyang nodded. Lu Zheng urged, quickly go to the other 8 provinces. Qin Feiyang said, if it were you, would you only destroy one altar? There was no doubt. The bloody altars in the imperial capital's pagoda must have been destroyed. Zhuge Mingyang did this to make it impossible for them to enter the imperial capital. As long as they could not enter the imperial capital, Zhuge Mingyang could do whatever he wanted. Quickly think of a way. Lu Zheng roared. Chapter 1778. What's the hurry? Qin Feiyang glared at him angrily. The worse the situation was, the calmer he had to be. He pondered for a while. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up as he took out a stone door. Lu Zheng was overjoyed when he saw the stone door. Yes. This is the fake space-time gate. Qin Feiyang nodded and sneered. You think you can stop us in the 9 prefectures by destroying the altar? How naive. Lu Zheng was overjoyed and said, let's go directly to the Lu family. Go directly to the Lu family? Qin Feiyang frowned. Yes. Zhuge Shenfeng is free, and the Lu family will have a big change. And now, in the entire imperial capital, only the Lu family can pose a threat to Zhuge Mingyang. If you were Zhuge Mingyang, what would you do after destroying the altar? Lu Zheng said. Get rid of the Lu family immediately. Qin Feiyang said without hesitation. Yes. Maybe they are already in the Lu family now. Lu Zheng said in a low voice. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. A wisp of divine power surged, and the space-time gate quickly opened. Let's go. Lu Zheng ran toward the space-time gate impatiently. Wait. Qin Feiyang reached out and grabbed him. What's wrong? Lu Zheng was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, if Zhuge Mingyang and the others are really in the Lu family, then I need you to do something with me later. What is it? Lu Zheng asked. Qin Feiyang leaned over to Lu Zheng's ear and whispered a few words. Lu Zheng heard and was puzzled. Why? Just do as I say. Maybe this time, the truth will be revealed to the world. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he stepped out of the space-time gate. Lu Zheng followed closely behind. The Lu family. A small village in the middle of nowhere. Even if someone passed by, they wouldn't take a second look. The Liu family was just that low-key and simple. But today, countless experts had arrived. In the sky above the Liu clan, to the left, the soldiers of the Kirin army wore fiery red armor and stood in the wind. The long spears in their hands emitted a shocking sharpness. At a glance, it was estimated that there were more than 2,000 Kirin army. Their cultivation levels were basically all above the War Emperor level. Their bodies were filled with an austere aura. Simultaneously, on the right side of the sky above the Liu family, there was a group of black-clothed men. They stood side by side, exuding an aura that was even scarier than that of the Kirin army. The weakest among them was a 5-star combat emperor. Yes, they were the enforcers of the law enforcement hall. There were those from the outer hall and those from the inner hall. Their numbers also reached 2,000 to 3,000. As they looked down at the Liu clan below, their eyes emitted intense cold light. Other than that, there were also dozens of people. These people stood in front of the Kirin army and the law enforcers. Kirin army, in front. A middle-aged man in golden armor stood in front of them. His face was rough and his eyes flashed with a fierce light. That's right. He was the commander of the Kirin army. Beside the commander of the Kirin army, there was another middle-aged man. This man was wearing a dragon robe and a dragon crown. His hands were behind his back, and his entire body exuded a vast aura of an emperor. That's right. He was Qin Feiyang's father. But now, he was wearing a dragon robe again. It was obvious that he had regained the throne and the power of the emperor. Moreover, his aura had also reached the level of a false god. It was obvious. After a few years, he had already broken through to the false god level. On both sides of the emperor and the commander of the Kirin army, there was a group of marquises standing respectfully. Beside the emperor, other than the commander of the Kirin army and a group of marquises, there were also 3 old men. The 3 of them looked extremely old, but they were extremely eye-catching when they stood in the crowd. Because they were all false gods. One of them had once fought with Qin Feiyang, and it was Qin Sheng. These 3 people were all existences who had sealed themselves in the back mountain of the imperial palace. Now, they had all come out. It was conceivable that the emperor had led his people to the Liu family with no good intentions. And on the opposite side, in front of the law enforcers, there were 3 people standing side by side. They were Zhuge Mingyang, the state preceptor, and Emperor Hong, these 3 war gods. It could be said that the experts of the imperial palace had come out in full force this time. You really think highly of my Liu family. In the village below, 2nd grandpa, 3rd grandpa, and 4th grandpa stood together, looking gloomily at the emperor and the others. The one who spoke was 2nd grandpa. Behind the 3 of them, there were no less than 2,000 people gathered. Their cultivation was even more terrifying. They were all 9-star combat emperors, or the peak of 9-star combat emperors. As for the others, for example, women, children, and children stood in their own homes, looking at the state preceptor's group. Their eyes were filled with cold light. The Liu family has been recuperating for so many years. How dare we look down on them? The state preceptor looked down at 2nd grandpa and sneered. 2nd grandpa said, then there's no need to trouble you 3 war gods, right? The state preceptor revealed a look of surprise and said, you can actually see through our cultivation. It seems that you, old man, are not simple either. Ancestor, there's no need to talk nonsense with them. Just do it. Zhuge Mingyang smiled sinisterly, took a step forward, and his aura exploded. Kid, it's not your turn to be arrogant. 3rd grandpa snorted coldly, took a step into the sky, and slapped towards Zhuge Mingyang. To deal with a mere fake god like you, I only need 1 finger. Zhuge Mingyang's face was full of disdain. He really only stretched out a finger, and a grayish-white divine power roared out. Boom! His fingertips and 3rd grandpa's palm collided with each other. 3rd grandpa was sent flying. His arm was shattered, and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. With a bang, he smashed into the ground. Old 3, second grandpa's face changed drastically. Zhuge Mingyang smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. I didn't use my full strength. He won't die yet." As expected. Before he finished his words, third grandpa climbed up from the ground, his body covered in blood. He looked up at Zhuge Mingyang, his eyes full of wariness. The strength of a god of war was indeed extraordinary. A fake god was as insignificant as an ant in front of a god of war. No. They were even less than an ant. What should I do? I really don't want to kill you, but you have to die. I'm so conflicted. Zhuge Mingyang joked. Third grandpa took a step forward and landed beside second grandpa and fourth grandpa. He said in a low voice, "Let's not talk about the others first. Just Zhuge Mingyang, the state preceptor, and Emperor Hong are 3 gods of war. We are no match for them." Fourth grandpa's eyes flashed. Second grandpa also frowned. Zhuge Mingyang laughed and said, "If Qin Feiyang can come, the Lu family will have a chance to survive." Second grandpa was taken aback, and then he said happily, "Has Feiyang become a god of war?" "He hasn't. But he has a few subordinates who are gods of war. But unfortunately, the altar of the pagoda has been destroyed by me. The space-time gate has also been closed. In other words, the imperial capital is now a prison. No one can enter or leave." Zhuge Mingyang smiled. "What? The altar of the pagoda has been destroyed." Second grandpa's eyes trembled. The other members of the Lu family were also in an uproar. Very desperate, right? That's true. If it were anyone else, they would feel helpless when faced with such a situation. What a pity. The Lu family can be considered a hidden overlord, but now it's going to be destroyed, exterminated, and become a speck of dust in history. How about this? You submit to me and treat me as your master. I'll plead for mercy for you and ask His Majesty and the state preceptor to let you live." Zhuge Mingyang said playfully. "Submit to you? Treat you as my master? I'm afraid you don't have the right." Fourth grandpa took a step forward and looked at Zhuge Mingyang. "Is that so?" Zhuge Mingyang smiled. Although the Lu family didn't enter the miracle site this time, the strength of the Lu family is not as weak as you think. Fourth grandpa's expression was calm. He leaped and swept toward Zhuge Mingyang. "Is that so? Then I'll have to take a good look." Zhuge Mingyang's face was full of contempt. He still stretched out a finger and attacked fourth grandpa. Whoosh! But also at this moment, 2 figures silently appeared in the land of inheritance of the Lu family. They were Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng. As soon as the 2 of them appeared, they saw this scene. Immediately, Lu Zheng's face changed color. Zhuge Mingyang was a god of war. And his means were extremely terrifying. How could fourth grandpa be his opponent? Wait. Just as Lu Zheng was about to rush over to help, Qin Feiyang grabbed Lu Zheng and shook his head. "Don't do it first." "Why? Are you going to leave him in the lurch?" Lu Zheng raised his eyebrows. "Everyone here is my family. How can I leave him in the lurch?" Qin Feiyang said angrily. "Then why are you doing this?" Lu Zheng was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't you want to know how strong the Lu family's foundation is?" "You mean?" Lu Zheng was surprised. Although he was born in the Lu family, he really didn't know about the Lu family's foundation. Look at fourth grandpa. His expression is unimaginably calm. He must have something to rely on. Let's take a look first. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. Lu Zheng nodded. If Qin Feiyang didn't do anything, it would be meaningless for him to go alone to help. Because he was just a pseudo-god. In the face of the powerful Zhuge Mingyang, he was no match at all. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he entered the Black Tortoise realm. Old Man Qin, Zhao Tailai, Tang Hai, the golden leopard, and Chui Li were all in the herb field in the Devil's Land. Qin Feiyang glanced at the three of them and the golden leopard and asked, "How are you guys?" "We have already taken the Spirit Sea pill. We will be able to fight again soon." Old Man Qin said. "Very good." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Young master, when will you send me out? I really want to find someone to fight now." Chui Li grinned. "No hurry. There will be a time for you to show your strength." Qin Feiyang said. "Okay." Chui Li nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand again, and the tens of thousands of cedars appeared in his body. Seeing this, Old Man Qin hurriedly said, "Feiyang, we have already taken the Spirit Sea pill. We don't need their help. Don't waste your vitality." Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "I didn't ask them to help you repair your Sea of Qi." "Then why?" Old Man Qin was suspicious. "Once this battle breaks out, I'm afraid it will be difficult to stop it. We don't know what will happen in the future. And these cedars are the key. Because they can save our lives at a critical moment. So now, I ask them to come out and absorb the vitality of the Devil's Land to recover to their peak state." Qin Feiyang said. Chapter 1779. So that's how it is. Old Man Qin suddenly realized. Indeed. The existence of these cedars could play a crucial role. Qin Feiyang looked at the tens of thousands of cedars and bowed, "Everyone, thank you for your companionship and help along the way. This junior earnestly asks you to help this junior one more time. When this battle is over, whether to leave or stay, this junior will not force you." Tens of thousands of cedars shook at the same time, making rustling sounds, as if responding to Qin Feiyang. Immediately after, they turned into a stream of light, breaking through the air, taking root in various places of the Devil's Land, and began to absorb vitality. "Thank you," Qin Feiyang said gratefully in his heart, then left the Black Tortoise realm, and appeared beside Lu Zheng. Boom! As soon as he came out, he sensed a terrifying fluctuation of divine power. Looking at Lu Zheng again. At this moment, he stared at Fourth Grandpa, his eyes full of disbelief. Above the village, Fourth Grandpa supported himself with a walking stick, standing against the wind. His whole body was surrounded by dazzling flames, his expression extremely calm. And Zhuge Mingyang's fingers had been shattered, blood flowing out. At the scene, there was also a dead silence. Whether it was the state preceptor or Emperor Hong, they all looked at Fourth Grandpa dumbfounded. Divine power. Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. The flames on Fourth Grandpa's body were actually transformed from divine power. In other words, Fourth Grandpa was a god of war. Lu Zheng took a cold breath and exclaimed, "Unbelievable, really unbelievable. I thought that Fourth Grandpa would be seriously injured by Zhuge Mingyang, but I didn't expect that Fourth Grandpa was actually a god of war." Qin Feiyang was also shocked. He had met Fourth Grandpa once, and the impression he gave people was a bit cold. But Second Grandpa and Third Grandpa were the exact opposite. They were very enthusiastic people. So among the three grandpas, he liked Second Grandpa and Third Grandpa the most. As for Fourth Grandpa, although he was also a close relative, he was not very attached. However, he did not expect that this somewhat cold old man was actually so strong. At this moment, Zhuge Mingyang also looked at Fourth Grandpa with a face of surprise. "This old man has already said that the Lu family's strength is not as simple as you think. And the Lu family is not a place where you can behave atrociously just because you want to." Fourth Grandpa looked at Zhuge Mingyang and said calmly. Whoosh! Zhuge Mingyang didn't say a word. He teleported and arrived in front of Fourth Grandpa with a murderous look. With the previous lesson in mind, he did not use a single finger this time. He clenched his fists and threw a punch at Fourth Grandpa, causing the void to collapse. Fourth Grandpa's expression didn't change as he sent a palm strike through the air. Divine power surged out. Fist and palm met in an instant. Accompanied by a loud bang, the two of them retreated a few steps at the same time, the skin on their arms lacerated. Lu Zheng was dumbfounded by what he saw. One had to know. Even though fourth grandpa was a god of war, Zhuge Mingyang's divine power was naturally stronger. However, at that moment, the two of them were evenly matched. It's divine power. Qin Feiyang said. Divine power? Lu Zheng was surprised and doubtful. Yes. Fourth grandpa's divine power contains a very pure divine power of the divine phoenix. Look at fourth grandpa's blood, Qin Feiyang said. Blood? Lu Zheng was stunned. After careful observation, his gaze suddenly trembled. The blood that flowed out of fourth grandpa's body contained the power of the divine phoenix. The power of the divine phoenix. I remember second grandpa once said that the ancestors of the Lu family originally possessed the bloodline power of the divine phoenix. But none of the later generations could achieve ancestral awakening. I thought this was just a legend, but I didn't expect it to be true. In other words, fourth grandpa's bloodline has achieved ancestral awakening. Lu Zheng said. That should be the case. Qin Feiyang muttered. That's not right. Since the power of the divine phoenix can be compared to Zhuge Mingyang's divine power, why can't your purple gold divine dragon power compare to Zhuge Mingyang's divine power? Lu Zheng was suspicious. I'm also a little confused. Qin Feiyang said. There's a god of war hidden in the Lu family. In the sky above the village. The enforcers, the Kirin army, and the group of marquises all looked at fourth grandpa in shock. The emperor and the commander of the Kirin army also frowned. God of war, after Zhuge Mingyang stabilized his body, he looked at fourth grandpa and laughed. Not bad, not bad. Finally, I have a decent opponent. This is more interesting. Fourth grandpa was silent. Zhuge Mingyang smiled and said, however, old man, do you really understand my strength? Boom. The bone dragon battle soul was activated. The innate divine ability enveloped the entire area. Fourth grandpa's cultivation immediately dropped. What's going on? Second grandpa and third grandpa's expressions changed. The people of the Lu family were also very surprised. This innate divine ability had the ability to deprive people of their cultivation. Fourth grandpa's pupils shrank slightly. Under my innate divine ability, anyone can only despair. Zhuge Mingyang smiled ferociously and charged toward fourth grandpa. Fourth grandpa quickly retreated. However, how could he, whose cultivation had dropped, be faster than Zhuge Mingyang? Zhuge Mingyang approached fourth grandpa with lightning speed and hit him in the chest. Puff! Fourth grandpa spat out a mouthful of blood and smashed into the ground outside the village like a meteorite. Boom! The mountain collapsed and the ground cracked. Dust and smoke billowed. Fourth grandpa. Second grandpa and third grandpa shouted. Fourth grandpa rushed out of the dust and landed beside second grandpa and third grandpa. He said in a low voice, his strength is beyond our imagination. We can only activate the defensive barrier now. Activate the defensive barrier. Second grandpa and third grandpa's eyes trembled. What's a defensive barrier? Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously. I don't know either. Lu Zheng shook his head. Zhuge Mingyang and the others were also suspicious when they heard the words, defensive barrier. Second grandpa frowned and said, fourth grandpa, the defensive barrier can only be activated once. Are you sure? Didn't Big Brother leave this defensive barrier to protect the descendants of the Lu family in times of crisis? But now, the Imperial Palace's experts have come out in full force. Our Lu family is in trouble. If we don't activate the defensive barrier now, when will we activate it? Fourth grandpa said. Hearing this, second grandpa raised his head and glanced at Zhuge Mingyang and the others. He then looked at the surrounding villagers and gritted his teeth. Okay, activate the defensive barrier. Immediately. Fourth grandpa raised the crutch in his hand and poured his divine power into it. That's grandpa's crutch, Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. Boom. The next moment. A peerlessly terrifying aura roared out from the crutch. This aura caused everyone present to tremble. What's that? Zhuge Mingyang and the others stared at the crutch in surprise. Open. Fourth Grandpa suddenly let out a roar. The crutch suddenly burst out with a dazzling divine light. As soon as these divine lights emerged, they flooded in all directions. In less than 3 breaths, a huge barrier appeared in front of everyone's eyes, covering an area of thousands of miles. In short, the entire Lu family, including the land of inheritance, was within the range of the barrier. You think you can escape this disaster with a broken barrier? Naive. Zhuge Mingyang smiled contemptuously. Divine power poured out like a torrent and blasted toward the barrier. However, the next moment, he was dumbfounded. Divine power blasted on the barrier, but the barrier did not even shake. So strong? State Preceptor and Emperor Hong were also shocked. After regaining their senses, the two looked at each other and shouted, "Mingyang, we're here to help you." "No need. How can a mere barrier stump me?" Zhuge Mingyang sneered. A giant dragon appeared out of nowhere. The dragon roared. Followed closely. Another giant hand that blotted out the sky appeared. Demonic might overflowed. It was his divine art. Bone Dragon's secret art and demonic hand. The two divine arts carried monstrous divine power and blasted toward the barrier. Boom! With a loud noise, the two divine arts blasted on the barrier. But the result was that the barrier only shook for a moment and then immediately returned to normal. This, Zhuge Mingyang froze. A barrier created by a broken crutch was actually this sturdy? In the land of inheritance, Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng were also dumbstruck when they saw this scene. Lu Zheng naturally did not need to say anything. Living here, he often saw that crutch. And Qin Feiyang had also seen this crutch the last time he entered the Lu family. But at that time, Fourth Grandpa only told him that this was his grandfather's crutch. He did not say that it had such terrifying divine power. And at that time, on this crutch, except for a particularly strong sense of familiarity, he did not realize how powerful this crutch was. However, at this moment, even he was ashamed of his inferiority when it came to the power of the walking stick. Even he was not confident that he could break this barrier. Boom! The Imperial Advisor and Emperor Hong could no longer hold it in and attack together. Zhuge Mingyang did not refuse their help this time. Divine power was like a waterfall. The three of them all evolved their strongest divine arts and blasted toward the barrier. Rumble. The deafening sound was like thunder. The barrier was constantly trembling, but there was no sign of it breaking. How could this be? Emperor Hong and the other two were in disbelief. It's useless. Although this old man doesn't know how strong this barrier is, the boss said before he left that even if 10 initial stage war gods join forces, they won't be able to break it. Fourth Grandpa said expressionlessly. What? Even 10 initial stage war gods joining forces can't break it? The three of them were shocked. The commander of the Kirin army, the various marquis, and the law enforcers were also in disbelief. Don't be fooled by him. In this world, there is no barrier that can't be broken. Everyone, attack together with me. But at this moment, the emperor shouted. As soon as the emperor's voice sounded, Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the emperor, a cold light surging in his eyes. At this time, he was still helping Zhuge Mingyang. It was unforgivable. Then, he looked at the commander of the Kirin army again, and his killing intent was also aroused. In the past, he trusted this person so much, but he didn't expect that he would betray him. Of course, he had already guessed that the reason why the commander of the Kirin army betrayed him must be because of the emperor. Because this person was only loyal to the emperor. But even so, he couldn't stand it. Rumble. Clang. Above the village. As soon as the emperor's voice fell, everyone immediately used their strongest means and attacked the barrier together with Emperor Hong and the other two. For a time, this world was drowned by the aura of battle arts, battle souls, battle chi, divine arts, and divine power. A series of loud sounds shook the heavens and the earth. However, that barrier was like a stubborn stone. No matter how fiercely it was bombarded, it was not damaged in the slightest. That terrifying defense made people unable to help but despair. Powerless. Chapter 1780. Fourth Grandpa looked at the barrier, then at Zhuge Mingyang and the others, and said lightly, "Everything you've done is in vain. I don't believe it. When Lu Xingyang was kidnapped, he was only a false god. How could he set up such a powerful barrier?" Zhuge Mingyang roared. "Not only you, but we also can't figure it out. How did Big Brother do it? But that's not important now, as long as we can stop you." Second Grandpa said. Grandpa was kidnapped? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but fly across the sky like lightning and land in front of Second Grandpa and the others. Feiyang. Second Grandpa, Third Grandpa, and Fourth Grandpa were stunned. Whoosh. Lu Zheng followed closely behind. Zheng. The three of them were stunned again. Then, the three of them were overjoyed. The other members of the Lu family were also overjoyed. At the same time, high in the sky, Zhuge Mingyang and the others also looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. Wasn't the altar destroyed? Wasn't the space-time gate closed? But how did these two people come back? Impossible. You're definitely not Qin Feiyang. Who are you? Zhuge Mingyang roared. Then he looked at the commander of the Kirin army, whose face was full of panic. Because he knew Qin Feiyang very well. Anyone who betrayed him would not have a good ending. However, Qin Feiyang didn't pay attention to him at all, nor did he answer Zhuge Mingyang. He looked at Fourth Grandpa and said, "Do you remember what you said to me in the herb field?" Fourth Grandpa's pupils shrank. "You may not remember, but I remember it clearly. At that time, you told me that Grandpa was in seclusion. But is he really in seclusion?" Qin Feiyang said. Fourth Grandpa looked at Second Grandpa and Third Grandpa. However, the two old men looked away guiltily. Fourth Grandpa said angrily, "Second brother, third brother, that's not right of you. You were the ones who told me to say that." "Fourth brother, you," the two of them immediately glared at Fourth Grandpa. Fourth Grandpa snorted and said, "I'm telling you, I'm not going to clean up this mess. You guys do as you see fit." Second Grandpa and Third Grandpa looked at each other with bitter smiles on their faces. Qin Feiyang looked at the three of them and frowned. "Is it fun to lie to me?" Feiyang, Second Grandpa wanted to say something. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sighed, "I also know that all of you are doing this for my own good. However, all of you have to understand me. After being deceived by all of you for so long, I feel like a fool." The three of them looked at each other and sighed. "Actually, I don't need you to tell me. I already have some understanding." Back at the miraculous site, the fiend ancestor vaguely revealed that Grandfather had been kidnapped. Qin Feiyang said, "You've already met the fiend ancestor?" The three of them were surprised. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "To be exact, it's just a wisp of the fiend ancestor's divine sense." The three of them wanted to say something but stopped. "I'll find out the truth myself." Qin Feiyang murmured and asked, "Is it true that the commander of the Kirin army betrayed us?" Hearing Qin Feiyang mention him, the commander of the Kirin army looked even more flustered. "How did you know?" Second Grandpa and the other two were stunned. "Didn't this guy just come back?" Qin Feiyang said, "Someone secretly told us. Sun Dahai's tip-off must not be revealed. Otherwise, it would bring him a fatal disaster." Second Grandpa said, "There aren't many people who know about this." "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "This happened in our Lu family. Our Lu family is located in a remote place where there are few people. Therefore, other than us, only the people from the imperial palace know about it. After that, the emperor gave a special order to block this news. Therefore, there are undoubtedly fewer people who know about this." Second Grandpa said. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. In this case, it was even more important that Sun Dahai's tip-off was not revealed. Lu Jing asked suspiciously, Second Grandpa, what exactly happened? This happened half a year ago. One day, half a year ago, the commander of the Kirin army came to me and old Master Ren, saying that he wanted to take a look at the ancient pagoda. At that time, because this person had a good relationship with Fei Yang, we didn't suspect anything. So, old Master Ren took him in. But not long after he went in, he took old Master Ren hostage and came out with Zhuge Shenfeng. You all know Zhuge Shenfeng's identity, right? Second Grandpa asked. Qin Feiyang and Lu Jing nodded. Zhuge Shenfeng and the state preceptor were brothers. Of course, they knew. Originally, we wanted to force them to stay, but because old Master Ren was in their hands, we didn't dare to do it. Second Grandpa sighed. Isn't Fourth Grandpa a god of war? Even if Zhuge Shenfeng escaped, he was only a false god. How could he not be able to stop them? Qin Feiyang frowned. If that was the case, Zhuge Shenfeng and the others definitely wouldn't be able to escape. But just as we were about to make a move, a god of war descended. According to that god of war, it was a subordinate of the demon ancestor. Second Grandpa said. A god of war. Qin Feiyang was shocked. There was a god of war hidden in the great Qin Empire? You also know that a god of war level god of war is not that easy to deal with, so we had no choice but to let you go. Second Grandpa sighed. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, what about the ancient pagoda? Second Grandpa said, it was also taken away by that god of war. Qin Feiyang said, so, not only old Master Ren, but everyone in the ancient pagoda also fell into the hands of that god of war? Yes. Second Grandpa nodded. Where is that god of war now? Qin Feiyang said angrily. Second Grandpa glanced at Zhuge Mingyang and the others and sent a voice transmission, right after the gate of time and space closed. Your Uncle Black sent me a message saying that after the divine beast met with Zhuge Mingyang and the others, it opened the teleportation gate and left. What about Zhuge Shenfeng? Qin Feiyang said. He also left with that god of war. Second Grandpa said. That god of war must have taken the demon ancestor's divine body to the reincarnation ocean. Qin Feiyang sighed. It's all that damn snow python's fault. If it wasn't for her, that god of war wouldn't have had the chance to take away the demon ancestor's divine body. Lu Zheng was furious. Don't worry. I'll settle this score with her. Now, let's deal with these people first. As for old Master Ren and the others, as long as I'm not dead, they shouldn't be in danger. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. Marquis Xiao was also killed, right? Yes. It can be said that Marquis Xiao died the most unjustly. Because he supported you, he was swallowed alive by that god of war. Second Grandpa said. I won't let him die unjustly. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands and asked, can I go out of this barrier? Yes. But once you go out, you can't come in again. Because I can't control this barrier. I can only wait for it to dissipate. Fourth Grandpa said. It doesn't matter if you can come in again. Qin Feiyang shook his head and asked, how long will it take before it dissipates? One day. This is what your grandfather said himself. Fourth Grandpa said. One day. It's enough to deal with them. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself and said with a smile, you three elders can just stand here and watch. You can even make a pot of tea and drink it while watching the battle. The three of them were stunned. Make a pot of tea and drink it while watching? Was he that confident? Second Grandpa said secretly, Fourth Grandpa, what's this kid's cultivation level now? False god. Fourth Grandpa transmitted his voice. Brat, a mere false god dares to be so arrogant? Second Grandpa cursed secretly. However, it was also worth looking forward to. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and secretly said to Lu Zheng, act according to the plan. Okay. Lu Zheng replied. At this time, Qin Feiyang finally raised his head and looked at Zhuge Mingyang. Zhuge Mingyang said angrily, "Tell me, how did you come back? It was indeed a good idea for you to destroy the altar. If it were me, I would have done the same. However, there's a good saying that there's always a path before a mountain." Qin Feiyang said. "What are you so proud of? If you have the guts, don't hide in that barrier. Come out and fight with me for 300 rounds. Zhuge Mingyang was seething with anger. The state preceptor frowned and reminded, "Mingyang, don't be provoked by him." Zhuge Mingyang was stunned, and his anger immediately dissipated. He laughed cruelly and said, "Qin Feiyang, don't say that I look down on you. I'm afraid you don't dare to come out now. Instead, you're provoking me." Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. "Yes. I'm provoking you. Do you want to come out or not?" Zhuge Mingyang sneered. "As you wish." Qin Feiyang said word by word, rushed out of the barrier, and stood in the void. "Little cousin, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Old Man Qin and Zhao Tailai are in Forgotten Continent. What are you doing out there?" Lu Zheng's expression immediately changed, and he roared. "Shut up." Qin Feiyang immediately lowered his head and glared at Lu Zheng, shouting, "Didn't I say that this matter must be kept a secret?" Lu Zheng's expression froze, and he blamed himself. "I'm sorry, in a moment of desperation, I forgot." "What? Old Man Qin and the others are in Forgotten Continent?" Zhuge Mingyang, the state preceptor, and Emperor Hong looked at each other. Was this true? If so, then this Qin Feiyang, wouldn't there be no threat? "You really can't accomplish anything, but you're good at spoiling things." Qin Feiyang glared fiercely at Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng raised his eyebrows, and said angrily, "Although I spilled the beans, I'm still your cousin. Aren't you being too impudent by saying that to me?" Qin Feiyang didn't pay any more attention to him. He looked at Zhuge Mingyang and said, "Old Man Qin and the others are the strongest fighting force by my side. Would you believe that I would leave them behind in Forgotten Continent?" If this sentence came from someone else's mouth, I definitely wouldn't believe it. But Lu Zheng is your cousin. You're worried, and you spilled the beans. How could it be fake? Don't pretend to be calm anymore. Your tricks are useless against me." Zhuge Mingyang laughed, his face full of ridicule. "It's good that you believe it." Qin Feiyang muttered secretly. If Zhuge Mingyang didn't believe it, he would be in a difficult position. Zhuge Mingyang asked curiously, "But I don't understand. Why do you want to leave Old Man Qin and the others in Forgotten Continent? You're so smart. Do you still need me to answer?" Qin Feiyang coldly snorted. "So, as I expected, the battle between you and Mu Tianyang has already begun, and you left Old Man Qin and the others in Forgotten Continent to deal with Mu Tianyang?" Zhuge Mingyang said. "You know too much." Qin Feiyang said. "I see. The Mu family has Mu Changfeng and Mu Changyun, these two gods of war. Mu Tianyang even has a heaven-defying artifact. The mysterious Madame and Yishu alone are no match for them. So, Old Man Qin and the others must stay in Forgotten Continent. And you, after knowing that the commander of the Kirin army betrayed you, had no choice but to come back alone." Zhuge Mingyang laughed. The imperial tutor and Emperor Hong also revealed a victorious smile. Old Man Qin, Zhao Tailai, Tang Hai, and Shen Leopard weren't here, so this battle was basically suspenseful. What a self-righteous person. There will be a time for you to cry later. Lu Zheng secretly sneered. But until now, he still didn't understand why Qin Feiyang would lie to Zhuge Mingyang and the others. Chapter 1781. Qin Feiyang scanned the audience. Zhuge Mingyang, the imperial tutor, and Emperor Hong's eyes were all in his eyes. However, he didn't pay attention to them. He turned around and looked at the emperor, the three of them, the commander of the Kirin army, and the group of Marquis. "You still dare to ignore me?" Zhuge Mingyang was furious. The imperial tutor reached out and grabbed him, secretly laughing. "Mingyang, don't worry. Zhuge Mingyang was suspicious. Although the father and son have fought for so many years, they have never really fought. This time, the commander of the Kirin army has betrayed us. Qin Feiyang will definitely not let it go. And the emperor is also involved in everything that the Kirin army has done. Think about it, with Qin Feiyang's character, will he let him go? So, let's just watch quietly, there will definitely be a good show later. The imperial tutor secretly said. Zhuge Mingyang was stunned, and laughed. The ancestor is wise. Father and son killing each other is more satisfying than directly killing him. That's right. Old Qin and Zhao Tailai are all fighting with Mu Tianyang in the Forgotten Continent, so we don't need to rush to get rid of him. The imperial tutor said. Zhuge Mingyang nodded and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He calmly looked at Qin Feiyang and the emperor with a playful expression on his face. Then look at the emperor and the others. Facing Qin Feiyang's gaze, the commander of the Kirin army was extremely flustered, lowering his head, not daring to look directly at him. The group of Marquis also kept quiet out of fear. Only the three of them and the emperor stared straight at Qin Feiyang. Because they all had the cultivation of the false god, and could block that invisible deterrence. Qin Shing sighed. Qin Feiyang, you are a subject of my great Qin, is there a need to make such a fuss? Quickly turn back. Turn back? Qin Feiyang muttered, do you still remember the last time I killed Zhuge Xingfeng at the back mountain of the Imperial Palace? I remember. I even stepped forward to stop you. Qin Shing nodded. Qin Feiyang said, then do you still remember what I said to you at that time? Qin Shing frowned, as if he was recalling the situation at that time. Qin Feiyang said, back then, I told you that you are a fake god of great Qin, so why are you helping the evildoers? Yes. You did say that. At that time, I also told you that it was precisely because this old man was a member of great Qin that I would not allow you to act impudently in the imperial capital. Qin Shing said. I also said that one day, you will understand who was right and who was wrong. I can even tell you that Emperor Hong is lying, that the imperial teacher is thinking about my great Qin's rivers and mountains, right? Qin Feiyang said. That's right. Qin Shing nodded. When the imperial teacher and Emperor Hong heard this, they immediately frowned. Who would have thought that Qin Feiyang would actually say these words to Qin Shing? Qin Shing looked at the two of them, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, you said so, but after thinking about it, I found that it was impossible. Why? Qin Feiyang frowned. Because Emperor Hong is your great-grandfather. Blood is thicker than water, how could he lie to the world and frame you? Then there is the imperial teacher. He is your father's master, and has been by your father's side all year round. If he really has this ambition, he can kill His Majesty at any time. But he didn't do that. This means that he is indeed loyal to my great Qin. Qin Shing said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization and said with a smile, what you said makes sense. So, quickly turn back, I will persuade His Majesty to forgive your past mistakes. Look at you, stepping into the false god realm at such a young age, your future will definitely be limitless. As long as you are willing to turn over a new leaf, in time, you will definitely become the pillar of my great Qin, an existence that the world admires and worships. Qin Shing said. Turn over a new leaf, the world admires and worships. Qin Feiyang murmured. In his heart, an inexplicable sadness rose. In fact, it was not difficult to tell that Qin Sheng was the same as Elder Qin, sincerely thinking for the great Qin. They all hoped that the great Qin could get better and better. However, this person was blinded by the illusion of the imperial teacher and the others. Wasn't this a very sad thing? There was no point in continuing. It was time to make a move. Immediately. Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly surged with killing intent. Qin Feiyang, don't be stubborn. Seeing this, Qin Sheng and the other two shouted angrily and immediately stood in front of the emperor. The commander of the Kirin army glanced at Qin Feiyang, then at the three of them, and murmured, 3 false gods, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Swish. But just as he spoke, Qin Feiyang took a step forward and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Qin Sheng and the other two scanned the void in surprise. Where did he go? Did he go to the ancient castle? The emperor also had a trace of doubt between his eyebrows. But in the next moment, Qin Feiyang appeared behind the commander of the Kirin army. As soon as the commander of the Kirin army sensed Qin Feiyang's aura, mixed colors hair stood on end and cold sweat poured down like rain. He felt as if there was a grim reaper behind him. He wanted to run away. But he found that his legs were weak and he could not even move a step. So fast. The three of them and the emperor were shocked. He had appeared behind the commander of the Kirin army in an instant. I don't object to your loyalty to the emperor. In fact, I'm very impressed, because at least this shows that you're a very loyal person. But you shouldn't have helped Zhuge Shenfeng escape. Qin Feiyang said softly. The commander of the Kirin army stammered, his body trembling violently, and he was extremely frightened. The emperor suddenly turned around and stared at Qin Feiyang, and said word by word, "Don't you dare touch him." Qin Feiyang was stunned, then laughed and said, "It seems that you still don't know me well. There's nothing in this world that I don't dare to do." Boom. Crack. The power of the false god appeared, and he grabbed the commander of the Kirin army by the head and suddenly squeezed his 5 fingers. The commander of the Kirin army's head exploded like a watermelon, and brain matter splattered everywhere. Kill. The Marquises and the Kirin army were all stunned. The emperor's face also became extremely ugly. The three of them also looked gloomy. Looking at this scene, the state master secretly laughed and said, "Mingyang, see, the show is about to start. Fight, fight, it's best if you can kill all of them, so that I won't have to do it again in the future." Zhuge Mingyang laughed in his heart. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang. He clapped his hands, turned to look at the emperor, and said with a bright smile, "What can you do if I kill them?" The emperor clenched his hands. Boom. All of a sudden, a terrifying power of the false god appeared, like a peerless storm, sweeping across the sky. The Kirin army and the Marquises all retreated. However, Qin Feiyang, who was in the center of the storm, was not affected at all, as if nothing had happened. "The one thing that I regret most in my life is giving birth to a bastard like you. Today, I will put righteousness before family and get rid of you." The emperor's expression was indifferent, and the golden power of the false god, like a torrent, rushed toward Qin Feiyang. "Then do you know what is the saddest thing in my life, and what I hate the most? It is having a father like you." Qin Feiyang was furious, and the purple gold dragon Qi roared in the sky, and collided with the emperor's power of the false god. The space around them began to distort. Waves of terrifying air waves full of destructive power, covering the sky and the earth, rushed in all directions. "Since you hate it so much, why don't you find a place to die quietly? Death is the end of all troubles." The emperor roared, and the power of the false god turned into a golden dragon. The dragon's power shook the world, and rushed toward Qin Feiyang. This was the evolution of the divine art. The divine power shook all directions. "If I die, what will you do? There will be no one to collect your body." Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a sword's shadow flew out, almost tearing the sky. Guiyuan sword technique. Now, his Guiyuan sword technique had evolved into a divine art. Although it was only a low-tier divine art, the emperor's divine art, according to his observation, was only at this level. Roar. Clang. Boom. The dragon roared, and the sword's shadow screamed. The two divine arts collided. Sure enough, this golden dragon was only a low-tier divine art. The moment they met, there was an earth-shattering bang, and the two immediately collapsed in the void. However, although for Qin Feiyang, it was like playing house, for the Kirin army and Marquis, it was like the existence of the divine art. They fled frantically. But even so, they were blown away by the air waves. One by one, they spat out blood, and their faces were pale. Their bodies were also covered with bruises. In just a moment, they were all seriously injured. And this was with the help of Qin Sheng and the others, who blocked most of the divine art. Otherwise, they would have all died. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the air waves around them calmed down. He looked at the emperor and said disdainfully, "After cultivating in Yuzhou for so long, is this all you've made? You've been cultivating in the divine ruins for a few years, and I don't think you've made much progress." The emperor snorted. The power of the false god kept roaring. Golden dragons appeared one after another. Each golden dragon was over a few thousand zhang long. They roared and danced in the sky like magnificent mountains. The divine art shook the sky. Haha. You can never imagine my growth in the divine ruins. To put it bluntly, the god of war is just an ant in front of me. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the red sword qi surged. Clang! One sword shadow after another appeared in the sky above his head. The sharpness was terrifying. At last, the number of sword shadows reached 60. Originally, after breaking through to the god of war, he could already condense 70 sword shadows. But at this moment, he suppressed his cultivation. So, he could only condense 60. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he shouted, "Today, let's settle this. That's what I want," the emperor said. As soon as he finished speaking, the two waved their hands at the same time, and the sword shadows and golden dragons suddenly roared out and attacked each other. Boom! Clang! The two collided in the void. The sword shadows wailed. The golden dragons howled. They kept collapsing and disintegrating. The fire and golden light illuminated the sky and the earth. Chapter 1782. What is this kid doing? Inside the barrier, Lu Zheng looked at Qin Feiyang and frowned. "What are you mumbling about?" Second grandpa asked suspiciously. Lu Zheng thought to himself, "I'm wondering why he doesn't kill the emperor quickly. Do you think the emperor is a pushover? He's a fake god now. I don't deny Feiyang's means, but it's not that easy to kill a fake god." Second grandpa said. Lu Zheng was stunned. "What's wrong? Look at your expression. Am I wrong?" Second grandpa was suspicious. No. Lu Zheng waved his hand and smiled secretly. "You're right. The emperor is a fake god after all. I'm afraid it's difficult for my little cousin to defeat him." But he didn't think so. "Old man, you still don't know your grandson's methods. Fake god? Haha. It's not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Bastard, today is the day you die." After the last sword shadow collided with the last golden dragon, the emperor roared and instantly activated his fighting soul. The emperor prison shrouded Qin Feiyang. Swish! Qin Feiyang was immediately imprisoned in the void. Without saying a word, the emperor stepped forward and slapped Qin Feiyang's chest. "You want to imprison me with your emperor prison?" Qin Feiyang sneered. His body shook, and he immediately got rid of the emperor prison's shackles. Then, he threw a punch. Bang! The fist and the palm collided. The emperor's arm was torn open. "I don't even need to activate my fighting soul to deal with you." Qin Feiyang used the walk formula and appeared behind the emperor with a cold expression. He slapped the emperor's back. Puff! The emperor spat out a mouthful of blood and smashed into the barrier below like a meteorite. Blood flowed from his back. So strong? The three of them were shocked. They were all fake gods, but why was there such a big gap in strength? "Today is not the day I die, but the day you die. And after you die, don't even think about entering the imperial mausoleum. Because you don't deserve it." Qin Feiyang's aura was like a rainbow as he swooped down at lightning speed toward the emperor. The imperial mausoleum was behind the imperial palace. It was the tomb of the Qin clan. Only the descendants of the Qin clan were qualified to be buried in the imperial mausoleum. The emperor roared, "Wasn't it enough that you killed your brother? Now you want to kill your father? I have already returned the bloodline power to you. How can you talk about patricide? Qin Feiyang didn't move in the slightest. An invisible force surged around him. Now, the Ruin's End incantation had evolved into a mid-tier divine incantation. Although it was only a grade lower than a low-tier deity art, the difference in power was like heaven and earth. If the Emperor did not have the intermediate deity formula, he would definitely die. Calm. The three of them streaked across the sky like lightning and landed beside the Emperor. What is it? Qin Feiyang said. You forced us to do this. If you can mend your ways, everyone will be happy. But there's no other way. You're too stubborn. We can only kill you for the sake of the people. Qin Sheng said. Kill you for the sake of the people. Then come. Let me see if the three of you are worthy of being the pillars of the great Qin dynasty. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the surging formless energy around him immediately turned into a huge wave that pounced towards the four people. Back off. I don't need your help. But the Emperor didn't appreciate it and shouted at the three of them. Your Majesty. The three of them were very anxious. What? Even you want to defy my order? The Emperor said angrily. We wouldn't dare. The three of them quickly lowered their heads and looked at each other before silently retreating to the side. Your growth is indeed beyond my expectations. But if this is all you've got, I'm afraid I'll be the one to collect your corpse today. The monarch raised his head and coldly looked at Qin Feiyang. After he finished speaking, he shouted, 9 dragons god extinguishing formation. As soon as he finished speaking, the boundless false god power poured out like a flood from an open dam. Roar. Accompanied by a series of deafening dragon roars, 9 giant golden dragons were born. The 9 dragons roared in the sky and joined together to form a 9-pointed star pattern. Boom. Immediately, a shocking divine power erupted, shaking the void and the earth. Qin Feiyang was surprised. The aura of the 9 dragons god-killing array had reached the level of a middle-class divine art. I'm the Emperor. In front of me, all things are ants. Kill. The Emperor shouted in a sonorous voice. The 9-pointed star pattern suddenly rushed into the sky with the power to destroy the world and blasted toward the invisible force. Boom. The two suddenly collided. The sky changed color and the clouds surged. Puff. Qin Feiyang's body trembled slightly, and a trace of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. What? Little cousin is injured? Lu Zheng was shocked. Was the 9 dragons god-killing array so terrifying? However, the Emperor also took a few steps back, his face extremely pale. He looked at Qin Feiyang in shock and said, You're also a middle-class divine art? Is it strange that I have a middle-class divine art? Qin Feiyang sneered and used the Xing formula. As if he had teleported, he landed in front of the Emperor. Bang! He raised his right foot and kicked the Emperor's left knee directly. Crack! The knee immediately shattered. The Emperor staggered and almost knelt down. However, before he could stabilize his body, Qin Feiyang kicked his right knee again. With a crack, the Emperor's right knee also shattered. Immediately, the Emperor knelt down powerlessly. Qin Feiyang, don't be presumptuous. The three of them shouted and hurried forward to support the Emperor. One of the old men stared at Qin Feiyang and shouted, He's your father. Can you bear his kneeling? He has to pay the price for doing wrong. I'm not asking him to kneel to me. I just want him to repent before he dies. Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly. You're really a beast. The old man was burning with anger. His aura surged out and he slapped Qin Feiyang's forehead between his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, raised his big hand, grabbed the old man's wrist, and then squeezed hard. The old man's wrist suddenly shattered with a crack. The old man's face twisted in pain. This power, is this your real strength? Qin Sheng's eyes widened in anger. My real strength, Qin Feiyang murmured and said, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to see it. Swish. After that, he let go of the old man's wrist, retreated dozens of feet like lightning, and made a seal with both hands. Boom! A palm-sized divine seal appeared. The divine seal was fiery red, and at the bottom was a vivid divine phoenix. It was the Fire Phoenix Seal. The aura of the Fire Phoenix Seal, second grandpa, third grandpa, and fourth grandpa looked at the Fire Phoenix Seal, their old eyes full of surprise. Lu Jing smiled and said, Do you feel that it's stronger than the Fire Phoenix Seal that we evolved? The three of them nodded. Because little cousin has already upgraded the level of the Fire Phoenix technique. Lu Jing said. Upgraded the level of the Fire Phoenix technique? The three of them looked at him suspiciously. Yes. The Fire Phoenix technique that he has mastered is the same as Big Brother's, a high-tier divine technique. Lu Jing said. High-tier divine technique. The three of them murmured, their eyes full of disbelief. As the descendants and elders of the Lu family, of course they knew the Fire Phoenix technique best. Once, when the ancestors of the Lu family left the inheritance, the Fire Phoenix technique was indeed only a middle-tier battle technique. But they didn't expect that this kid could actually upgrade the Fire Phoenix technique. Wait. Where's your big brother? Why don't I see him? Second grandpa looked at the Lu family and asked in surprise. Big brother, Lu Jing murmured and sighed. We'll talk about Big Brother after this is over. What's with your expression? Could it be that your big brother, when second grandpa and the other two said this, a wave of sadness that could not be dissipated immediately rose up from their bodies. Lu Jing hurriedly said, Don't worry, Big Brother should be alive now. What do you mean by, should be alive? If he's dead, he's dead. If he's not dead, he's not dead. Second grandpa said angrily. It's a long story. Lu Jing sighed deeply. In the sky, Qin Feiyang stood in the wind, the Fire Phoenix Seal exuding a godly aura that could shake the heavens. The three of them also saw that the Fire Phoenix Seal was extraordinary, and their eyes were extremely serious. The emperor stared at Qin Feiyang and said in a low voice, This bastard's growth has exceeded our expectations. Let's fight to the death. The three of them nodded. Boom! The golden false god power appeared, and the emperor once again evolved the 9 dragons god-destroying formation. Qin Sheng and the other two's bodies shook as they poured out their false god power without holding back. Clang! Boom! Accompanied by a series of loud noises, the false god power of the three of them condensed into 3 different divine weapons in the sky. A pitch-black battle axe. A golden palace. A fiery red battle sword. These were their divine arts. The terrifying aura and sharpness shocked all directions. Kill! The emperor roared. The 9 dragons god-destroying formation rushed forward. The divine arts of the three of them also carried monstrous power and rushed toward Qin Feiyang. It's just a low-grade divine art. What can it do? Qin Feiyang said coldly. The Fire Phoenix Seal in front of him suddenly expanded. In an instant, it turned into a towering mountain. Boom! As he waved his hand, the Fire Phoenix Seal roared out. The 9 dragons god-destroying formation was instantly annihilated. The divine arts of the three of them also shattered one after another without causing any disturbance. It could be said that it was completely unstoppable. Qin Feiyang glanced at the three of them and said disappointedly, With your strength, you don't deserve to be the pillars of the great Qin dynasty. We are sure that we don't deserve to be. However, we will not allow anyone who wants to shake the great Qin dynasty. We are willing to defend and protect the great Qin dynasty with our lives. The three of them roared. Defend and protect with our lives, Qin Feiyang murmured. Wasn't this the same as him? He had been defending and protecting the great Qin dynasty with his life all this time. Qin Feiyang, I don't care what you want to do. But as long as you threaten the great Qin dynasty and its people, we will fight you to the end. Even if we die, we will not regret it. Qin Sheng enunciated each and every word clearly and powerfully. Clang! An earth-shattering sound exploded in Qin Sheng's body. Boom! Then, a palm-sized ancient pagoda flew out from between Qin Sheng's eyebrows. Immediately, the entire area was enveloped in a sea of divine might. Chapter 1783. The ancient pagoda was completely black and shrouded in black mist. Although it was only the size of a palm, its power was astonishing. Seeing the ancient pagoda, Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with surprise. Because this ancient pagoda was almost exactly the same as the divine prison in the back mountain of the imperial palace. Yes. As you think, this is the divine prison. But you definitely didn't expect that the divine prison is a divine artifact. Qin Sheng said. The divine prison is a divine artifact, Qin Feiyang murmured. In the past, old Qin and second grandpa had told him that the imperial palace was not as simple as it seemed. In the end, it was true. Follow me to revive the divine prison. Qin Sheng shouted. The other two old men nodded. The power of the false gods poured into the divine prison, and the aura emitted by the divine prison became more and more terrifying. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "You are only false gods. If you revive the divine artifact without thinking of the consequences, it will not do you any good. It doesn't matter. Even if we suffer the backlash of the divine artifact, we will fight to the end." Qin Sheng said. For the sake of righteousness, you are willing to sacrifice yourself. Truly admirable. I take back what I said before. You are worthy of being the pillars of my great Qin. However, I will not allow anyone to stand in front of me. To show my respect for you, I will use 1/10 of my strength to end this battle. Qin Feiyang said. What? Is this kid talking nonsense? Using 1/10 of his strength, doesn't that mean that the strength he showed before is not even 1/10? Second grandpa and the others were stunned. When the three of them heard this, they couldn't help but be furious. 1/10? Wasn't this humiliating them? But in this regard, Lu Zheng, Zhuge Mingyang, the state preceptor, and Emperor Hong did not refute. Because this was the truth. Although the Fire Phoenix art, the Void Returning art, and the Guiyuan sword art had all appeared in succession, it had to be known that Qin Feiyang's strongest divine arts were not these few. Looking at their reactions, Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, I didn't mean to humiliate you at all. On the contrary, the fact that you can make me use 1/10 of my strength is enough to prove your position in my heart. However, the three of them did not think so. They were reviving the god's prison without any regard for their lives. The emperor glanced at Qin Feiyang and the other two. He stared coldly at Qin Feiyang and said, You are still the same as before. You haven't changed at all. You look down on everyone and think that you are the best in the world. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, The one who has the least right to speak here is you. Qualifications? You dare to talk about qualifications with me? The emperor seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. Clang! Right at this moment, a deafening sound came from the divine prison. Qin Sheng and the other two were trembling and their faces were extremely pale. It was obvious that they had reached their limits. Qin Feiyang, prepare to face our wrath. The three of them looked at each other and roared. The divine prison shook the sky and aggressively blasted toward Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang glanced at the emperor, then turned his gaze and locked onto the divine prison. Boom! All of a sudden, a divine seal appeared in the void in front of him without any warning. That's right. It was the divine dragon seal. The divine dragon technique, which had evolved into a perfect divine technique, no longer needed to make seals. It could be evolved with just a thought. A perfect divine technique. This bastard is really infuriating. Zhuge Mingyang clenched his fingers and was extremely unhappy. How could this person be more outstanding than him? He should be the #1 genius of the great Qin dynasty. What Qin Feiyang? What Lu Zhejin? What qualifications did they have to be above Zhuge Mingyang? Boom! The divine dragon seal and the divine prison shook the sky and collided. In an instant, a dazzling divine light bloomed in this place. Those Kiran army and Marquis who had fled far away couldn't help but close their eyes. At the same time, a wave of chi that could destroy the world surged out in all directions like a tidal wave. Feeling the aura emitted by the airwave, the law enforcers couldn't help but be frightened even though they were protected by the National Master and the other two. Clang! In the void, the divine prison and the divine dragon seal were in a stalemate. But just when Qin Sheng and the other two thought that they could compete with Qin Feiyang, the aura of the divine dragon seal suddenly soared. Now, the divine dragon seal exerted its full power. The divine prison was immediately blasted away. Qin Sheng and the other two vomited blood and their eyes were full of horror. Even the awakened divine artifact couldn't resist the divine dragon seal. This is too terrifying. The divine prison crashed into the distant mountains, and the surrounding tens of thousands of miles were directly razed to the ground. But the divine dragon seal was still there. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the divine dragon seal whizzed toward Qin Sheng and the other two and the emperor. Qin Sheng shouted, "Your Majesty, run!" The other two old men also stood in front of the emperor and stared at the divine dragon seal, their faces full of anxiety. "I'm the emperor of a country. How can I run away?" Even though his life was at stake, the emperor's expression didn't change. Qin Sheng said angrily, "Your Majesty, is face more important than life?" The emperor turned a deaf ear. Qin Sheng was burning with anxiety. Suddenly, he turned his head and stared at Qin Feiyang with a hint of madness in his old eyes. "Qin Feiyang, if you insist on killing the emperor, then this old man can only perish together with you." Qin Sheng shouted and flew toward the divine dragon seal without looking back. The two old men were shocked and angry. "Qin Sheng, what are you doing? Death is as light as a feather and as heavy as Mount Tai. For the great Qin dynasty, I will die a worthy death," Qin Sheng said, and a destructive aura suddenly rushed out of his body. "This is self-explosion." The two old men's eyes trembled. "Take his majesty away," Qin Sheng roared. The two men's eyes couldn't help but moisten. They resolutely turned around and carried the emperor away. Looking at the emperor leaving, Qin Sheng chuckled. He turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang and said, "This old man once thought of 10,000 ways to die, but I never thought that in the end, would die together with you." Qin Feiyang remained silent, but he didn't stop either. His eyes were filled with endless indifference. However, if one looked carefully, they would find that he was secretly paying attention to Zhuge Mingyang and the other two. In fact, he was forcing Zhuge Mingyang and the other two to make a move. But he also knew that the possibility of Zhuge Mingyang and the state preceptor making a move was extremely small. Because the two originally planned to usurp the throne. If Qin Sheng and the other two died here, it would be a good thing for them. Therefore, his main target was the Hong Emperor. The Hong Emperor was the son of the previous emperor and the emperor's grandfather. He didn't believe that this old man would be indifferent. In the blink of an eye, the divine dragon seal had arrived in front of Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng's self-destruction was about to become a foregone conclusion. But at this moment, the Hong Emperor suddenly teleported and rushed towards Qin Sheng. At the same time, the inner demon's Hong Emperor also appeared out of thin air and immediately rushed towards Qin Feiyang. His eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. The distance between the two was not far. In addition, the inner demon's Hong Emperor used teleportation. Almost in an instant, he rushed behind Qin Feiyang. Immediately, he slapped towards Qin Feiyang's back, his palm gushing with divine power. Obviously, he wanted to destroy Qin Feiyang's sea of qi in one fell swoop. Finally made a move? I didn't wait in vain, Qin Feiyang muttered in his heart. However, he didn't dodge, nor did he counterattack. Boom! The inner demon's Hong Emperor's palm fell. Qin Feiyang flew out like a meteorite on the spot, smashing into the ground outside the village. A huge pit suddenly appeared. Dust and smoke covered the sky. At the same time, the Hong Emperor himself also rushed to Qin Shing's side, his arm explosively stretched out and pressed on Qin Shing's shoulder. Qin Shing's self-destruction was forcibly cut off. Lord Hong Emperor, Qin Shing looked at him in a daze. The Hong Emperor ignored him and turned to slap the divine dragon seal. The divine dragon seal was also shattered. Although the divine dragon seal was a perfect divine art, because Qin Feiyang suppressed his cultivation, its power did not reach its true peak. Because of this, the Hong Emperor could defeat it with one palm. All of this was said to be slow, but the whole process happened in an instant. Not only the state preceptor and Zhuge Mingyang, but also Lu Zhang and second grandpa and the others were also surprised. They all fell into a state of absent-mindedness. After a short while, the state preceptor and Zhuge Mingyang were the first to recover, and immediately raised their eyebrows without leaving a trace. It seemed that they were very dissatisfied with the Hong Emperor's move. This damned old thing, can't he be idle? You want to run over and get involved? Lu Jing also recovered, his eyes full of anger. Second grandpa sighed and said, after all, the Hong Emperor is a person of the great Qin. It's normal for him to make a move. Lu Jing raised his eyebrows, looked at second grandpa and the other two, and asked suspiciously, why aren't you surprised at all? There are two Hong Emperors. What's there to be surprised about? We already knew that he had inner demons. Second grandpa said. You already knew? Lu Zheng was slightly stunned, and said with a pout, you all really hide your strength. Third grandpa said in a deep voice, compared to this, Feiyang's situation is the most important. That's right. Inner demons Hong Emperor can also exert the strength of a war god, and Feiyang is only a false god. Facing his sneak attack, I'm afraid. Fourth grandpa murmured, his face full of worry. Lu Zheng sneered secretly. So what if it was a sneak attack? One had to know that Qin Feiyang's body was also a real war god's body. Although he suppressed his cultivation, the strength of his body did not change at all. Moreover, Qin Feiyang, who had once eaten divine flesh, had a body that was even more tenacious and strong than the other war gods. So, inner demons Hong Emperor's sneak attack could not shatter Qin Feiyang's qi at all. Of course, if inner demons Hong Emperor used a divine weapon or a divine art, it would be a different story. After all, no matter how strong the body was, it would be difficult to block the sharpness of the divine weapon. However, just now, inner demons Hong Emperor did not use these methods, so Lu Zheng was not worried at all. But the others did not know that Qin Feiyang had already stepped into the war god. Everyone thought inner demons Hong Emperor's attack was enough to kill him. Even if he was lucky and did not die, he would definitely be seriously injured. Even Zhuge Mingyang and the state preceptor thought so. However, in Lu Zheng's heart, there was also a doubt. Logically speaking, with Qin Feiyang's cautious personality, it was impossible for him not to notice the inner demons Hong Emperor's sneak attack. But why did the inner demons Hong Emperor's sneak attack succeed? Could it be, this little cousin was distracted? How could there be two Emperor Hong? What's going on? Although second grandpa and the others knew that Emperor Hong had inner demons, there were still many people present who did not know about this matter. Because the inner demons had always been Emperor Hong's secret and his biggest trump card, other than a few people, no one else knew about it. However, at this moment, those who knew about it did not have the mood to explain. They all lowered their heads and stared at the place where Qin Feiyang fell. Chapter 1784. Billowing dust and smoke enveloped several miles of land. There was dead silence in the dust and smoke. And they couldn't sense Qin Feiyang's aura either. Why hasn't he come out yet? Could he have died? Everyone was bewildered. Zhuge Mingyang's eyes flashed. He released his divine thought and rushed down. Everything was clear in his eyes. Immediately, a smile appeared on his face. Within the dust cloud, Qin Feiyang was lying in a pit. His entire body was dripping with blood, and there was no sign of life on his body. Obviously. His sea of qi had been destroyed. Woo woo. Following that, Zhuge Mingyang waved his hand. A gust of wind suddenly blew and the dust quickly dissipated. Qin Feiyang appeared. How could this be? Looking at Qin Feiyang's current situation, Lu Zheng was dumbfounded. How could the mighty body of the war god be crippled so easily? What was this guy doing? Zhuge Mingyang stepped on the edge of the pit and looked down at Qin Feiyang. He chuckled and said, "How does it feel to have your sea of qi destroyed by your great-grandfather?" "It feels good." Qin Feiyang grinned. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. He got up in a sorry state. "Did I ask you to stand up?" But before he could stabilize his body, Zhuge Mingyang's eyes flashed fiercely. His aura surged and oppressed him. Bang! Qin Feiyang fell into a pool of blood again. "Are you desperate? Do you want to kill me? But do you have the ability to?" Zhuge Mingyang's face was full of ridicule. "I was too impulsive. I should have waited for old man Qin and the others to come." Qin Feiyang didn't pay attention to him and sighed to himself. "Don't be naive. Even if old man Qin and the others come, you will still die." Zhuge Mingyang sneered. "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang looked at him coldly. Zhuge Mingyang said, "Now, answer me. How did you enter the imperial capital?" "Spacetime gate." Qin Feiyang said. "What? The spacetime gate is in your hands?" Zhuge Mingyang was bewildered. "You're thinking too much. The gate of time and space has always been in the hands of the snow python. My gate of time and space is just a replica." Qin Feiyang said. "So it's the spacetime gate that you snatched from Mu Qing. You really scared me." Zhuge Mingyang laughed. As long as he understood this point, he didn't have to worry about anything else. This was because even if old man Qin and the others defeated Mu Tianyang, they wouldn't be able to rush back to the imperial capital to help. That was to say, Qin Feiyang was now all alone. Whoosh! The imperial preceptor teleported and landed beside Zhuge Mingyang. He said in a low voice, "Mingyang, he has Xuesong's help. Take advantage of this opportunity to quickly get rid of him. No hurry. He's just a pseudo-god. Even if he recovers his sea of qi, what can he do?" Zhuge Mingyang said disdainfully. The imperial preceptor frowned and said, "But don't forget, back then at the divine site, ancestor, I didn't forget that he once defeated the god of war of the main tower. But I'm not comparable to those people." Zhuge Mingyang laughed proudly. "You can't be careless. Because he's Qin Feiyang. As long as you give him a chance, there will be endless possibilities," the imperial preceptor advised earnestly. Zhuge Mingyang pondered for a while and nodded, "All right, I'll do as you said." "That's right. You have to get rid of the enemy immediately. You can't give them any chance to fight back." The imperial preceptor smiled with relief. In the past, he was worried that when Zhuge Mingyang became stronger, he might not even take his ancestor seriously. But now that he saw it, he heaved a sigh of relief. Because at least Zhuge Mingyang still listened to him. Zhuge Mingyang looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "I originally wanted to torture you, but there's no other way. Ancestor is impatient, so I can only send you on your way in advance. Death, I'm not afraid. But I'm unwilling." Qin Feiyang said. Zhuge Mingyang said, "I'm stronger than you in every aspect. It's natural for you to be defeated by me. What's there to be unwilling about?" Qin Feiyang snorted and said, "Don't think too highly of yourself. The unwillingness I said has nothing to do with you." "Then what is it?" Zhuge Mingyang was curious. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands tightly and roared, "Until death, no one told me the truth. How can I be willing? So it's because of this. I know the truth, but I just don't want to tell you. I want you to die with grievances." Zhuge Mingyang joked. Qin Feiyang closed his eyes in pain. "The truth," Lu Zheng murmured. Suddenly, His eyes lit up. Right. That was the truth. Everything Qin Feiyang did was for the sake of finding out the truth about how the emperor had harmed him back then. In other words, this was a ruse to gain the enemy's confidence. Boy, you're insidious. If I'm not wrong, his ocean of qi is not really broken. Lu Zheng murmured. Once he figured this out, he heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was looking forward to the truth. He glanced at second grandpa and the other two. Things had come to this point. Were these three old men still going to hide it? The state preceptor shouted, Mingyang, he must be stalling for time. Do it quickly. Okay. Zhuge Mingyang nodded, raised his arm, stretched out his index finger, and the fake god surged at his fingertip. From now on, your name Qin Feiyang will become history. And I, Zhuge Mingyang, will be famous all over the world and be worshipped by the world. This is fate. You should be prepared. Zhuge Mingyang laughed, and divine power gushed out from his fingertip, and swept toward Qin Feiyang's forehead. Qin Feiyang was incomparably furious. Why was no one speaking up until now? What was the truth? But just as he was about to fight back, a figure flashed through the air like lightning and landed in front of him. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and immediately looked up. When he saw the back of the figure, his eyes suddenly trembled. How could it be him? Why did this person save him? Qin Feiyang's head was buzzing, and his face was full of disbelief. At the same time, Zhuge Mingyang and the state preceptor were also stunned. But then, their eyes were filled with ferocious light. Whoosh! The grayish-white divine power was like an indestructible arrow as it entered the sea of energy of the person in front of Qin Feiyang. The qi vessel was shattered. A bloody hole the size of a fist appeared, and blood was flowing out. However, the person did not move, like a mountain, protecting Qin Feiyang. Why? Why is it him? Lu Zheng was also in disbelief. Moreover, in the distance, the Kirin army, Wu Ho, and the law enforcers, as well as the three of them, all looked at the person in shock. What the hell was going on? Didn't he hate Qin Feiyang? Didn't he fight to the death just now? Why did he step forward at this moment, stand in front of Qin Feiyang and protect him even at the cost of his life? What are you doing? Zhuge Mingyang looked at the person with a gloomy face and shouted, "Back off." The person shook his head. You're courting death. Zhuge Mingyang was furious and raised his hand to hit the person's head. Alas. However, at this moment, with a long sigh, another figure appeared in front of Qin Feiyang and grabbed Zhuge Mingyang's wrist. Zhuge Mingyang's eyes were full of killing intent. Why on earth, in the past, you tried to kill me, but now you're standing in front of me to protect me, Qin Feiyang murmured. Looking at the two figures in front of him, he really could not believe it. Because he had never thought or hoped that there would be a day when he would be protected by these two people. Grandpas, can you tell me why this is? Lu Zheng retracted his gaze and turned to look at second grandpa and the other two. But the three of them ignored him and looked at the two people in front of Qin Feiyang with complicated eyes. The scene fell into a dead silence, and the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Why on earth is this? Hurry up and tell me. Qin Feiyang suddenly roared, breaking the silence. Because the people in front of him, protecting him, were Emperor Hong and the Emperor. Emperor Hong grabbed Zhuge Mingyang's arm and asked without turning his head, "Do you really want to know the truth?" "I want to know even in my dreams." Qin Feiyang nodded. Emperor Hong said, "Then are you mentally prepared?" Qin Feiyang said word by word, "I was already prepared when I was in Iron Ox Town." Very good. Emperor Hong nodded his head and smiled, then looked at Zhuge Mingyang and said, "Now that the demon ancestor's divine body has escaped, whether it is me, the Emperor, or Qin Feiyang, we should all be the targets you want to eliminate." Zhuge Mingyang's arm shook, shaking off Emperor Hong's big hand. Then, he rubbed his aching wrist and smiled, "You've already thought of this, as expected of the son of the Qin Emperor." "That's right, once we get rid of the Lu family, none of you descendants of Qin Badian will be able to live. Great Qin will belong to my Zhuge family. And my ancestor, who is also the current imperial preceptor, will become the first imperial emperor of my Zhuge empire. Zhuge Mingyang laughed. The imperial preceptor's expression changed, and he shouted, Mingyang. Ancestor, at this point, do you still have anything to worry about? Qin Feiyang's cultivation has been crippled, a mere Emperor Hong. Even if the Lu family's fourth grandpa is added, what can they do to us? I alone am enough to take care of them. Zhuge Mingyang's face was full of contempt. The imperial preceptor pondered for a moment, then smiled and nodded, that's true. What? What Qin Feiyang said is true, the imperial preceptor wants to usurp the throne. The three of them trembled both physically and mentally. They never thought that the imperial preceptor they had always respected would have such wild ambitions. Swish. The three of them hurriedly rushed to Emperor Hong's side. While protecting Qin Feiyang, they glared at the imperial preceptor and Zhuge Mingyang. You three ants dare to stand in front of me? Zhuge Mingyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. 3 strands of divine power swept out, directly shattering the three people's sea of qi. Zhuge Mingyang, what are you doing? Usurping the throne is a great crime, do you know that? The Marquis and Kirin army in the distance roared angrily. As early as when the little prince inherited the throne, Qin Feiyang had already destroyed my Zhuge family. What is there to be afraid of? Zhuge Mingyang laughed angrily. You deserve it. Someone roared. Deserve it? From ancient times until now, the world has always been occupied by the capable. My Zhuge family is glorious and has replaced the Qin clan to control the world. What's wrong with that? Zhuge Mingyang shouted. Genius remembered the address of this site in a second. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 1785. Twisting words and forcing logic. No matter what you say, it will not change the fact that your Zhuge family is disloyal and unjust. Qin Sheng and the other two roared. The winner is the king, the loser is the bandit. As long as my Zhuge family rules the world, who would dare to say anything? Moreover, behind our Zhuge family, there is the terrifying devil ancestor. The imperial advisor's face was full of disdain. Bastard, you will suffer retribution. Qin Sheng roared. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang, his face full of guilt, and said, I'm sorry, we wronged you. If I had believed you earlier, even if you believe me, it's useless, because the difference in strength is too great. But that's not important. Now, I just want to know the truth. Qin Feiyang said gloomily, looking at the back of the Emperor and Emperor Hong, he said, quickly tell me, what is the truth? Emperor Hong sighed, the truth is something you will never be able to imagine. Qin Feiyang said angrily, don't talk nonsense, okay? Emperor Hong said, this old man wants to tell you, but it depends on whether Zhuge Mingyang will give this old man the chance. Facing Zhuge Mingyang, he had no confidence at all. Zhuge Mingyang's eyes flickered, and suddenly laughed, all right, I'll give you some time to tell Qin Feiyang the truth, because I also want to see, after knowing the truth, will he feel guilty and blame himself for everything he did in the past? The imperial advisor said angrily, Mingyang, don't give them time. Shut up. Qin Feiyang roared. He stood up and stared at the imperial advisor, like a mad beast, and said, whoever dares to stop Emperor Hong from telling the truth, I will let him die. You still dare to be arrogant? The imperial advisor's face was incomparably gloomy. Zhuge Mingyang laughed, ancestor, don't be angry, let them speak, anyway, I don't care about this bit of time. The imperial advisor said angrily, Mingyang, you are too indecisive. It will be difficult for you to become a great person like this. Enough. Zhuge Mingyang suddenly shouted, his face full of frost. The imperial preceptor's eyes trembled. Zhuge Mingyang turned to stare at the state master and sneered, I've tolerated you for a long time. Don't challenge my patience anymore. Otherwise, I won't let you off even if it's you. The imperial preceptor's face paled. How dare he speak to him in such a tone? Emperor Hong sneered, did you see that? This is the person you nurtured. Are you angry in your heart? The imperial preceptor's face sank. Although he is your descendant, you don't seem to know him well. He's a much more ambitious man than you. Do you really think that he will let you sit on the throne after you have usurped the throne? Don't be naive. From the beginning to the end, there was only himself in his eyes. Hong Emperor sneered. Zhuge Mingyang raised his eyebrows. The imperial advisor glanced at Zhuge Mingyang, then coldly looked at Emperor Hong and said, "Are you trying to sow discord? This is already the truth in front of us. Is there a need to sow discord? You just don't want to admit it. After all, he was nurtured by you. You have high hopes for him." Emperor Hong said. The imperial preceptor clenched his fists. "You talk too much. Are you going to say it or not? If you don't, I'll send you on your way," Zhuge Mingyang said impatiently. Emperor Hong took a deep breath, turned to look at Qin Feiyang, and sighed, "This matter, we have to start from when the demon ancestor was sealed." Qin Feiyang said, "I already know about the demon ancestor being sealed. There's no need to say any more." Emperor Hong glanced at him and said, "Then let's talk about it after the seal." After the demon ancestor was sealed, the demon dragon once again set off a reign of terror. In the end, he was also killed by father. The demon ancestor and the demon dragon were killed one after another, and the great Qin Empire was established. This continent finally slowly calmed down. My great Qin also walked towards glory step by step. But just before your father succeeded the throne, Zhuge Shinyun suddenly entered the imperial palace, found us, and directly revealed his identity. At that time, we were very surprised and prepared to take him down immediately. But at that moment, the demon ancestor's divine sense appeared. At that time, we wanted to capture both Zhuge Shinyun and the demon ancestor's divine sense in one fell swoop. Because at that time, the demon ancestor had not fully recovered his divine sense. However, what we didn't expect was that although the demon ancestor and the demon dragon were killed back then, the demon ancestor still had a group of powerful subordinates. There were even divine beasts. Emperor Hong said. "So you compromised?" Qin Feiyang asked. Zhuge Shinyun was the imperial preceptor. "That's right. We had to compromise. Otherwise, the great Qin would have been finished long ago." Emperor Hong sighed. Since the demon ancestor still had such terrifying subordinates, why didn't he just kill you directly? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Because of the seal. If he wants to take back the divine body, he must have the people of the Qin clan to remove the seal. Emperor Hong said. "I see." Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. But at that time, although there were countless descendants of the great Qin, no one could achieve ancestral awakening. And father, there was no news, so the demon ancestor could only wait. So, he let Zhuge Shinyun, as the imperial preceptor, lurk in the imperial palace and monitor the descendants of the Qin clan. Until one day, when Emperor Hong said "until here," his expression became agitated all at once. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Emperor Hong looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Your birth." "My birth?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Yes. You still don't know, when you were born, there was a strange phenomenon in the sky. Night turned into day, divine light filled the sky, and auspicious beasts flew," Emperor Hong said. "What?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. There was such a thing? Such a big thing, how come we didn't know? The three of them looked at Emperor Hong suspiciously. Emperor Hong looked at the three and said, "Have you forgotten? Qin Feiyang was born in the Lu family." "Yes." The three slapped their heads and said, "When the Empress was about to give birth, you sent her to the Lu family." "Yes. We did this in order to hide it from Zhuge Shinyun. So, only we and the Lu family know about this," Emperor Hong said. Qin Feiyang looked at second grandpa and the other two. The three of them nodded. However, Zhuge Shinyun is not so easy to fool. He followed us and witnessed the entire process of Qin Feiyang's birth. Emperor Hong sighed. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, Why was there a strange phenomenon when I was born? We don't know. In short, that phenomenon was even more spectacular than becoming a god. The most magical thing was that after you were born, Chang Shui and the castle fell from the sky, floating beside you like your guardians. Emperor Hong said. What? Chang Shui and the castle fell from the sky? Qin Feiyang was surprised. That's right. Until now, we still haven't figured out who made these two divine artifacts. And why did they descend when you were born? However, from the aura emitted by the two divine artifacts, we could tell that they were definitely not ordinary divine artifacts. Emperor Hong said. Descending from the sky, Qin Feiyang raised his head to look at the sky. Isn't this a little too strange? Watching your birth, whether it was your parents, your grandfather and I, we were all very happy. Because the two divine artifacts were born together, this was already destined. Your life will definitely be extraordinary. However, it was also because of the appearance of these two divine artifacts that brought you disaster. Emperor Hong sighed. Qin Feiyang asked, the Imperial Preceptor wants to take away these two divine artifacts. That's right. And he also predicted that you would definitely be extraordinary in the future. Even bloodline might revert to its ancestor. So, he went back to report this matter to the demon ancestor. After the demon ancestor learned about it, he was overjoyed and came in person, asking us to hand you over to him. But how could we agree? Your father and mother also begged bitterly. Because once you are handed over to him, you will become a puppet in his hands. Emperor Hong said angrily. Is that so? Qin Feiyang turned to look at the emperor. The emperor closed his eyes, his face full of pain. After a long time, he opened his eyes and nodded. Qin Feiyang fell silent. But the hands hidden in the sleeves were already dripping blood. His nails cut through the skin and drilled into the flesh. When you were born, the demon ancestor had already condensed a complete divine soul. His strength was quite terrifying. Seeing that we protected you and didn't hand you over to him, he was furious and wanted to snatch you away. But just as we were in despair, Chang Shui and the castle revived to protect you. With the two divine artifacts revived, even the demon ancestor couldn't get close. In the end, the demon ancestor flew into a rage out of humiliation and captured your grandfather and your grandfather to use as a bargaining chip to threaten us. Emperor Hong said. Grandfather? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. Have you never thought about where your grandfather is? Emperor Hong asked. When I was young, my mother said that my grandfather was already dead. Qin Feiyang said. That was a lie. At that time, the demon ancestor used your grandfather and your grandfather's lives to threaten us, to break the castle and Chang Shui's defense. But how could we have the ability? In the end, the demon ancestor had no choice but to give up. However, he captured your grandfather and your grandfather. And regarding this matter, we couldn't explain it to the outside world, because it was a shame for our great Qin, so we could only lie that your grandfather had already passed away. As for your grandfather, very few people knew about the existence of the Lu family, so there was no need to explain. Emperor Hong said. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, in other words, my grandfather and grandfather are now in the hands of the demon ancestor? That's right. Emperor Hong nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at Zhuge Mingyang and the Imperial Preceptor. The murderous intent in his eyes was undisguised. After the demon ancestor left, we also brought you back to the Imperial Palace, and the Imperial Preceptor was ordered to keep an eye on you. As long as there was a chance, he would think of a way to capture you. I'm afraid you don't know that in the 10 years you lived in the Imperial Palace, the Imperial Preceptor attacked you no less than 100 times. In order to prevent the Imperial Preceptor from harming you, your father and mother didn't dare to relax for a moment. In those 10 years, every day was like a year for them. However, every time the Imperial Preceptor attacked, Chang Shui and the castle would appear to protect you, allowing you to spend a peaceful childhood. Emperor Hong said with a smile. Genius remembered the address of this site in a second. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 1786. However. Hearing Emperor Hong's words, Qin Feiyang couldn't be happy at all. Instead, he felt that it was a sad thing. Everyone had a childhood. Other people's childhood was full of joy and carefree. But what about him? Even his childhood had to be protected by the ancient castle and pale snow in order to pass peacefully. This even implicated his parents, who were anxious and worried about him all day long. Wasn't that sad? It was only now that he knew that his father and mother had silently sacrificed so much for him. Qin Feiyang said, since everything had calmed down, why did it change again in my 10th year? Because at that time, your bloodline power had already shown signs of atavism. Emperor Hong said. What? Qin Feiyang's body shook. At that time, his bloodline power had already begun to atavism? But at that time, it wasn't obvious. Even you didn't notice it, but your parents, and the imperial preceptor all noticed it. At that time, we were both happy and worried. I am happy that finally, a person with atavistic bloodline has appeared in my Qin clan. Worried that the demon ancestor would definitely not let you go. The result was as we expected. The demon ancestor came again. At first, we weren't too worried. After all, there was still Chang Shui in the castle. But when the demon ancestor made a move, we found that the castle and Chang Shui were no longer protecting you. We were scared out of our wits. The demon ancestor was naturally pleasantly surprised. He was ready to take you away. In the end, under our pleas, he agreed to give us 3 more days to meet. In these 3 days, he won't disturb us. But once the 3 days are up, we have to hand you over to him. In desperation, we could only agree first. After the demon ancestor left, your parents and I came to the Liu family to find your 3 grandfathers to discuss this matter. In the end, we made a painful decision. I'll cripple your cultivation. Make you unable to cultivate for the rest of your life. Emperor Hong said. Boom. Qin Feiyang's head rumbled. So this was the reason why his cultivation was crippled. That's because only by crippling your cultivation will your bloodline power stop atavism. Only by doing so can we break the fiend ancestor's hope. Emperor Hong sighed. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang murmured. As for this matter, I truly couldn't bring myself to do it. Your 3 grandfathers also couldn't bring themselves to do it. Naturally, there's no need to mention your mother. When she made this decision, her face was already covered in tears. In the end, your father stood up. He knew that if he did this, you would be with him for the rest of your life, but he didn't hesitate. When your father returned to the imperial palace and made his move, your mother went back on her word and begged him to change his mind, but he didn't. After crippling your cultivation, he hardened his heart and immediately expelled you from the imperial capital. Because he knew that the ancestor devil would not give up just by crippling your cultivation. Because the marrow cleansing pill is not that rare. So, he expelled you to the spiritual state. And he also ordered the spiritual state's mansion master at that time, old Master Ren, not to let anyone give you the marrow cleansing pill. And not to let anyone know that you are in the spiritual state. Emperor Hong said. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled, and said, Old Master Ren also knows my identity? That's right. Not only him, the previous mansion master Zhu Yu also knows your identity. Emperor Hong said. So I was the only one who was kept in the dark. Qin Feiyang laughed self-deprecatingly and said, Now that you mention it, Ma Hongmei of the Iron Ox Town was also ordered by you to deliberately not give me the marrow cleansing pill? That's right. But she didn't know your identity. Only old Master Ren and Zhu Yu in the spiritual state knew. She was just following orders. Emperor Hong said. Following orders, but do you know? I treated her as an enemy. And I killed her with my own hands. Qin Feiyang roared. We know about her death. But you don't have to feel guilty about her death. Because old Master Ren has been secretly paying attention to you and everyone in the Iron Ox Town. This person is narrow-minded. Back then, she bribed the people of the Black Demon stronghold to kill you. And in her opinion, since the higher-ups ordered not to give you the marrow-cleansing pill, then you must be the enemy of the pill pagoda. So she didn't put you in her eyes. Emperor Hong said. Has been secretly paying attention to me, Qin Feiyang murmured. Yes. Now do you understand? Your father did this to protect you. Emperor Hong sighed. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled and looked at the emperor again. The hatred in his heart suddenly disappeared and was replaced by guilt and self-blame. Everything his father did was to protect him. But what about him? He treated his father as a life and death enemy. He even repeatedly humiliated his father in front of everyone. The more he thought about it, the more he hated himself. Why was he so stupid? Slap. Suddenly. He slapped himself hard on the face and roared, unfaithful and unfilial, you are even worse than a beast. He was scolding himself. Tian, the emperor turned his head to look at him, tears already streaming down his face. The indifference of the past also disappeared. The long-lost doting, kindness, and fatherly love appeared. Plop. Looking at the emperor's eyes and face at this moment, Qin Feiyang's heart trembled and directly knelt on the ground, saying, Father, I'm sorry, I'm insensible, I deserve to die, hit me, scold me. No. I've never blamed you. I only blame myself. Why am I so incompetent that I can't even protect my own child? In fact, every time I see you, I want to get together with you, or even look at you a few more times, but because of my cowardice, my incompetence, I don't dare. The emperor closed his eyes and said in pain. Father, Qin Feiyang murmured, wishing he could immediately crawl into his father's arms. Alas. The world is really unpredictable. Lu Zheng heaved a deep sigh. He never thought that the truth would be like this. Compared to now, this little cousin must be very sad in his heart. That was true. If it were him, he would also hate himself. Okay. It's just a small matter, is there a need to be so pretentious? Zhuge Mingyang waved his hand impatiently. Bastard. Look at them. Are they putting on an act? Lu Zheng was annoyed and said angrily. Come out and be arrogant if you have the ability. Zhuge Mingyang glanced at Lu Zheng and said contemptuously. Lu Zheng said disdainfully, I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with a scumbag who doesn't even care about his ancestors. Zhuge Mingyang narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a smile, you can only hide in that boundary and be arrogant, but it doesn't matter, anyway, you can't be arrogant for long. Then we'll see. Lu Zheng sneered. The emperor glanced at Zhuge Mingyang, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, okay, get up quickly. Zhuge Mingyang is right. Now is not the time to be sentimental. After we are out of danger, we father and son will have a good talk. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and stood up. Out of danger? Do you think I will give you this opportunity? Zhuge Mingyang sneered when he heard the emperor's words. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. He looked at Emperor Hong and the emperor and said, Father, great-grandfather, what about Uncle Yuan? Qin Yuan is your grandfather's subordinate, and he is also a fake god. When your grandfather was taken away, he told Qin Yuan to protect you and your mother well. After your cultivation was crippled, your mother couldn't bear to see you wandering outside alone, so she asked Qin Yuan to accompany you. And Qin Yuan didn't let your mother down. He took you to Iron Ox Town, hidden in the mountains. Emperor Hong said. So he is grandfather's subordinate, Qin Feiyang suddenly realized. Emperor Hong smiled and said, although he is grandfather's subordinate, they are as close as brothers. However, there is one thing that we can't figure out, what is it? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Emperor Hong frowned and said, back then, your mother told him not to give you the marrow cleansing pill, but why didn't he do so? I've been wondering that too. Emperor said. Qin Feiyang asked, Uncle Yuan didn't tell you? No. Since you can cultivate, we haven't seen him. However, your mother seems to have seen him, but did Qin Yuan say anything to her? We don't know. Emperor Hong said. Qin Feiyang said, then do you know that Uncle Yuan has a divine pill? What? Divine pill? Emperor Hong and the emperor looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Zhuge Mingyang and the state preceptor also had a look of disbelief. This was the first time they had heard of it. Qin Feiyang furrowed his brows as he looked at their reactions. Before, he didn't know Uncle Yuan's cultivation, so he didn't think too carefully. And now, when he learned that Uncle Yuan was a pseudo-god, the problem came. How could a pseudo-god have a divine pill? What secrets were hidden in this? In short, he felt that Uncle Yuan was becoming more and more mysterious. Was this old man who had always accompanied him as he grew up really just a subordinate by his grandfather's side? He couldn't figure it out. Qin Feiyang shook his head and temporarily suppressed the doubts in his heart. He looked at Emperor Hong and the emperor and said, then after I was expelled from the imperial capital, what was Demon Ancestor's reaction? He must be very angry. And the first thing he did was to send the state preceptor to investigate your whereabouts. The state preceptor also entered the spirit state to investigate and interrogate old man Ren and Zhu Yu. But no matter how the state preceptor interrogated, they lied that no one entered the spirit state. With Qin Yuan's help, the matter of you hiding in the spirit state was concealed. But Demon Ancestor didn't give up. He has been waiting silently, waiting for you to appear. Moreover, he has been holding on to your grandfather and your grandfather. But there's nothing we can do about this. We can only calm down and cultivate in order to break through to the war god realm as soon as possible so that we can rescue them. But, when the emperor said this, his expression became complicated. But what? Qin Feiyang was curious. Genius remembered the address of this site in a second. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 1787. The emperor said, we didn't expect that Qin Yuan would give you the marrow cleansing pill and rise crazily. Yes. When we heard old man Ren talk about this, we were very worried. Because sooner or later, you will enter the imperial capital. Emperor Hong also sighed. That's for sure. Qin Feiyang smiled. Back then, after taking the marrow cleansing pill, he only had one goal, to return to the imperial capital. As expected, in a few years, you came to the imperial capital. We have been paying attention to you and knew your identity at that time, but the imperial tutor didn't know at first. Because you changed your name. However, when you caused a ruckus in Bright Heaven Palace, your identity was exposed. The imperial tutor immediately began to pay attention to you. At that time, I wanted to cripple your cultivation again, but the imperial tutor used the lives of your grandfather and grandfather to threaten me. If they dared to do this again, I would immediately kill them. And immediately destroy the great Qin Empire, exterminating my Qin clan. So, I had no choice but to endure. The emperor said. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and said, fortunately, you didn't do that, or I would hate you even more. Yes. At first, I was quite anxious. But later, I found that the demon ancestor didn't make a move on you. This surprised me. Later, the imperial tutor told me that the demon ancestor changed his mind and no longer forcibly kidnapped you, allowing you to grow freely. Of course, as a condition, we are not allowed to think of ways to cripple your cultivation. I discussed it with your grandfather, and this is good. As long as you don't fall into the hands of the demon ancestor and become his puppet, there might be a turning point in the future. So from then on, we didn't care about you anymore. However, although your strength became stronger and stronger, the turning point we hoped for did not appear. Your bloodline power has successfully returned to its ancestral state and entered the divine sight to unlock the seal, allowing the demon ancestor's divine body to escape. The emperor shook his head, his face full of worry. The same was true for Emperor Hong. The subordinates of the demon ancestor were enough to make people despair. Now that the demon ancestor had seized the divine body, after he fused with the divine body and returned to his peak state, the great Qin Empire would be completely hopeless. Is there a turnaround? Qin Feiyang murmured. In fact, the turning point had already appeared. It was just that his father and great-grandfather hadn't noticed it yet. And this turning point was his cultivation. After breaking through to the war god level, he could easily take care of Zhuge Mingyang and the others, let alone the demon ancestor. Qin Feiyang looked at Emperor Hong, and said, "Since you are so afraid of the devil ancestor, then why are you still desperately helping Zhuge Mingyang and the imperial preceptor snatch the devil ancestor's divine body in the divine ruins? The fiend ancestor is threatening me with the lives of so many people. Do I dare not do it?" However, later on, I also decided to cut off all means of retreat. Emperor Hong said. "Burn all bridges?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Yes. After Zhuge Mingyang took back the divine body, I wanted to find a chance to destroy the demon alpha's divine body. I was also afraid that my strength wasn't enough, so I asked you for the heavenly great sword. But Zhuge Mingyang seemed to have sensed my thoughts and kept the demon ancestor's divine body in another space inside the spatial divine object. I couldn't find a chance at all." Emperor Hong said regretfully. "Sure enough, there's more than one space." Qin Feiyang muttered. When he heard Zhao Tailai's words, he suspected that the spatial divine object was the same as Mu Tianyang's spatial divine object. There was more than one space. What about Mother? Qin Feiyang looked at the emperor and asked. The emperor sighed. "Your mother is the person I owe the most in my life." Qin Feiyang asked, "You abolished her position as empress and imprisoned her. It should be the imperial preceptor's idea, right?" "No. This matter has nothing to do with the imperial preceptor. It was my idea." The emperor shook his head. "Your idea?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Yes. Although your mother is gentle and kind in front of you, her temper is actually the same as yours. Back then, after you were banished to the spiritual state, she immediately began to secretly investigate the whereabouts of the demon ancestor. After I learned of this, I was afraid that something would happen to her, so I put her under house arrest. At first, she didn't have any complaints, but as time passed, she began to blame me. Especially when you returned to the imperial capital, her resentment towards me grew deeper and deeper. Of course, I didn't blame her. After all, it was my incompetence that caused you to fall to this point. In the end, I had no choice but to abolish her position as empress and imprison her. However, I didn't expect that you would actually bring a group of forgotten continents' fake gods back." The emperor smiled bitterly. Qin Feiyang asked, "Then do you know where Mother is now?" "I don't know. To be honest, your mother's temper is really too fierce." "Do you still remember the agreement you forced me to sign?" The emperor said. "Of course I remember. Within 10 years, you are not allowed to hurt my mother or anyone related to me." Qin Feiyang said. "Yes. That's the agreement. Actually, this agreement is exactly what I want. Because I don't want to hurt your people anymore, and I don't want to imprison your mother again and let her continue to suffer. At that time, I also thought that after suffering so much in the divine prison, your mother would stop. But that's not the case at all. She was still secretly investigating the hiding place of the demon ancestor. Then one day, the imperial tutor finally found out that your mother was investigating the whereabouts of the demon ancestor. In a rage, he kidnapped your mother. At that time, I was really going crazy. But fortunately, you brought people back and found your mother." The emperor smiled. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "So, it's very likely that Mother is still investigating the demon ancestor's lair?" "It's not likely, it's certain," the emperor said. "Mother," Qin Feiyang murmured. At that time in the Sea of Reincarnation, he couldn't figure out why his mother left silently after escaping. It turned out that his mother had been secretly investigating the whereabouts of the demon ancestor. And at that time, his mother must have already found some clues, but because she was afraid of implicating him, she didn't tell him. This was a mother's love. It was higher than the sky, thicker than the earth, and bigger than the sea. In comparison, his father, Qin Feiyang, looked at the emperor. Compared to his mother, he did seem a little, but then, he shook his head again and erased the thoughts in his mind. What was he thinking? His father had enough headaches over the years. And as the emperor of a country, he had to consider far more things than his mother, so naturally, he would be especially cautious. The emperor sighed and said, Fei Yang, you shouldn't have killed the commander of the Kirin army. After all, he was forced to save Zhuge Shenfeng. Who told you to hide it from me? Qin Fei Yang pursed his lips. Now that he had killed him, what else could he do? Wait. The corpse of the commander of the Kirin army was still there. If he opened the gate of rebirth again in the future, wouldn't he be able to resurrect the commander of the Kirin army? Thinking of this, Qin Fei Yang said telepathically, Father, find a chance later to put away the corpse of the commander of the Kirin army. Why? The emperor thought to himself. Qin Fei Yang said, in the future, I may be able to resurrect him. Really? The emperor was surprised. Yes. Qin Fei Yang responded secretly, but he didn't say the price of resurrection. Of course. It was impossible for him to open the gate of rebirth again just for the commander of the Kirin army. Because even he couldn't bear the price. Okay. The emperor thought to himself. Wait. This child seemed to be telepathically communicating. The emperor was stunned and secretly said, Fei Yang, your sea of qi, my sea of qi has never been broken. I did this to force you to tell the truth. Qin Fei Yang said telepathically. It's not broken, the emperor muttered in his heart and said helplessly, You little brat, you're really weird. But you're right. Before you have enough strength, we will never tell you the truth. Because we all know your character. Once you know the truth, you will definitely look for the demon ancestor regardless of the consequences. At that time, you will die. The emperor thought to himself. Qin Fei Yang said telepathically, Even if you don't tell me, I will still look for the demon ancestor. The result will be the same. Fei Yang, the demon ancestor's strength isn't as simple as you think. Not to mention that you're only a pseudo-god now, even if you break through to War God, you won't be able to defeat him easily. Don't be impulsive. The emperor hurriedly said. Father, I'm not joking. I should know the demon ancestor's strength better than you. Qin Fei Yang smiled faintly. The emperor said, Then maybe I'm not a match for the demon ancestor, but I won't let him have an easy time. Qin Fei Yang's eyes flashed with killing intent. He looked at Emperor Hong and the emperor and said, Last question, when I was young, Chang Shui and the castle saved me many times, but why don't I have any impression of it? Because Chang Shui and the castle have always been guarded by your mother and me. Every time the imperial tutor came to ambush you, they only released a wisp of aura to intimidate the imperial tutor. And when you were 10 years old, the demon ancestor appeared, but he didn't directly look for you. Instead, he looked for me first. In the past, the demon ancestor came a few times. Every time he came, the castle would immediately react. But that time, the castle was indifferent. In the end, the demon ancestor tried to kill me, but the castle didn't move at all. So, we judged that the castle and Chang Shui were no longer protecting you. The emperor said. So that's how it is. But you guys are too arbitrary. You should have waited for the demon ancestor to come and kill me. If at that time, the castle and Chang Shui still didn't react, then you can truly judge that they are no longer protecting me. Qin Fei Yang was speechless. It's easy to say. In those 10 years, in order to protect you, their minds were on the verge of collapse. Whenever there was a wind blowing, their nerves would tense up. Not to mention that the demon ancestor personally came. How could they think so much? Moreover, there was a reaction in the past, but suddenly there was no reaction. There must be a reason for this. Emperor Hong rolled his eyes at Qin Fei Yang and said. Qin Fei Yang smiled bitterly. Your father's judgment at that time was not wrong, because that time, Chang Shui and the castle did not intend to help you. But suddenly, that mysterious voice sounded in Qin Fei Yang's mind again. Qin Fei Yang was stunned, and secretly said, Shadowless man, you are really everywhere. What's wrong? Are you starting to dislike me? The mysterious voice said. No. You are so resourceful, how could I dislike you? However, tell me, why didn't Chang Shui and the castle help me that time? Qin Feiyang said in his mind. Then answer me first. If you are allowed to live a stable and worry-free life in the imperial capital, do you have the confidence to surpass your current achievements? The mysterious voice said. No. Living too comfortably will make people lazy. Qin Feiyang replied without hesitation. That's not right. If you are in the imperial capital, that is equivalent to always being under the wings of your parents. How could you grow so quickly? Believe it or not, if you had stayed in the imperial capital and faced the fiend ancestor and the others, you would be like a helpless child, hiding behind everyone and crying in despair. You wouldn't be standing here and protecting everyone like you are now. As for the rewards, it's proportional to the effort. The shadowless man laughed. Qin Feiyang said, so that's how it is. This is the training for me, right? Jade can't be made into anything without being carved. It's the same for people. No matter how talented a person is, it's difficult for him to become a great person without being honed. The shadowless man said. This sentence is very reasonable. Thank you, shadowless man, Qin Feiyang secretly said. The shadowless man said, go, your mission has just begun. Don't, I will disappoint you. Qin Feiyang secretly said. He raised his head and looked at Zhuge Mingyang. He grinned and said, I've made you wait for a long time. Genius remembered the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 1788. It's fine, it's fine. After all, I didn't wait in vain. I enjoyed a good show. Zhuge Mingyang waved his hand. A good show, Qin Feiyang murmured. Yes. Just now, when you knelt there, that look of pain and self-blame, it made people feel so comfortable and happy. Zhuge Mingyang laughed. That's true. A person like you can only find a little sense of superiority in this kind of situation. Qin Feiyang said. A person like me? Zhuge Mingyang was stunned and asked curiously, then tell me, what kind of person am I? Qin Feiyang said, do you really want me to say it? Say it. I really want to know, what do you think of me? Monster? Genius? Devil? Zhuge Mingyang looked at him mockingly. So narcissistic? Qin Feiyang was speechless, shook his head and smiled. None of the above, you are most suitable for the role of the clown. The clown, Zhuge Mingyang's face suddenly sank, and said with a smile, you really have guts, at this point, you still dare to talk nonsense? And then? Qin Feiyang laughed. You already know the truth, it's time to send your family on their way. Zhuge Mingyang glanced at Qin Feiyang, the emperor, and Emperor Hong, his eyes filled with killing intent. Boom! Gray-white divine power rolled out. The void shattered. The earth collapsed. Emperor Hong shouted, Feiyang, quickly take your father and Qin Shing away, I will hold him back. Can you hold him back? The imperial preceptor sneered. Don't forget that there is still me. The inner demon's Emperor Hong took a step forward and landed beside Emperor Hong, staring at the imperial preceptor with a sinister smile. The sneer on the imperial preceptor's face grew thicker. Qin Feiyang looked at Emperor Hong's back and said in a deep voice, you and the inner demons are not their opponents. Now that things have come to this, it doesn't matter whether I live or die. As long as you're alive. Because you are the hope of great Qin. Emperor Hong said in a deep voice. This sovereign, I didn't think that you would actually be able to say such mushy words. Hearing it gave me goosebumps. Emperor Hong of the inner demons laughed cruelly. Is it mushy? To be honest, I've been holding these words in for a long time. Now that I've finally said them, I feel much better. Emperor Hong laughed. Then let's go all out and fight? Emperor Hong of inner demons said. Let's fight. Emperor Hong nodded. Along with a clang, the heavenly great sword appeared, its sharpness tearing the heavens and splitting the earth. Emperor Hong grabbed the heavenly great sword, looked at the imperial preceptor, and shouted, Zhuge Shinyun, settle this. Boom. The inner demon's Emperor Hong's body was also filled with a terrifying baleful aura. The state preceptor also released his aura, not to be outdone. Zhuge Mingyang smiled and said, Ancestor, these trash don't need you to personally take action. Just stand by and watch. The state preceptor said in a deep voice, don't underestimate them, end the battle quickly. Zhuge Mingyang immediately burned with anger and shouted, I told you to watch, so you watch. What are you stealing the limelight for? Stealing the limelight? The state preceptor looked at Zhuge Mingyang in a daze. Was he stealing the limelight? Facing the enemy, regardless of whether the other party was strong or weak, one should go all out and not give them any chance. Did he not understand this principle? He actually said that he was stealing the limelight, simply unreasonable. Fine, I won't make a move. But you'd better not fail. The state preceptor snorted coldly and retreated to the side, silently looking at Zhuge Mingyang and Emperor Hong, his eyes flickering. Fail? Even if I want to fail, it's impossible, because they are too weak. Zhuge Mingyang muttered. Gray-white divine power, like a raging wave, swept through the sky, and pounced towards Emperor Hong. Let's go. Emperor Hong shouted at Qin Feiyang and the others, and then held the heavenly great sword to meet them. But suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed their arms. Emperor Hong and Inner Demon's Emperor Hong were taken aback. They turned their heads and found that the person who grabbed them was Qin Feiyang. What are you doing? Emperor Hong of Inner Demons raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, fighting with a junior, others will say that you are bullying the weak. Bullying the weak? The two looked at each other and were immediately furious. At this time, they still cared about this? Moreover, they might not be able to beat Zhuge Mingyang. Two great-grandfathers, let us juniors settle the grudges of the younger generation ourselves. Qin Feiyang smiled, took a step forward, passed between the two, and stood in front of everyone. Zhuge Mingyang and the state preceptor were surprised. He actually dared to stand up. Could it be that his qi had been repaired? But even with the cedar, it was impossible to be so fast. Feiyang, don't be stupid. Emperor Hong's expression changed. The emperor and the other two were also extremely anxious. Qin Feiyang looked at the gray divine power that was surging towards him, and said with a smile, you guys have protected me for so many years, it's time for me to protect you guys. When you become stronger, it won't be too late to protect us. Now, back off. Emperor Hong shouted. Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear, looked at Zhuge Mingyang and said, let me see how strong you have become after breaking through to the war god realm. Then open your eyes wide and watch. Zhuge Mingyang smiled proudly. I will. Qin Feiyang muttered and raised his arm. Boom! A monstrous aura burst out from his body. The sea of qi has really been repaired? The state preceptor's eyes trembled. For some reason, looking at the current Qin Feiyang, a great sense of uneasiness rose in his heart. Are you finally going to be serious? Lu Zheng murmured with a trace of a smile on his face. Zheng, your little cousin is in danger, how can you still be in the mood to smile? Second grandpa noticed the smile on Lu Zheng's face and immediately said angrily. I'm in a good mood now, of course I have to smile. Lu Zheng gritted his teeth and said. You? Second grandpa's face was full of anger as he frowned and said, did you and Feiyang have an argument in the miracle? What do you mean? Lu Zheng was stunned. If that's not the case, then why are you so happy to see Feiyang in trouble? Zheng, no matter what, we and Feiyang are family. And you're his cousin. You brothers have to be united. Second grandpa tried his best to persuade her. Lu Zheng smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. Second grandpa, your imagination is too rich. How could my little cousin and I have an argument? Besides, even if he offended me, I will be magnanimous and not bother with him. He added. Then what are you? Second grandpa was suspicious. Wait and see, you will understand soon. Lu Zhang's eyes flashed. He looked up at Qin Feiyang and murmured, "Little cousin, show your strength quickly and let everyone have a good look. Also, let Zhuge Mingyang shut up for me." High in the sky, the gray divine power had already arrived in front of Qin Feiyang. The hearts of Emperor Hong and the others were already in their throats. Although Qin Feiyang had repaired his Qi Si, he was only a false god. How could he be a match for Zhuge Mingyang? Boom! Seeing that Zhuge Mingyang's divine power was about to drown Qin Feiyang grinned, and his aura suddenly soared. Zhuge Mingyang's eyes widened. Emperor Hong and the others, as well as Second Grandpa and the others, were also bewildered. Boom! Almost in the next moment, Qin Feiyang's aura rose to the war god realm. The three types of divine powers immediately surged out of his palm like a tidal wave. Boom! The two divine powers collided with a loud bang. A deafening explosion sounded between heaven and earth. War god. Feiyang, he is actually a war god. Second Grandpa muttered to himself, his old face full of shock. Third Grandpa and Fourth Grandpa were also dumbfounded. It turned out that Feiyang had already stepped into the war god realm. No wonder Lu Zheng, this kid, would laugh. Emperor Hong, the inner demon's Emperor Hong, the emperor, and Qin Sheng looked at Qin Feiyang's back and were all dumbstruck. They never thought that Qin Feiyang had already broken through to the war god realm. When they came back to their senses, Emperor Hong and the emperor looked at each other, and a trace of joy appeared on their faces at the same time. This might be the turning point they had been looking forward to. Looking at Zhuge Mingyang and the state preceptor again. At this moment, they stared at Qin Feiyang, both their faces and eyes were full of disbelief. War god? No. They must be seeing things. How long had it been since he broke through to the false god realm? How could he step into the war god realm so quickly? You're surprised, right? Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Zhuge Mingyang shook his head and roared, "Impossible, absolutely impossible, this must be a dream. I admit, your immortal demon art gives me a headache. However, I'm not a person to be underestimated. Haven't you been wondering why I spent so long in the miracle before coming to find you? That's right, I was cultivating in seclusion." Qin Feiyang said. This is definitely not true. You've only been in seclusion for half a year, how could you break through to the war god realm? Zhuge Mingyang said angrily and hysterically. No matter what, he couldn't accept this sudden change. The secrets hidden in the miracle are something you can never imagine. What you've seen is only the tip of the iceberg. Qin Feiyang's body trembled, and his aura spread out in all directions. This is the aura of the war god. That's right. He has really stepped into the war god realm. The Grand Master murmured. Why? Since you've already broken through to the war god realm, why are you still pretending to be pitiful? Zhuge Mingyang roared. The truth. Everything I've done is for the truth. Now that the truth has been revealed, there's no need to continue hiding. Qin Feiyang said calmly. What about Zhao Tailai and the others? Zhuge Mingyang asked. Them? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said with a smile, I didn't lie to you about this. They are indeed fighting against Mu Tianyang in the Forgotten Continent. Haha, Zhuge Mingyang immediately laughed. Without Zhao Tailai and the others, even if you break through to the war god realm, what can you do? Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a dog. Innate ability, open for me. With a fierce laugh, the Bone Dragon War Soul soared out from behind Zhuge Mingyang, releasing waves of demonic might. An invisible domain then enveloped Qin Feiyang. Boom! Qin Feiyang's cultivation immediately plummeted. False god. Peak Realm 9-star War Emperor. 9-star War Emperor. 8-star War Emperor. Looking at Qin Feiyang, who had fallen straight down to 8-star War Emperor, Emperor Hong and the others, as well as Grandpa Hot and the others, couldn't help but become nervous. Genius remembered the address of this site in a second. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 1789. In the past. When Zhuge Mingyang was a false god, the power of his divine powers would be greatly reduced when he faced a combat god. For example, when Zhuge Mingyang fought with Mu Changfeng in the Land of Inheritance. At that time, he could only reduce Mu Changfeng's cultivation to the false god realm. But now, Zhuge Mingyang had also become a combat god. Therefore, even if his opponent was a combat god, he could still take away 4 small realms. The emperor was worried. But the imperial tutor was relieved. Even if Qin Feiyang broke through to the combat god realm, Zhuge Mingyang's divine powers would still be able to widen the gap. And the gap was even bigger than when Qin Feiyang hid his cultivation. When he hid his cultivation, he was at the false god realm. But now, he was only an 8-star combat emperor. How is it? You still dare to be arrogant? It's that easy to kill you. Zhuge Mingyang laughed cruelly. He took a step forward and slapped Qin Feiyang's chest with his palm. Poof! Qin Feiyang spat out a mouthful of blood. His chest caved in and his heart was torn apart. He fell to the ground again like a meteorite. Still pretending? Lu Zheng raised his eyebrows. Pretending? Second grandpa looked at him suspiciously. My cousin broke through to the combat god realm. Both his combat soul and the 6-word divine art have undergone tremendous changes. Zhuge Mingyang's divine powers can't do anything to him. This bastard, there should be a limit to his pretentiousness. Lu Zheng snorted coldly. Second grandpa and the other 2 looked at each other and looked at Qin Feiyang curiously. Their eyes were full of anticipation. What other tricks is this kid hiding? Boom! Qin Feiyang rushed out from the ground and into the sky again. Furthermore, he did not shrink back at all and directly entered the domain formed by Zhuge Mingyang's innate divine ability. Qin Feiyang, you're really not afraid of death. Zhuge Mingyang laughed angrily. If it were anyone else, they would definitely avoid his innate divine ability. But this guy actually took the initiative to enter. Wasn't he provoking him? Don't worry about whether I'm afraid of death or not. Show me all your tricks. I want to see how much you've changed and whether you deserve my full strength. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Ha! Zhuge Mingyang laughed maniacally and said, without Lu judging, who can break my innate mystical power? Don't tell me that you've also activated Eye of Nothingness? I didn't activate Eye. Qin Feiyang shook her head. Then, why are you still be arrogant? Zhuge Mingyang roared. He took a step forward. Divine power surged from the tip of his index finger. It emitted a destructive aura as it went straight for Qin Feiyang's forehead. This kind of ordinary attack won't be able to kill me. Qin Feiyang said. Using the walk formula, he easily dodged the attack as if he was teleporting. Humph! Zhuge Mingyang snorted coldly. He immediately teleported and arrived behind Qin Feiyang in an instant. Boom! He retracted his index finger and clenched it into a fist as he punched towards Qin Feiyang's back. It seems that other than the increase in your cultivation, your strength hasn't changed much. If that's the case, then shut up. Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth and the purple gold divine dragon fighting soul roared out. Are you going to activate the Emperor prison? Zhuge Mingyang was surprised, but then his face was full of disdain as he sneered. Even the Emperor prison can't break my divine powers. He didn't retract his fist and continued to punch towards Qin Feiyang's back. The Emperor prison can't break your divine powers indeed. But, what if it's the Eye of Heaven? Qin Feiyang laughed. Eye of Heaven? Zhuge Mingyang was surprised. Eye of Heaven, open. Qin Feiyang shouted explosively, and then a crack split open between the brows of the violet gold dragon soul, and then strands of dazzling violet gold divine light shot out from it. It looked like something was trying to come out from the purple gold dragon soul's glabella. It's here. Lu Zheng's eyes flickered as he couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. Buzz! Accompanied by a dazzling divine light, a third eye appeared between the purple gold dragon soul's glabella. This is, Zhuge Mingyang paused and looked at the dragon soul's glabella in surprise. Emperor Hong and the others also looked at the purple gold dragon soul, their faces full of doubts. Because they had never seen the purple gold dragon soul's technique before. The third eye of the purple gold dragon soul was as big as a millstone. The pupil was divided into two halves. Half was purple, and the other half was gold. Watch carefully how I break through your innate ability. Qin Feiyang whispered. A mysterious aura suddenly emerged from the third eye and rushed towards the bone dragon soul. That's right. Shatter the battle soul, and the divine powers will naturally disintegrate. Seeing this, Fourth Grandpa's eyes lit up as he laughed. The power of the Eye of Heaven is not as simple as you think. Lu Jing said. Fourth Grandpa was surprised. It will give you a big scare. Lu Jing murmured. As soon as Lu Jing's voice fell, an amazing scene appeared. With a loud dragon roar, a giant dragon appeared out of thin air above Qin Feiyang's head. How is this possible? Zhuge Mingyang's eyes widened in anger. The giant dragon was thousands of feet long, like a huge mountain ridge, with monstrous demonic might. And this giant dragon was exactly the same as his bone dragon soul. Feiyang has a fourth battle soul? Emperor Hong also looked at the emperor with a dumbfounded expression and asked. No. The emperor shook his head. Then what the hell is going on? And what's even stranger is that his bone dragon soul is exactly the same as Zhuge Mingyang's battle soul. Emperor Hong said. You fought with him at the miracle. Even you don't know, how could I know? The emperor smiled bitterly. Zhuge Mingyang roared, Qin Feiyang, what kind of trick did you use? Camouflage, Qin Feiyang muttered, suddenly looked at the bone dragon soul above, and shouted, innate divine powers, activate. Boom! Immediately. An invisible domain enveloped over. Immediately. An even more unbelievable scene appeared. Zhuge Mingyang's cultivation also began to plummet all the way to an 8-star war emperor. This is innate divine powers, destruction. Zhuge Mingyang's face was blank. Not only did he activate the same bone dragon soul, but he also activated the same innate divine powers. No. This wasn't real. How could there be such a ridiculous thing in this world? Emperor Hong and the others, Second Grandpa and the others all looked at each other in dismay. The methods that Qin Feiyang had displayed now were too unbelievable. This was not something that could be described with just the word strange. Zheng what the hell is going on? Second Grandpa, Third Grandpa, Fourth Grandpa, and the surrounding Lu family members all looked at Lu Zheng. Because here, only Lu Zheng could solve the doubts in their hearts. Lu Zheng took a deep breath and said with a smile, the Eye of Heaven is the innate divine power of the purple gold dragon soul, it can copy all attack methods. Copy all attack methods? Everyone was stunned, and once again looked at the bone dragon soul above Qin Feiyang. In other words, Qin Feiyang did not truly activate the bone dragon soul, and only copied Zhuge Mingyang's battle soul and innate divine powers? Wait. Qin Feiyang's innate divine power was not the Emperor Prison? How did it become the Eye of Heaven? Eye of Heaven, copy all attack methods, at the same time. Hearing Lu Zheng's words, Zhuge Mingyang seemed to have thought of something, and even trembled violently. He stared at the third eye of the purple gold dragon soul in disbelief. After you broke through to the war god realm, your methods did not change much. However, my methods have undergone an earth-shattering change. The Eye of Heaven is one of them. Qin Feiyang turned around and looked at Zhuge Mingyang with a smile. What did you say? The Eye of Heaven appeared after you broke through to the war god realm? Zhuge Mingyang was shocked. Otherwise? If I had activated the Eye of Heaven from the beginning, would I not have used it when facing you and Mu Tianyang? Qin Feiyang said. Zhuge Mingyang said, in other words, your purple gold dragon soul now has 2 innate divine powers? That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhuge Mingyang shook his head. Battle souls were also divided into different levels. Similar to the combat arts, ordinary people could only activate ordinary fighting souls. This type of battle soul did not have any innate divine powers. A battle soul that could activate innate divine powers was at least a superior or even a top battle soul. However, since ancient times, a battle soul could only activate one innate divine power. Two innate divine powers were simply unheard of. Actually, I'm also very surprised. After all, in history, no one has ever activated two innate divine powers. But this is the truth. Maybe our cultivation is not enough, so we can't understand these things. Qin Feiyang said. Two innate divine powers, and the eye of heaven, I'm not convinced. Zhuge Mingyang murmured and finally couldn't help but roar. Qin Feiyang said, from what you said, you seem to have some understanding of the eye of heaven? At first, I didn't think of it. But when I heard Lu Zheng's explanation, I suddenly remembered that Master once told me about this type of battle soul. Master said that there are some battle souls in the world that have surpassed the limit of battle souls. Unique in the world. The eye of heaven is one of them. Whether it's battle souls, battle arts, or divine arts, they can all be replicated. Lu Jiajin's eye of nothingness and Mu Qing's all-seeing eye are also among them. Zhuge Mingyang said in a deep voice. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization and said with a smile, having a powerful master is indeed different. To be honest, sometimes I'm quite envious of you. Are you mocking me? Lu Jiajin activated the eye of nothingness, so I won't say anything. After all, his talent is recognized as the best in the great Qin Empire. But what ability do you and Mu Qing have to activate the eye of heaven and the all-seeing eye? I'm not convinced. How can trash like you be more outstanding than me, Zhuge Mingyang? The eye of heaven, right? I'll kill you all the same. Because I have an advantage that you don't have, and that is divine power. Zhuge Mingyang roared. Gray-white divine power poured out like a torrent, sweeping through the void for thousands of miles. The destructive aura annihilated everything. My divine power is invincible against the same cultivation. Zhuge Mingyang waved his hand, and his divine power roared in the sky and rushed toward Qin Feiyang aggressively. Genius memorized this address in a second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 1790. However, in the face of Zhuge Mingyang's divine power, Qin Feiyang remained motionless. What's going on? Could it be that he has some amazing means? Seeing this, second grandpa looked at Lu Zheng and asked. Let's wait and see. Lu Zheng laughed. Boom. The grayish-white divine power drowned Qin Feiyang. He didn't dodge. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Zhuge Mingyang laughed wildly. But when the divine power dissipated, Qin Feiyang's body didn't have any fatal wounds at all. How could this be? Zhuge Mingyang's eyes widened in anger. It seems that you're really angry. Back then, we ate the giant python's divine meat and drank its divine blood together. Do you know the giant python's cultivation level? You don't, but I do. It has a perfected god of war. It's easy to imagine how much benefit its flesh and blood can bring to us. Qin Feiyang said. Perfected god of war. Second grandpa and the others were shocked. Fourth grandpa asked, Zheng is what he said true? It's true. I was also there at that time. The divine beast's flesh and blood tasted really good. Lu Zheng laughed. The three of them were shocked. What exactly did you experience in the divine sight? They even ate the divine beast of a perfected god of war. This group of kids is really crazy. High in the sky. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, Zhuge Mingyang was stunned and laughed. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about it. But I think I also ate it. My physical body is not inferior to yours. In other words, the final winner of this battle is still me. Zhuge Mingyang laughed and used teleportation. He rushed forward and punched Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang punched. The two fists met and both of them were knocked back at the same time. The strength and power of their physical bodies were indeed neck and neck. Swish. Following closely. The two of them attacked each other at the same time. Bang. Bang. A fierce battle immediately unfolded. Every punch landed on flesh. A terrifying power roared between heaven and earth. The void and the earth were collapsing and sinking. The emperor smiled and said, "Judging from the current situation, Fei Yang definitely has the strength to fight Zhuge Mingyang." "No." Emperor Hong shook his head. "What is it? Could it be that Fei Yang is still not a match for Zhuge Mingyang after activating the Eye of Heaven?" The emperor was bewildered. No. What I mean is that the outcome of this battle is already decided. Zhuge Mingyang will definitely lose." Emperor Hong laughed. The emperor heaved a sigh of relief. Zhuge Mingyang's strongest move is his innate ability. Now that the innate superpower has been broken, it no longer poses a threat. Next, it will be a battle between the divine arts and the divine power. Although Zhuge Mingyang's divine power is stronger than Fei Yang's divine arts are much stronger than Zhuge Mingyang's. Emperor Hong said. "How strong?" The emperor was curious. "Strong enough to make you despair. In short, the strongest person in our great Qin lineage is Fei Yang. He has become the true pillar of our great Qin." Emperor Hong smiled with relief. "The pillar of great Qin," the emperor murmured, looked up at Qin Fei Yang, and said with a smile, "Fei Yang, you are father's pride, father is proud of you." Emperor Hong frowned again and said, "But until now, I still have a question that I haven't thought of." "What question?" The emperor was suspicious. Lu family's fourth son's divine phoenix power can compete with Zhuge Mingyang's divine power. But why is Fei Yang's divine dragon power inferior to Zhuge Mingyang's divine power? Logically speaking, the divine power condensed from the purple gold dragon chi should also be able to reach this level. It should even be stronger. Emperor Hong frowned, his expression full of confusion. "Because of the blood of the true phoenix." Fourth grandpa's voice suddenly sounded. "Blood of the true phoenix?" Emperor Hong and the emperor looked at fourth grandpa, their brows full of suspicion. "Although bloodline atavism can make our talent better, in order to make our divine power stronger, we must fuse with the blood of the true phoenix, and only by fusing with the blood of the true phoenix can we be considered to have completely atavism." Fourth grandpa said. Emperor Hong said, "In other words, Fei Yang still has to fuse with the blood of the true dragon?" "Yes. And it must be the blood essence of the purple gold divine dragon. But in today's world, even a divine dragon is hard to find, let alone a purple gold divine dragon." Fourth grandpa sighed. The blood essence of the purple gold divine dragon. Emperor Hong and the emperor looked at each other, a hint of suspicion flashing in their eyes. The emperor looked at fourth grandpa and asked, "Then where did you get the blood of the true phoenix?" "It was left behind by my Lu family's ancestor. There was only one drop. Originally, we planned to leave it to Jia Jin, but although his talent is amazing, his bloodline power has not atavism." Fourth grandpa said regretfully. "So that's how it is." The emperor muttered. When Lu Zheng heard this, he turned to look at the three grandpas and said, "What about me? If there are benefits, you can't just think about Big Brother." "You?" The three of them glanced at Lu Zheng. Second grandpa shook his head and said, "Forget it, you can only be like this for the rest of your life. We have never expected you to become someone like your cousin and your big brother." "My temper." Lu Zheng's nose was crooked from anger, and he said angrily, "Even if you are elders, I will not forgive you." The three of them rolled their eyes. The emperor looked at Emperor Hong and said with a smile, "Grandfather, it seems that the thing that great-grandfather left behind back then was prepared for descendants like Fei Yang who had atavism." Emperor Hong was Qin Fei Yang's great-grandfather, so he was naturally the emperor's grandfather. And the great-grandfather that the emperor mentioned was undoubtedly Emperor Hong's father, Emperor Qin. "That's right. I didn't understand before, and I didn't take it seriously. But after hearing Lu family's fourth son's words, I finally understand. Emperor Hong exhaled, looked at the emperor, and said in a low voice, "Go and get the imperial jade seal immediately." "How can I go now?" The emperor smiled bitterly. His Qi Si had not been repaired, so he could not open the portal. Emperor Hong was stunned, shook his head, looked down at Second Grandpa, and said, "Second Grandpa Lu, let us enter the enchantment." "There's no other way. This enchantment, you can only leave, not enter." Second Grandpa said. "What?" Emperor Hong was surprised. "You can only leave, not enter?" What should he do now? The Qi Si of the three of them was also destroyed. If he went to get the Imperial Jade Seal, the State Preceptor would definitely take the opportunity to attack the Emperor and the three of them. He could also take the Emperor and the three of them back to the Imperial Palace. But what about those Marquis and the Kirin army? As soon as he left, the State Preceptor would definitely take the opportunity to attack. Although these Marquis were not strong, they were the foundation of Great Qin. Once all the Marquis were killed, the order of Great Qin would be in chaos. Qin Xing said suspiciously, "Emperor Hong, didn't you get a space divine object in the miracle?" "I did, but it was taken by the State Preceptor." Emperor Hong's expression was quite angry. Inner Demons Emperor Hong waved his hand and said, "You go get it, I'll protect them." "Can you do it alone?" Emperor Hong was stunned and asked. "Nonsense." Inner Demons Emperor Hong glared at him, snatched the heavenly great sword, and shouted, "Go." "Okay." Emperor Hong nodded, immediately opened a teleportation door, turned around, and rushed in. Seeing this, the State Preceptor's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. What was this old thing going to do? However, this was an opportunity. His eyes flashed with killing intent, and he shouted, "Law enforcers, listen to my order, immediately kill those Marquis and the Kirin army." Hearing this order, a group of law enforcers looked at each other. Those Marquis and the Kirin army were also in a panic. The strength of the law enforcers, especially the law enforcers of the inner hall, far surpassed these Marquis and the Kirin army. Once they attacked, the consequences would be unimaginable. "What? You dare to disobey my orders? Don't forget, you are all controlled by the blood-soul technique." The State Preceptor turned to look at the law enforcers and shouted angrily. The law enforcers' eyes trembled. Boom! Immediately, waves of aura erupted. Thousands of law enforcers, majestically charged towards those Marquis and the Kirin army. "You all step back." Inner Demons Emperor Hong's eyes surged with killing intent, and with a wave of his hand, the Emperor and Qin Xing immediately landed on the ground in the distance. Boom! Immediately after, Inner Demons Emperor Hong used teleportation, and charged towards those law enforcers. "Your opponent is this old man." The State Preceptor smiled coldly, and stood in front of Inner Demons Emperor Hong. His aura was like a rainbow. "Get lost." Inner Demons Emperor Hong roared, the heavenly great sword awakened, and slashed out. "Humph! You are not the only one with a divine weapon." The State Preceptor snorted, and with a wave of his old hand, a black sickle appeared. He grabbed the sickle, and divine power surged in. The sickle suddenly bloomed with a black light, like the sickle of a death god, and charged towards the heavenly great sword. Clang! The two divine weapons met, and sparks flew. The sharpness was actually equally matched. That group of Marquis and the Kirin army, looking at those murderous law enforcers, had long been scared out of their wits. The law enforcers of the temple were originally a sharp blade, dedicated to eradicating dissidents for the Emperor. In other words, they only obeyed the Emperor. Of course, now they obeyed the State Preceptor. For these cold-blooded and ruthless law enforcers, the entire court, civil and military officials, all respected them like gods. And the law enforcement hall was the nightmare of countless people, and they did not want to go in even if they died. So, at this moment, their hearts were filled with despair. Some of the more timid people were scared witless. Inner Demons Emperor Hong shouted, "Why are you still not running?" His voice was like a bell, shaking the sky. A group of Marquis and the Kirin army quivered, hurriedly opened the teleportation door, and fled in panic. Seeing this, second grandpa said in a deep voice, "Old 3, come with me to help." Third grandpa nodded. "You are at least my great Qin's Marquis, to actually be so unbearable, what a joke." But at this time, Qin Feiyang's voice sounded. Everyone raised their heads to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a divine seal appeared out of thin air. Perfect divine art, divine dragon seal. Zhuge Mingyang was sent flying on the spot, his body bleeding profusely. Following closely, Qin Feiyang lowered his head to look at those law enforcers, his hands forming seals at lightning speed. One after another slavery seals appeared, like a meteor shower, flying towards the top of those law enforcers' heads. "This is not good. Ancestor, quickly cripple their bloodline power," Zhuge Mingyang shouted. The slavery seal could break the blood spirit technique. Once these law enforcers regained their freedom, it was very likely that they would immediately rebel. Although he had never put these law enforcers in his eyes, he could not let the great Qin Empire take advantage of them. Chapter 1791. Hearing this, the imperial tutor raised his head to look at those slave seals, and his face suddenly changed. He knew that the slave seals could break the blood-soul technique. So even without Zhuge Mingyang's reminder, he knew what Qin Feiyang was going to do. He made a prompt decision. With a thought, he activated the blood-soul technique. However, at this moment, the purple gold dragon soul roared at the imperial tutor, and the emperor prison instantly opened. The imperial tutor was immediately imprisoned in the void. And it was a complete imprisonment. Even the blood in his body stopped flowing. Even his mind fell into a blank. "You're courting death," Zhuge Mingyang roared, waving his big hand, and the heavenly demon's hand flew out, carrying a world-destroying ferocious power, and slapped towards the purple gold dragon soul. "Humph!" Qin Feiyang snorted disdainfully, and the divine dragon seal appeared again, blasting towards the heavenly demon's hand. There was no suspense. Facing a perfect divine art, it was completely crushed. The heavenly demon's hand shattered. Zhuge Mingyang was also sent flying, blood gushing out of his mouth. At the same time, those slave seals sank into the heads of those law enforcers, and screams resounded through the sky. Qin Feiyang not only helped them break the blood-soul technique, but also controlled them. These people were all the imperial tutor's subordinates. If he did not control them, he would not be at ease. And the inner demon's Emperor Hong also seized the opportunity to revive the heavenly great sword, slashing towards the imperial tutor. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Just as Qin Feiyang broke the blood-soul technique, the imperial tutor regained consciousness. Seeing the inner demon's Emperor Hong's sword slashing towards him, his face suddenly changed. However, although he regained consciousness, his body could not move. He looked at the heavenly great sword in horror, his eyes full of despair. If this sword came down, wouldn't he be cut in half? At this critical moment, Zhuge Mingyang's eyes were gloomy, and with a wave of his hand, the heavenly demon flag appeared, and with a monstrous demonic power, it blasted into the emperor prison. Kacha! The emperor prison was actually shattered by the heavenly demon flag. The imperial tutor immediately regained his freedom, and without hesitation, he hurriedly retreated. Puff! The heavenly great sword fell and blood splattered across the sky. On his chest, there was a wound so deep that his bones could be seen. However, the state preceptor was rejoicing. Fortunately, Zhuge Mingyang had intervened in time. Otherwise, this sword strike wouldn't have just injured him, it would have taken his life. However, although his life had been saved, his face was filled with disbelief as he looked up at the purple gold dragon soul. In the past, he had fought with Qin Feiyang and seen the Emperor Divine Prison, but he had never felt his mind go blank. Qin Feiyang lowered his head to look at the imperial advisor and said, "It seems like you have already discovered the changes in my Emperor Divine Prison. What's going on?" The imperial master said in a deep voice. As you can see, my purple gold dragon's soul has not only awakened the eye of heaven, but the Emperor Divine Prison has also undergone new changes. This change, I call it consciousness deprivation. In other words, not only can the Emperor Divine Prison imprison living beings, it can also strip away their consciousness. I think I don't need to tell you how terrifying it is to lose consciousness during a battle. Qin Feiyang said. Consciousness deprivation. The state preceptor's heart was in turmoil. Awakening the eye of heaven was already very shocking, but he didn't expect the Emperor Divine Prison to have such a terrifying ability. In the world today, who could be his opponent in the same realm? Consciousness deprivation, at the same time. When Zhuge Mingyang heard this, he also felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, Qin Feiyang didn't activate the Emperor Divine Prison when he fought with him. Otherwise, he would have been caught off guard and suffered a great loss. He might even lose his life on the spot. However, now that he was prepared, there was nothing to be afraid of. Not to mention, he still had a trump card. Zhuge Mingyang waved his hand and the sky demon flag turned into a black light and returned to his side. The demonic aura spread in all directions. Sky demon flag. Qin Feiyang looked at the sky demon flag, his eyes flickering. This demonic item could instantly destroy the Emperor Divine Prison. It seemed that he couldn't underestimate it. Zhuge Mingyang laughed. You probably don't know that the sky demon flag is a heaven-defying artifact. Do you think heaven-defying artifacts are cabbages? Qin Feiyang sneered. Hee hee. Indeed, the sky demon flag hasn't reached the level of a heaven-defying artifact yet, but its power. Zhuge Mingyang waved his hand and divine power surged out and entered the sky demon flag. The sky demon flag buzzed and trembled. Roar. A gigantic demonic dragon suddenly roared as it appeared. The demonic dragon was blood red and its demonic aura shook the world. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced toward Qin Feiyang. Boom! Qin Feiyang didn't underestimate it. The divine dragon seal appeared and blasted toward the demonic dragon. Because of the aura emitted by the demonic dragon, even he couldn't help but feel flustered. Boom! The two behemoths collided, and the world suddenly lost its color. A destructive aura gushed out in all directions like a tidal wave. And under Qin Feiyang's shocked gaze, the divine dragon seal and the demonic dragon actually dissipated at the same time in the void. In other words, the power of the sky demon flag was completely on par with the divine dragon seal. The divine artifacts in the world are also divided into grades. Low-grade divine artifact, middle-grade divine artifact, high-grade divine artifact, supreme-grade divine artifact. This sky demon flag is a supreme-grade divine artifact. The power of a supreme-grade divine artifact is completely on par with a perfect divine art. Huh, are you surprised? You have a perfect divine art, the divine dragon's secret art. I have a supreme-grade divine artifact, the sky demon flag. In today's battle, who will win and who will lose is still unknown. Zhuge Mingyang laughed wildly. Supreme-grade divine artifact, Qin Feiyang muttered. The divine artifact was divided into low-grade, middle-grade, high-grade, and supreme-grade. The divine art was divided into low-grade, middle-grade, high-grade, and perfect. Indeed, as Zhuge Mingyang said, supreme-grade divine artifact was comparable to a perfect divine art. However, so what if it was a supreme-grade divine artifact? The means he displayed now were not even one-fifth of his peak state. Roar. His mind moved. A purple gold divine dragon roared out. Divine dragon roar. Invisible sound waves, like a tide, drowned the void and rushed toward Zhuge Mingyang. It's useless. Zhuge Mingyang laughed and waved the sky demon flag. The wind whistled and swept across the sky. Among them, there were also roars, like the roars of ghosts, making one's scalp tingle. Rumble. The invisible sound waves and the whistling wind, the two collided wildly in the void, the destructive aura covering the sky and earth. The void was collapsing, the earth was sinking, it was like the scene of the end of the world, shocking the world. The emperor looked at the battlefield in the sky and said in a deep voice, I didn't expect this Zhuge Mingyang to have such a terrifying demonic creature. It seems that your highness will be in a tough battle. Qin Sheng sighed. Originally, he thought that Qin Feiyang's means had become so strong that he would definitely be able to end the battle easily. But he didn't expect that Zhuge Mingyang's background was also so shocking. Sky Demon Flag. They had never seen a divine artifact of this level. Swish. It was also at this time. Emperor Hong returned, holding the Imperial Jade Seal in his hand. He specially ran back for the Imperial Jade Seal? The State Preceptor was stunned. Lu Zheng, second grandpa, and the others also looked at Emperor Hong suspiciously. Emperor Hong glanced at the State Preceptor, looked at the Qin Sheng trio, and asked with a smile, "Do you know what is in my hand?" "What do you mean?" The three were suspicious. It's not like they haven't seen the Imperial Jade Seal before. Was there a need to ask? "This is the Imperial Jade Seal. It was my father, Qin Feiyang's great-grandfather, personally made." Emperor Hong laughed. "We know." Qin Sheng trio said. Emperor Hong asked, "Then do you know what is in this Imperial Jade Seal?" "Inside the Imperial Jade Seal?" The three were stunned, looked at the Imperial Jade Seal, and said in surprise, "Is there something hidden inside?" "Yes." Emperor Hong nodded, stretched out his hand to the inner demons, and said, "Give me the Heavenly Great Sword." The inner demons handed the Heavenly Great Sword to Emperor Hong. Emperor Hong grabbed the Heavenly Great Sword and immediately slashed at the Imperial Jade Seal. Seeing this scene, Qin Sheng trio's expression changed. Qin Sheng hurriedly grabbed Emperor Hong's arm and exclaimed, "Emperor Hong, what are you doing?" "You'll know later." Emperor Hong smiled, indicating for Qin Sheng to let go. Qin Sheng shook his head and said, "If you don't make it clear, I will never let you do this. You are the son of the previous emperor. How can you destroy the Imperial Jade Seal?" The emperor said, "Grandfather is doing this for the good of Feiyang." "For the good of his highness?" Qin Sheng frowned, turned to look at the emperor, and said angrily, "Your Majesty, why are you messing around? Destroying the Imperial Jade Seal and for the good of Qin Feiyang, this had nothing to do with it." The emperor said, "Leave." "Your Majesty," Qin Sheng roared. "Leave." The emperor frowned and shouted. "Sigh." Qin Sheng sighed and retreated to the side angrily. The emperor looked at Emperor Hong and warned, "Grandfather, be gentle. Don't destroy the things inside." "All right." Emperor Hong nodded, raised the Heavenly Great Sword, and cut down bit by bit. "Who are these people? Even the Imperial Jade Seal left behind by the previous emperor is going to be destroyed." If the previous emperor knew about this, he would probably jump out of the coffin in anger on the spot. Looking at this scene, Qin Sheng was incomparably angry. The other two old men looked at Emperor Hong's actions, and their brows were filled with dissatisfaction. But suddenly, a powerful aura surged out from the Imperial ruler's seal. "This is..." Qin Sheng and the other two were surprised. It was actually a dragon's might. And it was extremely pure. It was the first time in their lives that they had sensed such a pure dragon's might. It felt as if there was a divine dragon sealed inside the Imperial Jade Seal. The State Preceptor, Lu Zheng, second grandpa, and the rest of the Lu family were also surprised. Even Qin Feiyang and Zhuge Mingyang were alarmed. The two stopped at the same time and looked down at the Imperial Jade Seal in Emperor Hong's hand. At this moment, the Imperial Jade Seal was cut in half. Not only the dragon's might, but there were also strands of purple gold divine light that shot out from the cracks, extremely dazzling. A few breaths passed. With a crisp sound, the Imperial Jade Seal suddenly split into two. Emperor Hong also immediately put away the Heavenly Great Sword. Immediately, that purple gold divine light was as dazzling as the scorching sun. At the same time, Qin Feiyang's bloodline power suddenly went berserk, crazily rolling and surging in his body. P.S. I was delayed by something today. I tried my best to rush out, but I only managed to rush out one chapter. Everyone, don't wait. Genius remembered this site's address in a second. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 1792. Qin Feiyang noticed this abnormality at the first moment. He hurriedly looked inside his body. His blood was flowing wildly, and even seemed to be burning. All over his skin, there was a faint burning sensation. He was extremely surprised. What was going on with this throbbing from his bloodline power? All of a sudden, his eyes shot out a bright light, and he lowered his head again to look at the imperial seal. The change in his bloodline power seemed to be caused by this imperial seal. What exactly was inside? Why would it make his bloodline power so restless? Looking at Emperor Hong again. After putting away the heavenly great sword, he held half of the imperial seal in each hand, and then slowly separated. There was also an unconcealable excitement in his expression. Finally, the two halves of the imperial seal separated. The thing hidden inside also appeared in front of everyone's eyes. They saw that in the center of the imperial seal, there was a purple gold crystal. The crystal was extremely small, estimated to be the size of a mung bean. It was crystalline and translucent like a peerless divine jade, and it was dazzling and extremely beautiful. It's actually, when second grandpa, third grandpa, and fourth grandpa saw the crystal, their old eyes were full of shock. What is it? Lu Zheng asked in surprise. The blood essence of the purple gold divine dragon. Fourth grandpa said with a pause between each word. What? It's actually the blood essence of the purple gold divine dragon. Everyone was dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang's eyes also suddenly widened, full of disbelief. There was actually a drop of purple gold divine dragon's blood essence hidden in the imperial seal? This was such an unbelievable thing. But it happened in front of them. Wait. Since it's the blood essence of the purple gold divine dragon, why is it a crystal? Lu Zheng was suspicious. It's because it's been stored for too long, the blood has solidified, and it's completely sealed, so it's slowly turned into a blood crystal. Fourth grandpa said. The blood essence of the purple gold divine dragon, Zhuge Mingyang was also in extreme disbelief. Qin Feiyang swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty, Great-grandpa, is this also left by the ancestors? Yes. Emperor Hong nodded. Qin Feiyang wanted to say something again. But suddenly, the bloodline power in his body became even more frenzied, pulling his body towards the blood crystal. Qin Feiyang was taken aback and quickly stabilized his body. However, the more he did this, the crazier the bloodline power in his body became. In the end, his body flew towards the blood crystal uncontrollably. He could even clearly sense the bloodline power's desire for blood crystals. Seeing Qin Feiyang's abnormal behavior, Zhuge Mingyang frowned. The state preceptor was also suspicious. But suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something as his face changed drastically. He shouted, Mingyang, stop him. He wants to merge with the blood crystal. Fusion? Zhuge Mingyang was bewildered. Just now, I heard the conversation between Emperor Hong and Lu family's fourth brother. The reason why Lu family's fourth brother's divine power can contend against your divine power is because he has fused with the blood of the true phoenix. The state preceptor said in a deep voice. You mean, after Qin Feiyang fuses with this drop of purple gold divine dragon's blood essence, the power of his divine power will also become stronger? Zhuge Mingyang said. Yes. Once he fuses with this drop of blood crystal, his bloodline power will completely return to its ancestral state. At that time, his strength will definitely become stronger. He must be stopped. The state preceptor roared. Boom! When Zhuge Mingyang heard this, he immediately activated the Sky Devil flag and rushed towards Qin Feiyang. So that's how it is. Only by fusing with the blood of the true dragon can my bloodline power be considered to have completely returned to its ancestral state. Qin Feiyang muttered. Previously, when he was fighting with Zhuge Mingyang in the sky, he did not pay attention to the conversation between Emperor Hong and the others. It was only now that he understood. It turned out that the reason Emperor Hong took this drop of blood essence was to fuse with him and make him stronger. Since it was such a good thing, then he absolutely could not let Zhuge Mingyang mess it up. Supreme Emperor. When the statue appeared, its divine might shook the world. Zhuge Mingyang and the Sky Devil flag were immediately stopped. A cold light flashed in the state preceptor's eyes. He leaped and pounced towards Qin Feiyang. Even Zhuge Mingyang is not my opponent, let alone an old bastard like you. Qin Feiyang smiled contemptuously. The divine dragon seal appeared, carrying a monstrous aura as it blasted towards the state preceptor. Ah! With a scream, the state preceptor was immediately blasted away, his body dripping with blood. Is this the perfect divine technique? The state preceptor murmured. Too terrifying. The moment he faced the divine dragon seal, he felt as if he was facing a death god. An uncontrollable fear emerged in his heart. Amazing. Emperor Hong, second grandpa, and the others saw this scene and laughed out loud. To injure the state preceptor in an instant, who could compete with such means? This kid had completely grown up. It was time for them old guys to withdraw from the stage. Clang. Boom. High up in the sky, the statue formed by the Supreme Emperor crazily collided with Zhuge Mingyang and the Sky Devil flag. The state preceptor was also blasted thousands of miles away, his body bleeding profusely. And those law enforcers, after the blood soul technique was broken, also obediently retreated to the distance to watch the battle. So now, no one could stop Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang landed beside Emperor Hong. Back then, my father once told me that in the Imperial Jade Seal, there was a drop of purple gold divine dragon's blood essence, but he didn't tell me the purpose. So I didn't take it to heart, and even slowly forgot about it. And just now, when I heard the words of the Liu family's fourth son, I suddenly realized. So this drop of purple gold divine dragon's blood essence was specially left for the descendants of bloodline atavism. Emperor Hong laughed. The emperor shook his head and sighed. Great-grandfather, he really planned far ahead. Take it. Emperor Hong handed the blood crystal in front of Qin Feiyang. Facing the true dragon's blood close at hand, the bloodline power in Qin Feiyang's body had already gone crazy to an unprecedented level. Qin Feiyang glanced at Emperor Hong and the emperor, stretched out his arm, and took the blood crystal. Immediately, the blood crystal melted in his palm and quickly seeped into his body, merging with the bloodline power. Boom! Inside his body, there seemed to be some shackles broken, exploding with a muffled bang. Following closely, an extremely pure dragon might roared out from his body. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a wisp of divine dragon power emerged. At that moment, a destructive aura enveloped all directions. The void, crazily shattered. The emperor and the other two, under this aura, felt as if they were trapped in an ice cellar, their whole body cold. Emperor Hong's pupils also contracted, full of fear. But at the same time, they couldn't help but be excited. Because at this moment, Qin Feiyang's divine dragon power was several times stronger than before. So this is the true power of the purple gold dragon Qi. Qin Feiyang murmured. Looking at the divine dragon power at this moment, he couldn't help but be moved. Boom! He turned around and walked towards the sky step by step, as if there was an invisible ladder under his feet. His long hair fluttered, his clothes fluttered, giving people a feeling of ethereal. Everyone looked at him as if they were looking at an immortal monarch stepping into the air. That kind of calm temperament, that invisible domineering aura, that resolute face, and that imposing figure, at this moment, were deeply imprinted in everyone's soul, unable to be erased. Finally, he stood opposite Zhuge Mingyang, and said lightly, "Your so-called advantages are all gone. I don't believe that your divine dragon power can be compared with my death god power." Zhuge Mingyang roared, and instantly teleported in front of Qin Feiyang, raising his hand and punching out. Gray-white divine power rolled out, annihilating in all directions. Death god power, so this is your divine power. Qin Feiyang whispered, also raised his arm, and punched towards Zhuge Mingyang. The divine dragon power surged, shattering the void. Boom! The two fists collided together, the two divine powers continued to clash, and the surrounding void continued to collapse. At this moment, Qin Feiyang's divine dragon power was not inferior to Zhuge Mingyang's death god power at all. Why exactly? I paid such a huge price in exchange for this death god power, and Qin Feiyang, without doing anything, got the divine dragon power. Why is it so unfair? God, I hate you. Zhuge Mingyang roared into the sky, his grayish-white hair fluttered, and his body burned with wisps of devil flames. Following closely, a terrifying aura of death, with this place as the center, surged in all directions. Immediately, flowers, plants, and trees, all withered. Emperor Hong, the Emperor, Qin Sheng III, and even Qin Feiyang and the State Preceptor, the blood and vitality in their bodies were also flowing away crazily. Emperor Hong looked at those marquis, law enforcers, and the commanders of the Kirin army, and roared, "This is no longer a place where you can stay, quickly leave." When the group of people heard this, they opened the portal one after another and ran in as if they were running for their lives. Emperor Hong also brought the Emperor and Qin Sheng with him as he flew away without looking back. In their hearts, they were all extremely shocked. Could it be that this Zhuge Mingyang was really a god of death? I want to destroy everything. I want you to despair, I want you to suffer, I want this continent to be plunged into misery and suffering, and not even a blade of grass will grow. Zhuge Mingyang had completely gone mad. That terrifying death aura seemed endless, constantly emerging from his body, and had spread tens of thousands of miles away. Flowers, plants, and trees, all withered. Fierce beasts and wild beasts also turned into dried corpses in an instant. In less than 3 breaths. Within tens of thousands of miles, it became a land of death, without any vitality. The void was filled with a tragic aura. Only the Lu family, under the protection of the enchantment, was safe and sound. But the second grandpa was very anxious at this moment, and shouted, "Feiyang, outside the mountain range, there are dozens of villages, and the people living there are ordinary people, quickly stop him." Dozens of villages. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. The second grandpa said in a deep voice, "Yes, at least tens of thousands of people. According to his trend, not to mention those dozens of villages, I'm afraid the entire imperial capital will suffer in the end." The fourth grandpa also followed. Qin Feiyang glanced around. This death aura was indeed not ordinary terrifying. However, this Zhuge Mingyang was really ruthless, even the State Preceptor was not spared. In just a short while, the State Preceptor's old face, which was already a bit older, became even older. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, looked up at Zhuge Mingyang, and said, "It's time to end it, and this time, you can forget about resurrecting. Haha, let me tell you, the only one I hate in my heart now is you. If you have the guts, try to kill me." Zhuge Mingyang laughed wildly. Chapter 1793. I'm the only one you hate. Qin Feiyang muttered. With his current methods, it was actually easy to kill Zhuge Mingyang, but he didn't dare to. Why? It was because he was afraid that Zhuge Mingyang would revive again. One had to know. If Zhuge Mingyang was given another chance to revive, his cultivation would most likely break through to the level of war god. At that time, it would undoubtedly be even more difficult to get rid of Zhuge Mingyang. So, he had been waiting. He had also been thinking of ways to anger Zhuge Mingyang. Because only in this way would Zhuge Mingyang transfer all his hatred to him. In this way, Zhao Tailai and the others who were hiding in the Black Tortoise realm would undoubtedly have a chance. As for whether Zhuge Mingyang would transfer his hatred to Zhao Tailai and the others in the end, he wasn't worried at all. Because hatred wasn't something that could be transferred just like that. There had to be a process. Just like last time. Zhuge Mingyang transferred his hatred to Lu Jiajin because Lu Jiajin had displayed amazing talent, causing Zhuge Mingyang to be unreconciled and thus hate him. In other words, as long as Zhao Tailai and the others could get rid of Zhuge Mingyang in one go, then they would be able to kill him completely. Because Zhuge Mingyang simply didn't have the time, nor the opportunity, to transfer his hatred. So, when he heard Zhuge Mingyang say that he only hated him, he knew that the time had come. Do you hate me? Qin Feiyang chuckled and activated his 3,000 incarnations. 500 incarnations appeared in the void. Qin Feiyang joked, looking at this scene, do you hate me even more? Zhuge Mingyang was about to go crazy. 3,000 incarnations was his god art. If he had these 3,000 incarnations now, why would he be afraid of Qin Feiyang? The death god's power surged out and poured into the Sky Devil flag. The Sky Devil flag was vast and mighty, shattering the void for thousands of miles as it charged towards Qin Feiyang. Hate. The deeper your hatred for me, the easier it will be to kill you. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself. His 500 incarnations simultaneously transformed into the sovereign of the 9 and 5. 500 statues towered into the clouds. Divine might shook the heavens and the earth. Even the supreme-grade heavenly fiend flag could not help but tremble in the face of the 500 statues. It stopped in midair and did not dare to take another step forward. Sky Demon flag, are you betraying me? Zhuge Mingyang roared. The Sky Demon flag remained indifferent. Zhuge Mingyang was mad with anger. He roared, Ancestor, quickly come and help. The Imperial Tutor's eyes flickered. Damn it. Zhuge Mingyang roared. How does it feel to be betrayed by your friends? However, you don't have the right to blame Zhuge Xinyun, because you were the one who disrespected him first. For someone like you, even if you live to the end, even if you stand at the peak of this world and become the ruler of the world, you will still lose everything. Qin Feiyang said. If I am really the ruler of this world, what is the use of having them? I alone am enough to destroy everything. Unfortunately, I am not. Zhuge Mingyang roared. Sigh. If there is no kinship, no love, no friendship, what is the point of becoming the ruler of this world? Qin Feiyang sighed. That is why it is difficult for you to achieve great things. Zhuge Mingyang sneered. You still don't understand. The strong should be respected, not feared. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Cut the crap, Sky Demon flag, quickly attack. Zhuge Mingyang roared hysterically. Whoosh. However, hearing this, the Sky Demon flag did not attack Qin Feiyang. Instead, it turned into a stream of light and escaped into the sky. Damn it, damn it. Zhuge Mingyang roared like thunder. Mingyang, do you still not understand? The Sky Demon flag has begun to hate you. Furthermore, the owner of the Sky Demon flag is your master, not you. You can't command it. The state preceptor sighed. Zhuge Mingyang instantly glared at him and roared, if you don't want to help, then shut up. Otherwise, I will kill you first. The state preceptor was silent. He looked at Zhuge Mingyang, feeling extremely pained. All along, he had spared no effort to nurture Zhuge Mingyang at all costs. He even treated Zhuge Mingyang as his own child. However, he did not expect that the outcome would be like this. Actually, you don't have to fight to the death with Qin Feiyang. As long as you enter the divine item, what can he do to you? The state preceptor shook his head and did not say anything else. He looked around and began to look for a way out. Hide in the divine item, haha, I, Zhuge Mingyang, will never do such a cowardly and incompetent thing. Qin Feiyang, today, it's either you die or I die. Zhuge Mingyang roared. The Sky Demon hand and Bone Dragon art were both evolved. They carried the last of his will and attacked Qin Feiyang. As you wish. Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold. Clang. The 500 statues raised the broken swords in their hands at the same time. The sharpness of the broken swords could destroy heaven and earth. Boom! When the first broken sword fell, the Sky Demon hand and Bone Dragon art were shattered on the spot. This was the power of a perfect divine art. Moreover, the third move, Supremacy of the 9 and 5, was more powerful than the first move, Divine Dragon Seal, and the second move, Divine Dragon Roar. It was unstoppable and unstoppable. I, Zhuge Mingyang, was born to be the overlord of the 8 barren lands. How can I be defeated by you? Sever art, exterminate art, kill. Zhuge Mingyang roared while spurting blood. The destructive power of the 2 divine arts was overwhelming. The first broken sword was immediately shattered with a loud clang. The first statue also disintegrated. But there were still 499 statues behind. The wind howled and the clouds rolled. The so-called sever art and exterminate art were completely unable to resist and collapsed. The 499 broken swords came crashing down. However, there was no fear in Zhuge Mingyang's eyes, nor did he take half a step back. He looked at Qin Feiyang and his eyes calmed down. He shook his head and said, "It seems that no matter how hard I work, I can't surpass you. Why must you compete with me? Isn't it better to be yourself?" Qin Feiyang said. "To vent my anger. I just want to prove that I, Zhuge Mingyang, am not inferior to anyone, including you, Qin Feiyang. Obviously, I have failed. But even if I fail, I won't die. The only one who will die will be you." Zhuge Mingyang suddenly smiled and a destructive aura rushed out of his body. "Damn it. There's a spatial divine object, yet you chose to self-destruct. What a fool." The Imperial Grandmaster roared in exasperation and hurriedly escaped into the spatial divine object. Feiyang, quickly hide, Second Grandpa and the others also changed their expressions. The self-destruction of a false god was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth, let alone the self-destruction of a war god. But Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear. "You don't even hide from self-destruction, you really aren't afraid of death. But I like it. Don't worry, after I am reborn, I will help you take good care of Emperor Hong and the others, as well as the people from the Lu family." Zhuge Mingyang stared at Qin Feiyang and laughed again and again. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, "Self-destruction can also be reborn?" "Self-destruction can't be reborn." "But if," Zhuge Mingyang grinned, bringing along that destructive aura, he took a step forward and grabbed Qin Feiyang's arm, his divine power surging out. Following closely. He grabbed Qin Feiyang's arm, and with a poochie sound, he forcefully pressed it into his chest. Blood spurted out like a fountain. It even shattered his heart. "This person is too crazy." Second Grandpa and the others looked at Zhuge Mingyang, and their backs couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. "If you self-destruct like this, then it's the same as you killing me, and I can be reborn again. And now, even if you want to enter the ancient castle and Black Tortoise realm, it's already too late. Go to hell." Zhuge Mingyang laughed crazily. Sigh. "Even now, can't you see it? Ever since I appeared, everything I've done has been to infuriate you. And now, you ran over and stood face to face with me, which is exactly what I was looking forward to. Because of this, Zhao Tai Lai and the others can kill you in one blow. Don't treat others as fools." Qin Feiyang shook his head. His mind moved. Tang Hai, Zhao Tai Lai, and old man Qin suddenly appeared behind Zhuge Mingyang. The 3 Sea of Qi had already been repaired. Tang Hai held a dagger in his hand, and Zhao Tai Lai held an axe in his hand. Obviously, they were ready to kill Zhuge Mingyang. As soon as they appeared, Tang Hai didn't say anything, and immediately grabbed the dagger and stabbed Zhuge Mingyang's lower abdomen. His Sea of Qi shattered. Zhuge Mingyang's self-destruction was forcefully interrupted. How is this possible? Aren't they in the Forgotten Continent? He turned his head in disbelief, but what greeted him was Zhao Tailai's axe. A loud crack sounded. Zhao Tailai's axe split Zhuge Mingyang's skull open, and under the sharp edge of the axe, his soul was shattered on the spot. Fresh blood stained the sky. Zhuge Mingyang didn't even have time to scream before he fell head-first onto the ground. However, Qin Feiyang was still worried about his soul being shattered. "Quick! Crush his bones and scatter his ashes," Qin Feiyang shouted. Zhao Tailai, Tang Hai, and old man Qin nodded. Divine power rolled out and pounced on Zhuge Mingyang's body. In an instant, flesh and blood flew everywhere. What's going on? Inside the spatial divine item. The Grand Tutor looked at Zhao Tai and the other two, his old face full of disbelief. Weren't they in the Forgotten Continent? Zheng, they are. Second Grandpa and the other two looked at Lu Zheng in surprise. Old man Qin, I don't need to introduce you, you know. The other two, one is called Zhao Tai and the other is called Tang Hai. They are both war gods, subordinates that my little cousin subdued in the miracle. Lu Zheng smiled. Second Grandpa said, that's not what we're asking. Then what are you asking about? Lu Zheng looked at the three suspiciously. Suddenly, he patted his head and smiled, because of some reason, our battle with Mu Tianyang didn't break out at all. Old man Qin and the others have been waiting in the Black Tortoise realm. Didn't break out? Second Grandpa and the other two looked at each other. In that case, this was a trap set by Qin Feiyang? That's right. This is a trap. He had already planned it before entering the imperial capital. After all, this Zhuge Mingyang is not an ordinary character. It's hard to kill him without some extreme measures. Lu Zheng sighed. Third Grandpa frowned and said, why are you so afraid of Zhuge Mingyang? You still don't know Zhuge Mingyang's methods. He has mastered a demonic art called the Undying Demonic Art. This demonic art can bring him back to life, and every time he revives, his strength will skyrocket. Lu Zheng said. Chapter 1794. Come back from the dead? Second Grandpa and the others were surprised. Lu Zheng said, I'll tell you in detail later. Fourth Grandpa, can you go out? Yes. Fourth Grandpa nodded. Then this barrier, Lu Zheng scanned the barrier. This barrier comes from this walking stick. When it's activated, I need to use my divine power to activate it. Once it's activated, it no longer needs my divine power to support it. Fourth Grandpa said. There's such a thing? Lu Zheng was surprised and said, then hurry up and don't let the State Preceptor escape. The State Preceptor would definitely escape when he saw the three of them. Fourth Grandpa nodded and handed the walking stick to Second Grandpa. He rushed out of the barrier, and his divine power surged in all directions. Found it. Almost at the next moment, his eyes flickered. The space divine object was in the void not far from his left. Inside the space divine object. The State Preceptor sensed Fourth Grandpa's divine mind and immediately drove the space divine object to escape. Humph. Fourth Grandpa snorted and teleported in front of the space divine object. His divine power rolled out and condensed into a barrier that immediately enveloped the space divine object. Get out of my way. The State Preceptor roared in the space divine object and drove it toward the barrier. With a loud bang, the barrier immediately distorted. However, at this moment, Qin Feiyang suddenly looked up, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Then, he grabbed Zhao Tailai's axe and used the Xing formula. He rushed to Fourth Grandpa's side and used his divine mind. Then, he raised his giant axe and slashed at the space divine object. With a loud bang, the space divine object was split in half on the spot. The State Preceptor fell out in a sorry state. Fourth Grandpa didn't disperse the barrier and trapped him inside. You had time to escape before, but you didn't. Now that Zhuge Mingyang is dead, you want to escape. Do you think I'll give you the chance? Qin Feiyang looked at the State Preceptor coldly. The State Preceptor looked at Qin Feiyang and Fourth Grandpa with fear between his brows. He didn't even have the thought of breaking the barrier and escaping. On the other side, Zhao Tai and the other two finally stopped. This time, not a single strand of hair was left on Zhuge Mingyang's body. It could be said that he was truly crushed into ashes. Qin Feiyang said, find his spatial divine item. Understood. Zhao Tai nodded and sent his divine sense downwards. After Zhuge Mingyang died, the spatial divine item became an ownerless item. One had to know. This spatial divine item could even withstand the power of the rule of God's miracle. One could see how high its level was. Therefore, he could not miss this opportunity. Outside the barrier, Fourth Grandpa looked at the state preceptor and asked, Fei Yang, should we kill him? You can't kill him. I still need to get the location of the fiend ancestor's lair from him. Speak, where is the lair of the demon ancestor? Qin Fei Yang looked at the imperial preceptor and said. He wanted nothing more than to chop this person into pieces right now. The reason for that was because it had always been this person who had been causing trouble behind the scenes. It could be said that, without the state preceptor, many things in the past would not have happened. But Grandpa, Mermaid Princess, Lin Yi, and Old Master Ren, these people must be saved. Therefore, he must find the lair of the demon ancestor. Do you think I will be naive enough to tell you? If I tell you, will I still have a way out? The state preceptor calmed down and sneered. A cold light flashed in Qin Fei Yang's eyes, and he smiled coldly. It seems that I have to let you have a taste of the puppet technique. The puppet technique could not only control others but also forcibly read the other party's memory. As long as the state preceptor was controlled, there was no need to interrogate him to know the location of the demon ancestor's lair. Puppet technique? Fourth Grandpa heard it and looked at Qin Fei Yang suspiciously. But the state preceptor's body trembled. Although he had never been to the Black Tortoise world, he had learned about the puppet technique from Zhuge Mingyang. Qin Fei Yang stepped into the barrier. Go to hell. Just as Qin Fei Yang entered the barrier, the state preceptor suddenly exploded and slammed his palm toward Qin Fei Yang. Before entering the miracle, I wasn't afraid of you, let alone now. Qin Fei Yang raised his arm. His 5 fingers were like an eagle's claw, grabbing the state preceptor's arm. His other hand then slapped the state preceptor's lower abdomen. Ah! Accompanied by a pig-like scream, the state preceptor's sea of qi shattered on the spot. His lower abdomen was also badly mutilated. Terrifying. Fourth Grandpa murmured. The state preceptor was also a god of war, but he couldn't even resist. What level has this kid's strength reached? The state preceptor was even more frightened. In the beginning, Qin Fei Yang was just an ant-like character in front of him. But now, the other party destroyed his sea of qi with just one blow. In his heart, in addition to fear, there was also shame. After destroying the state preceptor, Qin Fei Yang immediately formed a seal. After all, the demon ancestor wasn't dead yet. Changes could happen at any time. Only by controlling the state preceptor as fast as possible could he avoid these changes. The state preceptor sighed. If Zhuge Mingyang was half as nimble as you, he wouldn't have ended up dead. Wrong. Even if he acted decisively before, there wouldn't be any turning point. This is strength. Qin Fei Yang shook his head. The puppet imprint turned into a stream of light and rushed toward the state preceptor's head. Boom! However, at this moment, a terrifying aura emerged. The barrier set up by Fourth Grandpa was shattered on the spot. Who is it? Fourth Grandpa roared and looked up. He saw a blood-red beast pouncing toward the puppet imprint like lightning. Boom! The puppet imprint was immediately shattered by the beast's claw. Following that, the beast directly used its divine power to break the state preceptor's arm that was grabbed by Qin Fei Yang. Then, it stretched out its claws, grabbed the state preceptor, and soared into the sky. All of this happened too quickly. Qin Fei Yang didn't even have time to fight back before the state preceptor was taken thousands of miles away by the beast. It's you. The state preceptor looked at the beast with a look of ecstasy on his old face. You're really useless. You actually ended up in such a sorry state. The beast glanced at the state preceptor and snorted coldly. Hearing this, the state preceptor lowered his head and the joy on his face turned into anger. Where's Zhuge Mingyang? The beast asked. The state preceptor said, he has already died in the hands of Qin Fei Yang and the others. What? In order to train him, Master paid such a huge price and even passed on the immortal demon technique and the 6 words killing formula to him. He actually died just like that? The beast said angrily. Not only will he die, you will die too. All of a sudden, a monstrous murderous intent erupted. That ferocious beast raised its head and looked at Qin Fei Yang. Its blood-red eyes were filled with contempt. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also stared at the beast, his body full of hostility. He was in such a hurry to control the state preceptor because he was afraid that an accident would happen. Unexpectedly, the accident still happened. As for that ferocious beast, it was no ordinary ferocious beast. Its body was 5 meters long and its fur was as red as blood. It looked exactly like a Kirin. It was the legendary blood Kirin. Feiyang. Young master. Old man Qin quickly flew to Qin Feiyang and fourth grandpa's side. In Zhao Tailai's hand was a palm-sized black castle. Did you find the space treasure? Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. His murderous eyes were fixed on the blood Kirin. Zhao Tailai nodded and handed the castle in his hand to Qin Feiyang. Huh? When the blood Kirin saw the black castle, its eyebrows suddenly raised. It looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Bring that castle to me." What? Zhao Tailai and the others were stunned. Was this bastard dreaming? Qin Feiyang grabbed the castle. Without any suspense, this was Zhuge Mingyang's space treasure. He looked at the blood Kirin and said, "If you want the castle, give me the state preceptor." The blood Kirin laughed and said, "Kid, you can't be so naive." Boom. As soon as it finished speaking, the blood Kirin's aura was fully released. A shocking divine power rushed towards Qin Feiyang and the others. This aura, old man Qin's eyes trembled as he exclaimed, "Small success, war god." The blood Kirin looked at old man Qin and laughed, "Old man, at least you have some eyesight." Feiyang, what should we do now? Old man Qin was at a loss. A small success war god beast and a subordinate of the demon ancestor. Its methods were definitely not ordinary. Qin Feiyang looked at the blood Kirin. He did not expect its cultivation to be so strong. However, a small success war god was not without a chance of winning. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. But just as he was about to make a move, the blood Kirin grinned and said, "Also, I will add another bargaining chip." As soon as it finished speaking, a stone coffin flew out from its body. This stone coffin, old man Qin and the others were shocked. The stone coffin that the blood Kirin took out was the stone coffin that sealed the demon ancestor's divine body. Do you want to know what's inside? The blood Kirin teased. It's definitely not the demon ancestor's divine body. Old man Qin muttered. Qin Feiyang, open your eyes and watch carefully. The blood Kirin waved its claws and the stone coffin stood upright. Then, it opened the lid and a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of them. Crack. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands tightly. Because the middle-aged man in the stone coffin was one of the people he respected the most in his life, Yan Nanshan. At this moment, Yan Nanshan's face was pale and his eyes were closed. His aura was extremely weak. The blood Kirin said, "Do you still recognize him?" Qin Feiyang's face was gloomy. The blood Kirin said, "Don't worry. He's not dead yet. His sea of qi has been destroyed and he's in a coma." "What do you want?" Qin Feiyang asked. The blood Kirin said playfully, "Aren't you asking the obvious? Use the castle to trade." Qin Feiyang was silent. "You have no choice. If you don't do as I say, I will kill him. Don't doubt my words." The blood Kirin said. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, "The demon ancestor should be merging with the divine body right now." "Smart." The blood Kirin said. "That's nothing to praise. You brought the stone coffin here to tell me that the demon ancestor is merging with the divine body, right?" Qin Feiyang said. The blood Kirin was shocked. Then, it laughed and said, "You can see through that? Master was right. You are not someone to be underestimated. If the demon ancestor is merging with the divine body, shouldn't you be protecting him in the reincarnation sea? Why are you here?" Qin Feiyang asked. "It's because of Zhuge Mingyang. Master saw that Zhuge Mingyang hadn't sent back any news after so long, so he sent me here to take a look." But I didn't expect that guy to be so useless. You killed him. What a waste of master's efforts. The blood Kirin grunted coldly. It looked angry. Chapter 1795. What a waste of effort. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and mumbled. His eyes looked cold as he looked at the blood Kirin and the Grandmaster. He said, "You two destroyed Zhuge Mingyang." "We destroyed him?" The blood Kirin was shocked. "Yes. Although you gave him great power, you also made him cold-blooded and heartless. So, you have no right to judge him." Qin Feiyang grunted coldly. "I did not expect you to sympathize with an enemy." The blood Kirin was very surprised. "I am not sympathizing with him. I just feel bad for him. With his talent, even without your help, he would have become a hero sooner or later. But he foolishly chose a path of no return. He chose to work with trash like you." Qin Feiyang's eyes were full of disgust. "We are trash." When the blood Kirin heard this, it laughed and said, "Of course, you are crazy. But I think you have the wrong person. I am not like that piece of trash Zhuge Mingyang. You have to pay a price for being so arrogant in front of me." After that, the blood Kirin's eyes looked ferocious. God power appeared, and it cut off Yan Nanshan's arm. Blood flowed out of the coffin. The intense pain caused Yan Nanshan to wake up from his coma. His face was contorted from the pain. Feiyang, but when he saw Qin Feiyang, he forgot about the pain. "Uncle Yan, I am sorry. I dragged you into this." Qin Feiyang looked at Yan Nanshan, his face full of self-blame. If it wasn't for him, Demon Alpha wouldn't have attacked them. "What are you talking about?" Yan Nanshan shouted angrily. He shook his head and sighed. "Feiyang, we dragged you into this. We are like a burden to you. No, whether it is you or the old man, you are all my most respected elders. In the past, you protected me. Now, it is my turn to protect you." Qin Feiyang said. "Ha, ha, this is so touching." The blood Kirin laughed. "Blood Kirin." Yan Nanshan's eyes trembled as he roared, "Feiyang, don't worry about me. Do what you have to do. Don't let me become your burden." Qin Feiyang smiled at Yan Nanshan. He looked at the blood Kirin and said, "I agree. You should have done this a long time ago. Bring it over quickly." The blood Kirin laughed. Qin Feiyang placed the black castle in front of Tang Hai and said, "Send it over." Tang Hai looked at Qin Feiyang, and his eyes flashed. He didn't say a word and took the castle. Then, he flew over to the blood Kirin and the Grandmaster. The Imperial Tutor glanced at Tang Hai, his eyes full of vigilance. He reminded in a low voice, "Lord Qilin, be careful of their tricks. Are you looking down on me? This emperor is a low-level war god, why would I be afraid of their tricks?" The blood Kirin raised its eyebrows and glared at the Grandmaster. "I don't dare." The State Preceptor quickly lowered his head, his eyes filled with fear. He was Demon Alpha's subordinate, so he knew what the blood Kirin was capable of. It could be said that, this beast was a demon that ate people without spitting out the bones. Even if it was its companion, if they angered it, it wouldn't show any mercy. "Humph." The blood Kirin grunted coldly. It raised its head and looked at Tang Hai. There was a sinister smile in its blood-red eyes. Swoosh. Tang Hai flew over and stopped a few feet away from the blood Kirin. He looked at Yan Nanshan and said coldly, "Let him go first." However, the blood Kirin responded with a blast of god power. Arg. The god power rushed into the stone coffin. Yan Nanshan screamed in pain as his other arm was broken. The blood Kirin laughed cruelly. "Don't test my patience again. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. Didn't you hear me?" Yan Nanshan shouted angrily. Tang Hai looked at Yan Nanshan and sighed. "Although I don't know what your relationship with the young master is, based on his behavior, I can tell that you used to be very good to him. The young master is a righteous person. Now that you are in trouble, how could he stand by and watch you die? Being righteous isn't necessarily a good thing. Yan Nanshan said gloomily. Yes. I admit that. But do you know why old Zhao and I followed him? It's precisely because he values relationships and righteousness. Maybe he will lose a lot because of this, but he will also gain a lot. After Tang Hai spoke, he waved his hand. The black castle in his hand flew toward the blood Kirin. Why didn't you do this earlier? You made Yan Nanshan suffer so much. The blood Kirin reached out its claws and grabbed the black castle. It laughed mockingly. Whoosh! But just as it spoke, Tang Hai suddenly jumped up. He was like a ghost as he landed on top of the blood Kirin's head. A black dagger appeared in a flash. He grabbed the dagger and stabbed it toward the blood Kirin's head. At the same time, Qin Feiyang used the walk word and flew toward the stone coffin. That was right. Tang Hai's attack had been ordered by him. Although he hadn't said it explicitly, Tang Hai understood what he meant. Why had Qin Feiyang attacked? It was because the blood Kirin's words couldn't be trusted. The most important thing was that Yan Nanshan had been to the demon Alpha's lair. If Yan Nanshan returned to Qin Feiyang, he would definitely tell Qin Feiyang where the demon Alpha's lair was. Because of that, the blood Kirin wasn't going to give Yan Nanshan back to Qin Feiyang. It could only take him by surprise. However, in the face of Tang Hai's sudden attack, the blood Kirin didn't panic at all. On the contrary, its eyes were full of contempt. After grabbing the black castle, it immediately teleported with the Grandmaster and appeared thousands of miles away. Tang Hai was a little annoyed. But he didn't chase after them. Because their goal was only to save Yan Nanshan. Now that the blood Kirin had escaped, there was no way to stop them. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang flew over and landed in front of the stone coffin. He smiled and said, Uncle Yan, you are safe. Feiyang, I am sorry. I am really sorry. Yan Nanshan didn't feel happy about being saved. Instead, he felt guilty. Tang Hai looked at the blood Kirin in the distance and said, Young master, quickly send Yan Nanshan to the Black Tortoise world. The blood Kirin wouldn't give up so easily. As a low-level warlord, the blood Kirin wasn't something that the Grandmaster and the others could compare to. Wait. A fierce battle was unavoidable. Therefore, they had to send Yan Nanshan away immediately. The Black Tortoise world was a safer place than the ancient castle. Qin Feiyang nodded and was about to take Yan Nanshan into the Black Tortoise world. Boom! But suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from Yan Nanshan's arms. Immediately after, two streams of light shot out from Yan Nanshan's clothes and blasted towards Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai's chests. Boom! The two of them were hit hard and flew out like meteorites. Their chests were caved in and their flesh was badly mangled. Another ambush? The two of them were shocked. Huh, do you think that only I came? The blood Kirin laughed in the distance. Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai steadied themselves and looked up. They saw two ferocious beasts that were a few meters long floating in front of the stone coffin. One of them was as blue as the sea and the other was as black as ink. They looked exactly the same as the blood Kirin. Water Kirin. Ink Kirin. Qin Feiyang said each word slowly and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The demon ancestor had so many godly beasts under his command? The water Kirin, the ink Kirin, and the blood Kirin were all types of Kirins. They had noble bloodlines and extraordinary talents. As long as they didn't die prematurely, they would become the most powerful beings in the world. However, they all submitted to the demon ancestor. How powerful was the demon ancestor when he was at his peak? The water Kirin and the ink Kirin in front of them had the aura of a low-level warlord. Although they were weaker than the blood Kirin, they weren't ordinary godly beasts. They were Kirin godly beasts with noble bloodlines. Their strength could be said to be stronger than any beginner battle god. Yan Nanshan looked at the two godly beasts in front of him and his face was filled with shock and fear. Obviously, He hadn't noticed before that the water Kirin and the ink Kirin were hiding in his clothes. Shwa! The blood Kirin teleported and landed next to the water Kirin and the ink Kirin. He laughed and said, Qin Feiyang, you really are a difficult person to deal with. If it wasn't for my master's foresight, you would have succeeded this time. Demon Ancestor. Qin Feiyang's face was as dark as water. Yes. This was all my master's plan. Seeing that there was no news from Zhuge Mingyang after so long, my master guessed that you might have returned and asked me to come and take a look. Just in case, my master asked me to bring Yan Nanshan and told the water Kirin and ink Kirin to shrink their bodies and hide in Yan Nanshan's clothes. At first, I thought that my master's actions were completely unnecessary. With me here, why would he need the water Kirin and ink Kirin? I didn't think that they would actually come in handy. The blood Kirin laughed. The water Kirin glanced at the blood Kirin and grunted coldly. Don't think too highly of yourself. That's right. If it weren't for us, Yan Nanshan would have been saved. When you go back, you will be punished by my master. The ink Kirin laughed coldly. Although their cultivation levels were lower than the blood Kirins, their status beside the demon ancestor was the same as the blood Kirins. However, the blood Kirin had become a low-level war god before them. Yes. This is my fault. I shouldn't have underestimated this person. In the face of the dissatisfaction and mockery from the water Kirin and ink Kirin, the blood Kirin wasn't angry. He just nodded and smiled. The water Kirin turned and looked at Qin Feiyang. He asked, do you really want Yan Nanshan? Qin Feiyang looked at Yan Nanshan in the sarcophagus. Feiyang, you have to listen to me. Don't be led by the nose by these animals. I am not afraid of death. Old Man Ren and the others are not afraid of death either. You have to go all out, only then will you have a chance to kill them and return peace to the Qin Empire. Anyway, don't be afraid because of us. If you do, we won't be happy. We will blame ourselves even more. Do you understand? Yan Nanshan smiled. He looked gratified and proud. Who wouldn't be proud to have such an outstanding descendant? Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. Mobile reading website, M. Chapter 1796. Uncle Yan, Qin Feiyang murmured. A strong sense of unease welled up in his heart. When Qin Feiyang didn't answer, Yan Nanshan said angrily, I'm asking you, do you understand? I understand. Qin Feiyang's body shook as he nodded. It's good that you understand. Yan Nanshan laughed again. He then looked at the blood Kirin and the other two beasts and roared, don't even think about using me to threaten Qin Feiyang. Sooner or later, all of you will pay the price for everything you've done. The three beasts turned to look at Yan Nanshan in shock. Just as they turned, Yan Nanshan slammed his head into the stone coffin. Clang! Crack! With a deafening sound, Yan Nanshan's head exploded, and he died instantly. Uncle Yan, Qin Feiyang roared, his teeth bared. Looking at the man slowly falling to the ground, fourth grandpa, Tang Hai, and the others were filled with sorrow. In the distance. When Emperor Hong, the emperor, and Qin Shing saw this scene, an unresolvable sadness rose in their hearts. Damn it! The blood Kirin and the other two beasts were furious. They hadn't expected Yan Nanshan to be so stubborn as to commit suicide. How much courage did that take? The blood Kirin said angrily, Water Kirin, ink Kirin, what were you doing? Don't you know how to suppress him? Who was the one who was so cocky? How dare you talk about us? The two beasts turned hostile and glared at the blood Kirin. Boom! All of a sudden, a monstrous murderous aura surged out like a huge wave, shrouding the entire area. Huh! The three beasts were shocked. They turned to look at Qin Feiyang, and their pupils shrank. At that moment, Qin Feiyang's eyes were blood-red. His body was also surrounded by blood-red flames. That was his murderous aura. Looking at Qin Feiyang's eyes, the blood Kirin and the other two beasts felt a chill run down their spines. Their hearts were filled with fear. Go! The Blood Kirin roared and brought out a teleport door. Don't even think about going anywhere. All of you stay here. Qin Feiyang smiled savagely. He grabbed the rusty axe and teleported toward the three beasts. At the same time as he teleported, he also used the Xing character technique. One could imagine how fast he was right now. Even the Blood Kirin, who was a low-level war god, couldn't track him. Before the portal opened, Qin Feiyang appeared in front of the three beasts. So fast. The Blood Kirin was shocked. This speed was something that even it could not catch up to. No wonder Zhuge Mingyang died in his hands. However, the Blood Kirin wasn't Zhuge Mingyang. You're courting death. After the Blood Kirin calmed down, it made a decision. It gave the Grandmaster and the castle to the Water Kirin and the Black Kirin. Then, it swung its claws at Qin Feiyang. The rift collapsed on the spot. The power was not something a low-level war god could compare to. The Water Kirin and the Black Kirin looked at each other and immediately took the Grandmaster and the Black Castle away. Don't let them escape. Zhao Tailai roared. Whether it was Fourth Grandpa, Old Qin, Zhao Tailai, or Tang Hai, they were all angry. But because Yan Nanshan was in the Blood Kirin's hands, they didn't dare to make a move. But now, Yan Nanshan had committed suicide, so there was nothing to worry about. Their target was not the Blood Kirin either. Qin Feiyang alone was enough to deal with the Blood Kirin. After all, the Blood Kirin was a low-level war god. If they interfered, they might become a burden to Qin Feiyang. Swoosh! They went straight for the Water Kirin and the Black Kirin. As for the Hung Emperor, he brought the Emperor and the other two and flew towards Yan Nanshan's corpse. He couldn't participate in the battle. Because the Emperor and the other two's ocean of qi had not been repaired yet, he had to protect the four of them. Look at Qin Feiyang. Facing the Blood Kirin's full attack, he didn't dodge at all. He raised his axe and chopped at the Blood Kirin's claw. With a crack, the Blood Kirin's claw broke on the spot. This axe, the Blood Kirin turned pale with fright. It hadn't recovered, but it was still so sharp. The Water Kirin and the Black Kirin were shocked when they saw the Blood Kirin injured. The Black Kirin said in a deep voice, "Don't worry about it. Let's go." The Water Kirin immediately opened a portal. "Don't run if you have guts." Seeing this, Zhao Tailai shouted. "Do you think we are stupid?" The Water Kirin sneered and entered the portal without looking back. "Don't worry, we will be back soon. Then, it will be the end of these people." The Black Kirin glanced at Zhao Tailai and the others coldly and also rushed into the portal. Damn it, damn it! Zhao Tailai roared. Although he, Tang Hai, Old Qin, and Fourth Grandpa were all war gods, the Water Kirin and the Black Kirin were also war gods. And they didn't have a heaven-defying auxiliary magic like the Xing formula. So in terms of speed, they had no advantage. They could only watch the two beasts leave. "Follow me." Old Qin shouted and opened the portal. "Where are we going?" Zhao Tailai was suspicious. The Sea of Reincarnation. Old Qin's eyes flashed coldly as he stepped into the portal. Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai looked at each other and followed. Fourth Grandpa stood in front of the portal and turned to look at Second Grandpa and Third Grandpa. Second Grandpa and Third Grandpa nodded at Fourth Grandpa. Immediately, Fourth Grandpa also rushed into the portal. So, only Qin Feiyang and the Blood Kirin were left in the sky. What kind of axe is this? It is so scary. The Blood Kirin looked at the axe in horror. "This axe is going to kill you." Qin Feiyang grinned. There was a murderous look between his eyebrows. He raised the axe and slashed at the Blood Kirin. "You want to kill me? You are still far from that." The Blood Kirin laughed angrily. The Blood Kirin's body flashed and a blood-red soft armor appeared. Clang! The blade of the axe struck the soft armor, immediately creating dazzling sparks. However, the soft armor wasn't damaged at all. Instead, it was Qin Feiyang who was sent flying. His arm was also numb from the shock. What? When Lu Zheng and second grandpa saw this, they were shocked. Even the blood Kirin's body could not withstand the power of the axe. But now, the soft armor had blocked it. What kind of weapon was this? Mid-grade? High-grade? Top-grade? Boy, aside from this axe, what else do you have? The blood Kirin's eyes were full of disdain. He teleported and appeared behind Qin Feiyang. Then, he used his claws to attack Qin Feiyang's back. Although one of his claws had been broken, he still had 3 claws. Also, the broken claw was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. I don't have many skills, but I can kill you. Qin Feiyang was furious. His blood-red eyes were full of murderous intent. The purple gold dragon soul roared and activated its talent. The Emperor Prison? I am a low-level god of war. Do you think you can imprison me? The blood Kirin laughed disdainfully. However, when the Emperor Prison fell, the blood Kirin's mind suddenly went blank. The Emperor Prison cannot imprison you. But this new ability can even take away the consciousness of a peak god of war, let alone someone like you. Qin Feiyang stepped into the Emperor Prison and shouted, "Go and die with Uncle Yen." Boom! He grabbed the axe with both hands and used all his strength to attack the blood Kirin's forehead. The blood Kirin shuddered. Apparently, he had regained his consciousness. After all, the blood Kirin's cultivation level was higher than Zhuge Mingyang's. The time he could take away his consciousness was shorter. However, for Qin Feiyang, it was enough. Because now, even if the blood Kirin wanted to dodge, it was too late. Clang! The axe hit the blood Kirin's forehead. Sparks flew everywhere. Qin Feiyang was sent flying again. The skin between his thumb and forefinger split open and blood flowed out. He looked at the blood Kirin's soft armor. There was only one mark. It hadn't even cracked. How was that possible? Qin Feiyang looked at the axe in his hand and then looked at the blood Kirin's forehead. His eyes were full of disbelief. This time, he had used all his strength, but he still couldn't break the soft armor. Could it be a supreme quality sacred artifact? At the same time, the blood Kirin looked around. Its red eyes were full of fear. I didn't expect the Emperor Prison to be so scary. If it wasn't for the Kirin armor, I would have died at your hands. The blood Kirin looked at Qin Feiyang and laughed. Kirin armor, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. You don't know yet. The Kirin armor is a supreme quality sacred artifact. In this world, no one can break the defense of the Kirin armor. No. Your Chang Shui and the castle should be able to break it. But unfortunately, according to what this emperor knows, pale snow seemed to have been snatched away by a little beast at the divine site, and the castle seems to have been sealed. The blood Kirin laughed. What? Chang Shui was stolen and the castle was sealed. Zheng is that true? Second and third grandpa's expressions changed. They turned to look at Lu Zheng. The emperor and the other two also looked at Emperor Hong in surprise. It's true. Lu Zheng and Emperor Hong nodded. How could this be? Hearing that, the emperor, second grandpa, and third grandpa couldn't help but turn pale. Stealing Chang Shui and sealing the castle, just how terrifying was that little beast's strength? Without Chang Shui, we can't break the defense of the soft armor. Grandpa, go help. Use your heavenly great sword. The emperor looked at Emperor Hong anxiously. Heavenly great sword is not as strong as that axe. Besides, in this situation, if I get involved, I will only drag Feiyang down. Emperor Hong shook his head. Then what should we do? The emperor was worried. Don't panic. We have to believe in Feiyang. He must have a way to defeat the blood Kirin. Emperor Hong clenched his hands and said. A top-quality divine artifact, high in the sky. Qin Feiyang glanced at the Kirin armor, his eyes flickering. How is it? Do you feel desperate now? The Blood Kirin laughed. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and put away the axe. After the previous confrontation, his mind slowly calmed down, and he said, "The Sky Devil flag is also a top-quality divine artifact, right?" "That's right." The Blood Kirin nodded, but suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked around in surprise. He muttered, "Wait, why don't I see the Sky Devil flag?" Although Zhuge Mingyang was dead, the Sky Devil flag should still be there, right? After all, it was a top-quality divine artifact. Qin Feiyang didn't have the ability to destroy it. Could it be? It suddenly looked at Qin Feiyang. Did it fall into the hands of this person? Genius remembered the address of this site in a second. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 1797. I know what you're thinking. But I'm not interested in the Sky Demon flag at all. I just want to destroy it, but it ran away. Qin Feiyang said. Ran away. The Blood Kirin was stunned. It couldn't even speak properly. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. The Sky Demon flag is a supreme-grade divine artifact. How could it run away? This is the biggest joke in the world. There should be a limit to bragging. Bragging like this will only make people laugh their heads off. The Blood Kirin raised its head and laughed. Its laughter was full of sarcasm. However, the next moment, its body stiffened, and its laughter stopped abruptly as it looked behind Qin Feiyang in shock. In the void behind Qin Feiyang, several figures appeared out of thin air. These people, whether it was their appearance or their clothes, were exactly the same as Qin Feiyang. The Blood Kirin's face was full of disbelief. 3,000 clones. Qin Feiyang said. I know it's 3,000 clones. I also know that you took them from Zhuge Mingyang. But it's only been a few years. How can you create so many clones? The Blood Kirin said. After counting carefully, there were 300 to 400 clones. And it was still increasing. Do you still need to ask? Of course, it's because I'm smart. Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly. Finally, all 500 clones appeared behind Qin Feiyang. The Blood Kirin said, 500 clones. It's just as Master said. Not one more, not one less. Since the demon ancestor already told you, why do you look so surprised? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said. What you hear may be false, but seeing is believing. The Blood Kirin said. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. Boom. The next moment, accompanied by a terrifying aura, 500 statues appeared. Heaven and earth shook. There's no sign of hand seals. The dragon god skill has evolved to a perfect skill. The Blood Qilin mumbled. In fact, it basically knew Qin Feiyang's methods. This was because the ancestral fiend's consciousness had returned to the reincarnation sea after leaving the divine ruin. Answer me a question. Qin Feiyang looked at the Blood Kirin coldly. What is it? The Blood Kirin frowned. Qin Feiyang asked, when I was still at the divine site, the divine beast that appeared in the imperial palace, was it you? That's me. The Blood Kirin said proudly. In other words, it was you who forced my father to order the commander of the Kirin army to enter the Lu family and awaken Zhuge Shinfeng? Qin Feiyang said. Yes. It's me. This emperor still wants to destroy the Lu family so that you won't even have the chance to collect your corpse. The Blood Kirin sneered. Its eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty light. Then why didn't you do it? Qin Feiyang asked. Although the Lu family had a Baisima, the ancestral fiend didn't know about it. If the ancestral fiend had known, he wouldn't have allowed Zhuge Mingyang and the Grandmaster to destroy the Lu family. The Blood Kirin said, it was because of the Master's orders. The ancestral fiend's orders? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, then why did he let Zhuge Mingyang and the Grandmaster come? Because the Master has already retrieved the divine body. He let Zhuge Mingyang and the Grandmaster come because he wanted to see the Lu family's power. He also wanted to test someone's attitude. The Blood Kirin said. Someone? Who? Qin Feiyang was surprised. It wasn't hard to understand what the Blood Kirin was saying. The ancestral fiend was very afraid of this person. And this person was related to the Lu family. Otherwise, why would the ancestral fiend test him? This person's identity is different. I don't know if I should tell you. The Blood Kirin hesitated. Who is he? Even the ancestral fiend is afraid of him. I can't believe there is someone like him in this world. Qin Feiyang said. The Blood Kirin laughed and said, if you can beat me, I will tell you. Okay. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The 500 statues picked up their broken swords and charged at the Blood Kirin. The sky and earth suddenly lost its color. The sky was filled with wind and clouds. Aside from the master, you are the first person to have a perfect divine skill. Don't disappoint me. After he said that, the Blood Kirin's body started to grow. What? The ancestral fiend has a perfect divine skill? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Of course. Otherwise, why would Mu Tianyang and Mu Tianjun ask Qin Badian to join forces? You will never be able to imagine the master's power. True God body, open. The Blood Kirin roared into the sky. Its body, which had already grown to a height of a few dozen meters, suddenly stood up like a human. Its muscles bulged. The hair on his body stood on end. The Kirin's armor also grew as the Blood Kirin's body grew. At this moment, it looked like a giant wearing battle armor, and its body was filled with a destructive aura. Clang! The 500 statues had already arrived. The broken sword's light was earth-shattering. It destroyed everything in its path. Dragon God spell. I want to see how strong it is after evolving to a perfect divine skill. The Blood Kirin raised its claws and punched the first statue. It is not dodging. Qin Feiyang was surprised. The Blood Kirin was too confident. Boom! Clang! At this moment, the Blood Kirin's claws were several times bigger than a millstone. It punched the broken sword. There was a deafening sound that filled the sky. Catcha! The next moment. Under Qin Feiyang's horrified gaze, cracks actually appeared on the broken sword. In less than 3 breaths. The broken sword broke into pieces and turned into pure divine power that floated in the air. How is that possible? Qin Feiyang shook his head. He could not accept this. At the same time, although the Blood Kirin had shattered the broken sword, it was also sent flying by the power of the broken sword. Also, although it was protected by the soft armor, drops of divine blood still dripped from the corners of its mouth. You were able to hurt me. You are indeed strong. No wonder Zhuge Mingyang and the Grandmaster were not able to defeat you. However, since I dared to stay here, that means I am not afraid of you. The Blood Kirin looked at Qin Feiyang and laughed. Then, it stepped forward. It was like a beast in human form as it attacked the statues. There was a loud rumbling sound. The broken sword kept shattering. The statues kept disintegrating. It was like an invincible god of war. Although it was sent flying by the broken sword again and again, it did not look weak at all. The more Qin Feiyang looked, the more frightened he became. Was this the power of the Kirin? One had to know. Previously, even the Sky Demon flag had fled at the sight of these statues. But now, the Blood Kirin was not at a disadvantage. No. The Blood Kirin was powerful not only because of its bloodline power. It could not reach this level with just its bloodline power. The biggest reason was the Kirin armor on the Blood Kirin's body and the true god body that the Blood Kirin had activated. This true god body was also a divine art. And its level was not low. In other words, it was because of the Kirin armor, the true god body, and the bloodline power of the Kirin that the Blood Kirin was so powerful. Rumble, as the statues were shattered, the Blood Kirin's aura became more and more terrifying. Its expression was full of confidence and contempt for Qin Feiyang. The Emperor said in a deep voice, "The Blood Kirin's power is beyond imagination. After all, it is the Kirin. If it was an ordinary beast, even if they had the same cultivation level as the Blood Kirin, they would only be able to run away in the face of Fei Yang's 3,000 clones and the Dragon God art." Emperor Hong sighed. He was worried. Inside the enchantment, second grandpa, third grandpa, and the other members of the Lu family were also worried. Lu Jing noticed this scene. He looked at the people around him and smiled at second grandpa and third grandpa. "You don't have to worry." "What do you mean?" The two of them looked at Lu Jing suspiciously. Lu Jing looked at Qin Feiyang and laughed. "Cousin, you haven't shown your trump card yet." "Trump card?" Second grandpa and third grandpa looked at each other. "Maybe he doesn't even need to use his trump card to kill the Blood Kirin." Lu Jing mumbled. Rumble. Finally, the last statue was also shattered. "A perfect divine art is just a so-so." The Blood Kirin laughed. Then, it swooped down and attacked Qin Feiyang. That terrifying aura, that boundless divine power, intimidated the hearts of everyone present. Qin Feiyang was very calm. He asked, "What level of divine art is the true god body?" "High-tier divine art." The Blood Kirin laughed evilly. "High-tier divine art, no wonder it is so strong." Qin Feiyang nodded. Although the god dragon's skill was a perfect divine art, the Blood Kirin's cultivation level was one level higher than his. Plus, the true god body was a top-tier divine art. It made up for the difference. But the true god body and the Kirin armor, these divine arts and weapons were very suitable for the white-eyed wolf. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He looked at the Blood Kirin and said, "Give me the Kirin armor and the true god body, and I will leave you with a full corpse." "What?" The Blood Kirin was shocked. "Give me the Kirin armor and the true god body?" Qin Feiyang said, "You heard me. I want you to give me the Kirin armor and the true god body." "Huh?" The Blood Kirin looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. It asked, "Are you stupid? Why else would you say something like that?" "I am serious," Qin Feiyang said. "I am serious," the Blood Kirin mumbled. It was furious, and it roared, "You little piece of shit. Who do you think you are talking to?" Qin Feiyang remained silent, and his eyes seemed to be suffused with strands of cold light. "Things have come to this point, and you don't know how to run. Instead, you want my divine arts and weapons. You are so stupid. I don't understand. How can an idiot like you live until this day? But this is the end. I will send you on your way now. It won't be long before your father, your grandfather, your brother, your grandfather, anyway, everyone who is related to you will accompany you. At least you won't be lonely on the road to hell." The Blood Qilin bared its teeth and smiled. Its enormous body charged towards Qin Feiyang like a meteorite with a ferocious aura. Its blood-red eyes flickered with a frightening ferocity. Genius memorized this address in 1 second. Mobile reading website, M.